Welcome to Fanfic Adventure. Today we bring you an unforgettable story. What if Naruto and Goku fused into one being to destroy the Otsutsuki clan and the gods of destruction? Loving our content? Smash that like button and join our family by subscribing. We truly appreciate each and every one of you. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1, Worlds Collide. The first tremor hit while Naruto was in his office. Papers scattered across his desk as the Hokage monument shuddered in the distance, stone faces cracking under some invisible pressure. Naruto Uzumaki, the seventh Hokage of Konoha, looked up from the mission report he'd been reviewing, blue eyes narrowing. "What the hell was that?" he muttered, rising from his chair. The sensation wasn't like any earthquake he'd felt before. It seemed to vibrate through the air itself, as if reality were a pond and someone had dropped a massive stone into its center. Shikamaru burst through the door without knocking, his normally bored expression replaced with genuine concern. "Naruto, you need to see this." Together they moved to the window. The sky above Konoha had split open like a wound, a jagged tear revealing swirling colors beyond anything Naruto had seen before. The villagers had stopped in their tracks, faces upturned toward the impossible sight. As they watched, the tear widened, and through it came the unmistakable sensation of chakra, but not like any Naruto had felt before. It was wilder, more primal, like raw energy rather than the familiar flow of chakra. "Get Sasuke," Naruto said, already reaching for his Hokage cloak. "And send word to the other villages. Whatever this is, it's not just affecting Konoha." Son Goku was sparring with Vegeta on Beerus's planet when the universe shifted. One moment they were exchanging blows faster than the eye could track, and the next they were thrown to the ground as the very fabric of reality seemed to tremble. "What was that?" Goku asked, rubbing his head as he got to his feet. "Did you feel that, Vegeta?" The Saiyan prince scowled, dusting himself off. "Of course I felt it, Kakarot. Something's wrong." Whis appeared beside them, his usual calm demeanor replaced by genuine concern. "It seems there's been a disturbance in the dimensional boundaries," he said, his staff glowing as he examined something only he could see. "How fascinating, and concerning. Dimensional boundaries?" Goku scratched his head. "What does that mean?" "It means," said Beerus as he approached, ears twitching irritably, "that someone or something is messing with the structure of our universe. And I don't like it." The sky above them rippled like water, and through the distortion came an unfamiliar energy signature, not quite ki, but something similar. More controlled, more refined, but no less powerful. "We should check it out," Goku said, excitement building despite the potential danger. New energy meant new fighters, new challenges. Beerus hissed. "This isn't a game, Goku. If the dimensional barriers are weakening, it could mean the collapse of multiple universes." Whis tapped his staff, and an image appeared in the air before them, a planet not unlike Earth, but different. Villages instead of cities, forests that sprawled for miles, and people moving with incredible speed, manipulating energy in ways Goku had never seen before. "Another Earth?" Vegeta asked, frowning. "Not quite," Whis replied. "Another dimension entirely. One that should never have come into contact with ours." Sasuke Uchiha was miles from Konoha when he felt the disturbance. His Rinnegan eye activated instinctively, allowing him to perceive the tear in reality as more than just a visual phenomenon. It was a rip in the very fabric of dimensions, and through it poured unfamiliar chakra. He changed direction immediately, leaping from tree to tree with preternatural speed. Whatever this was, Naruto would need his help. They had faced the end of the world together once before, they might need to do so again. As he traveled, his Rinnegan detected more tears forming, smaller but no less concerning. The boundaries between worlds were growing thin, and something was pushing through, something powerful and alien. When he arrived at the village, Naruto was already at the largest rift, his golden chakra cloak activated as he examined the tear. Around him stood Kakashi, Sakura, and several ANBU guards, all tense and ready. About time, Naruto said without turning around, sensing Sasuke's presence before seeing him. What do you make of it? Sasuke asked, stepping forward to examine the rift more closely. Nothing good, Naruto replied. Kakashi-sensei thinks it might be connected to the Otsutsuki somehow. The silver-haired former Hokage nodded. The chakra signature is similar, but there's something else there too. Something I've never felt before. As if responding to their discussion, the rift pulsed, expanding suddenly. Through it stepped a figure, tall, pale, with horn-like protrusions from his head and the distinctive white eyes of the Otsutsuki clan. Isshiki, Naruto growled, immediately shifting into a battle stance. The Otsutsuki smiled, a cold, calculating expression. Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke Uchiha. How convenient that you're both here. It will save me the trouble of hunting you down separately. What have you done? Sasuke demanded, hand moving to his sword. I've merely taken advantage of an opportunity, Isshiki replied. The barriers between dimensions have been weakening for some time. All I needed to do was give them a final push. Why? Naruto asked. What do you gain from this? Ishiki's smile widened. Power beyond imagination, Hokage. There are worlds beyond yours with energy that would make even the Ten Tails seem insignificant. And I intend to claim it all. With that, he raised his hand, and the rift behind him expanded explosively. Goku sensed the change immediately, a spike in the unfamiliar energy, coupled with something darker, more malevolent. Something's coming through, he said, dropping into a fighting stance. Vegeta did the same beside him, while Beerus watched with narrowed eyes. The air before them tore open, revealing a landscape of trees and mountains, another world visible through the rift. Standing at the edge of this tier were people, some in orange and black, others in green vests, all radiating power in ways that felt both familiar and alien. But Goku's attention was drawn to the pale figure standing at the center of the rift, the source of the malevolent energy. Even at this distance, Goku could tell this being was dangerous, perhaps as dangerous as Frieza or Cell had been. Who are they? Vegeta demanded. Inhabitants of the other dimension, Whis replied, his normally cheerful voice serious. And it seems they're already facing their own battle. Through the rift, they watched as the pale figure attacked the others, moving with incredible speed. The man in orange, clearly a leader of some sort, met the attack with equal speed, his body surrounded by glowing energy that reminded Goku of his own Super Saiyan aura, but golden and flowing like fire. He's strong, Goku observed, a smile tugging at his lips despite the gravity of the situation. This is no time for your battle lust, Kakarot, Vegeta snapped. If these dimensions fully merge, both could be destroyed. Vegeta's right, Beerus said. This is a matter of universal stability. We need to close that rift before, he was cut off as another figure emerged from the tear, not from the other side, but from somewhere else entirely. Another pale being, similar to the first but clearly different, with a third eye in the center of his forehead. Momoshiki Otsutsuki, Whis murmured, his expression darkening. How interesting. It seems the dimensional weakening has allowed entry from multiple realities. The newcomer, Momoshiki, surveyed the scene with obvious disdain. His gaze passed over the fighters from the other dimension before settling on Goku and his companions. So this is the source of the energy I've been sensing, he said, his voice carrying across the dimensional divide. How primitive, yet potent. Beerus stepped forward, his aura flickering with destructive energy. I don't know who you are, but you're trespassing in my universe. Leave, or be destroyed. Momoshiki laughed. A god of destruction. How quaint. In my world, we Otsutsuki are the only gods worth acknowledging. Is that so? Beerus's eyes narrowed dangerously. Beerus-sama, Whis cautioned, this being possesses power similar to the Kais, but corrupted. He absorbs energy rather than creating it. All the more reason to destroy him now, Beerus replied. Before he could act, Momoshiki raised his hand, and from his palm emerged a swirling vortex of energy. It expanded rapidly, engulfing the rift and pulling at the fabric of space-time itself. Goku felt the pull and braced himself, but the force was unlike anything he'd experienced before, not just physical but metaphysical, tugging at his very existence. Beside him, Vegeta growled with effort as he too resisted the pull. "What's he doing?" Goku shouted over the roar of the vortex. "He's forcing the dimensions to merge." Whis replied, his staff glowing as he attempted to counteract the effect. If he succeeds, the resulting collision could destroy both universes. Naruto felt the shift in gravity as the second Otsutsuki appeared through another rift. This one he recognized, Momoshiki, whom he and Sasuke had defeated years ago. But something was different about him, as if he had evolved further since their last encounter. "Two of them," Sasuke muttered, his Rinnegan spinning as he analyzed the threat. "And they're not working together," Naruto added, noting the way Isshiki regarded the newcomer with obvious disdain. "Momoshiki," Isshiki said coldly. "I should have known you'd interfere with my plans." "Your plans?" Momoshiki scoffed. "You lack vision, Isshiki. I'm not here to claim just one dimension's energy. I'm here to merge them all, to create a new reality with unlimited power, ripe for harvesting." As he spoke, Momoshiki's third eye opened fully, and from it poured chakra of a kind Naruto had never seen, raw and unfiltered, tearing at the boundaries between worlds. Through the expanding rift, Naruto could now see figures on the other side, a spiky-haired man in an orange gi, standing alongside others whose power radiated across the dimensional divide. But what caught his attention was the small, purple cat-like being whose aura exuded authority and destructive potential beyond anything Naruto had felt before. "Naruto," Sasuke said urgently, "if these dimensions merge completely." "I know," Naruto replied grimly. "Everyone dies." Without further discussion, they launched their attack. Naruto's six-path Sage Mode activated fully, golden chakra enveloping him as he created dozens of shadow clones. Sasuke's perfect Susanoo formed around him, its ethereal blue armor and sword gleaming with power. Isshiki met their assault with contemptuous ease, his dojutsu allowing him to shrink their attacks to nothing. Meanwhile, Momoshiki continued his ritual, the dimensional rift growing larger by the second. "We need to stop Momoshiki first," Sasuke called out, redirecting his Susanoo toward the second Otsutsuki. But before they could reach him, something unexpected happened. The spiky-haired man from the other dimension suddenly appeared directly in front of Momoshiki, having somehow crossed the divide in an instant. "Hi there," the stranger said with an almost friendly grin that belied the power rolling off him in waves. "I'm Goku. And I think you need to stop whatever you're doing before you break everything." Momoshiki's eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed in anger. "How dare you?" He never finished his sentence. Goku's fist connected with his face, sending him flying backward with such force that he crashed through several buildings before coming to a stop. Naruto stared in shock. The man, Goku, had moved faster than even his enhanced senses could track, and the power behind that punch, it wasn't chakra, but something similar yet fundamentally different. Goku turned to Naruto and Sasuke, scratching the back of his head almost sheepishly. "Sorry about dropping in like this. But it looks like you guys could use a hand." Before either could respond, Isshiki took advantage of the distraction, launching a barrage of shrunken objects that suddenly expanded into massive projectiles aimed at all of them. Sasuke's Susanoo moved to block, but Goku simply raised a hand, and a wave of energy erupted from his palm, disintegrating the projectiles entirely. "Whoa," Naruto couldn't help but say, impressed despite the dire situation. "We need to close these rifts," Sasuke said, always focused on the mission. "And we need to do it now." "My friend Whis is working on that," Goku replied, gesturing to the tall, blue-skinned being with a staff who was now visible through the rift. "But he says these Otsutsuki guys are making it difficult. They're channeling energy to keep the dimensions connected." "Then we need to stop them both," Naruto concluded. Goku nodded, his expression becoming more serious. I'll take the one with the third eye. You guys handle the other one. Wait, Sasuke interjected, we don't even know who you are or what's happening. Goku offered a quick smile. Like I said, I'm Goku. I'm from, well, another dimension, I guess. And what's happening is that if we don't stop those guys, both our worlds are going to collapse. Is that enough for now? Naruto couldn't help but laugh despite everything. There was something about this Goku that he instinctively trusted. Works for me. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, 7th Hokage of Konoha. And I'm running out of patience, came Isshiki's cold voice as he launched another attack, this one aimed directly at Goku. The battle erupted in earnest then. Naruto and Sasuke engaged Isshiki, their years of teamwork evident in every coordinated move. Meanwhile, Goku faced off against Momoshiki, who had recovered from the initial punch and now regarded the Saiyan with wary respect. As they fought, the rifts continued to expand. The sky above Konoha was now dominated by tiers in reality, through which could be seen other worlds, other dimensions. Villagers were being evacuated, led by Shikamaru and other Jonin, while Kakashi coordinated with the ANBU to set up a perimeter around the main battle site. On Beerus's planet, Whis worked frantically with his staff, attempting to stabilize the dimensional boundaries. It's not working, he informed Beerus, who was watching the battle through one of the rifts. The Otsutsuki are using a form of energy manipulation I'm unfamiliar with. It's countering my attempts to seal the rifts. Then we need to eliminate them, Beerus concluded. I'll go myself. I wouldn't recommend that, my lord, Whis cautioned. Your divine energy might actually accelerate the dimensional collapse. We need a more neutral solution. Vegeta, who had been watching Goku's battle with growing irritation at being left behind, snorted. Neutral? What does that even mean in this situation? Whis's expression became thoughtful. Perhaps, a fusion. Fusion. Vegeta recoiled at the suggestion. You expect me to do that ridiculous dance with Kakarot again? Not you, Prince Vegeta, Whis clarified. I was thinking of a fusion between Goku and someone from the other dimension. Someone whose energy is compatible with his, but fundamentally different in nature. The resulting being might be able to counteract the Otsutsuki's dimensional manipulation. And who exactly would that be? Beerus demanded. Whis pointed his staff at the image of Naruto, golden chakra swirling around him as he battled Isshiki. Him. The one they call the Hokage. His energy signature is remarkably similar to Goku's in terms of its positive nature and resilience, yet the composition is entirely different. Vegeta crossed his arms. And how exactly do you propose they perform a fusion in the middle of a battle against two godlike beings? That, Whis admitted, is the complicated part. Naruto was beginning to tire. Isshiki was every bit as powerful as he remembered, and even with Sasuke at his side and his six paths powers active, they were merely holding their own, not winning. Across the battlefield, Goku seemed to be having a similar experience with Momoshiki. Though the spiky-haired fighter had transformed, his black hair now golden and standing on end while his power level increased exponentially, Momoshiki was absorbing energy from the dimensional rifts themselves, growing stronger by the minute. We need to end this quickly. Sasuke called out, his Susanoo showing cracks from Ishiki's relentless assault. Naruto nodded, gathering chakra for a tailed beast bomb. But before he could release it, a new voice spoke directly into his mind. Naruto Uzumaki. I am Whis, attendant to Lord Beerus, god of destruction. I believe I have a solution to our mutual problem, but it will require great sacrifice from both you and Goku. Naruto didn't question how this being was communicating telepathically, he'd experienced stranger things. I'm listening. The dimensional collapse can only be stopped by a being capable of manipulating both chakra and ki simultaneously. Neither you nor Goku can do this alone. But together, through fusion, you might create an entity powerful enough to seal the rifts and defeat the Otsutsuki. Fusion. Naruto questioned, dodging one of Ishiki's attacks while maintaining the mental conversation. The merging of two beings into one, Whis explained. Goku is familiar with the technique, but this would be different. A fusion across dimensional boundaries has never been attempted. It would be dangerous, potentially permanent, and would create a being unlike any that has existed before. Naruto hesitated for only a moment. If it saves both our worlds, I'll do it. How does it work? I will guide you, Whis replied. But first, you and Goku must reach each other, at the center of the dimensional tear. Sasuke. Naruto called out. I need to get to Goku. There's a way to stop this, but we need to work together. Sasuke glanced at him, then nodded tersely. I'll hold Isshiki off. Go. With that, Sasuke's Susanoo expanded, drawing Ishiki's attention fully onto himself. Naruto used the opportunity to dash toward where Goku was battling Momoshiki. Goku, he shouted across the battlefield. We need to fuse. The golden-haired warrior glanced over, blocking one of Momoshiki's attacks with his forearm. Fusion. Like Patera, or the dance. I don't know what either of those are, Naruto admitted as he reached Goku's side. But Whis says it's our only chance. Goku nodded, surprisingly quick to accept. If Whis says so, then it's our best bet. But we need a moment to perform it, and these guys aren't going to give us that chance. As if confirming his words, both Isshiki and Momoshiki launched simultaneous attacks, forcing them to separate again. We need help, Naruto said, creating more shadow clones to buy time. On it, Goku replied, pressing two fingers to his forehead. Vegeta. Piccolo. I need backup, now. To Naruto's astonishment, two more fighters appeared out of nowhere, one short with flame-like hair, the other tall and green-skinned with pointed ears. Both radiated power similar to Goku's. What took you so long, Kakarot, the shorter one, presumably Vegeta, demanded. No time to explain, Goku replied. We need to hold these guys off while Naruto and I perform fusion. The green one, Piccolo, nodded grimly. We'll buy you time. But make it quick. With that, the newcomers engaged the Otsutsuki, giving Goku and Naruto a brief window. Whis says this will be different from regular fusion, Goku explained quickly. We need to match our energies, your chakra and my ki, and then perform the fusion dance while focusing on creating a new being capable of manipulating both. I don't know the dance, Naruto pointed out. Just mirror my movements, Goku instructed. And focus your chakra the way you would for your most powerful technique. Naruto nodded, calling upon every bit of chakra he possessed, including Kurama's. The Nine Tails, sensing the gravity of the situation, offered his power without reservation. Ready? Goku asked, powering up to what he called Super Saiyan Blue, his hair now a brilliant cyan. Ready, Naruto confirmed, his six-path sage mode at maximum output, golden chakra swirling around him. They stood facing each other at the center of the dimensional tear, where the boundaries between worlds were thinnest. Around them, the battle raged, Sasuke, Vegeta, and Piccolo holding off Isshiki and Momoshiki with everything they had. Fu. Goku began, extending his arms to the side and taking a step toward Naruto. Naruto mirrored the movement, feeling his chakra begin to resonate with Goku's ki in a way he'd never experienced before. Shaun. They moved their arms in an arc, bringing them toward each other while taking another step. The dimensional tear around them pulsed, energy from both worlds swirling together at the point where they stood. Ha! They completed the movement, their fingertips touching perfectly as they stretched toward each other. What happened next defied description. Naruto felt his very being dissolve, merging with Goku's in a flash of blinding light. It wasn't like Kurama's chakra merging with his own, this was far more fundamental, a complete integration of two separate existences into something entirely new. The light expanded outward, engulfing the battlefield and forcing everyone, even the Otsutsuki, to shield their eyes. When it faded, where Naruto and Goku had stood was now a single figure, taller than Naruto but shorter than Goku, with spiky golden hair that held hints of both its progenitors' styles. The figure wore a fusion of their clothing, an orange and black gi with red sage symbols and the kanji for Shinobi on the back. His eyes shifted between blue and teal, and his face showed features of both Naruto and Goku. But most striking was the aura that surrounded him, a perfect blend of golden chakra and blue ki, swirling together in a display of power that made even the Otsutsuki pause. The being opened his eyes fully, taking in the scene with a gaze that held the determination of Naruto and the battle-lust of Goku. What is this? Isshiki demanded, for the first time showing genuine concern. The fused being smiled, Naruto's confident smirk combined with Goku's eager grin. I am neither Naruto nor Goku, he declared, his voice a harmonic blend of both. You can call me Naruto. With that, he vanished, moving at a speed that made even Isshiki's dojutsu struggle to track him. He reappeared directly between the two Otsutsuki, his hands extended toward each. Rasengan Kamehameha. A swirling sphere of chakra formed in one hand, while blue ki gathered in the other. Then, impossibly, the two energies merged, creating a spiraling beam of power that struck both Otsutsuki simultaneously, sending them flying in opposite directions. Sasuke stared in disbelief. He combined the Rasengan with, whatever that other technique is. The Kamehameha, Piccolo explained, equally shocked. Goku's signature attack. But I've never seen it used like that. Vegeta scowled. This fusion is different from any I've seen before. It's not just their bodies that have merged, but their very essences. Naruto turned to them, his expression serious yet somehow still holding traces of both Naruto's and Goku's personalities. I can feel them both inside me, Naruto and Goku. Their memories, their powers, their bonds. But I'm also something new. Can you close the rifts? Sasuke demanded, ever practical. Naruto nodded, examining his own hands as if discovering them for the first time. I think so. I can manipulate both chakra and ki, and I can sense how they interact with the dimensional boundaries. Before he could act, however, both Isshiki and Momoshiki recovered, their expressions now showing genuine anger. This abomination changes nothing, Isshiki declared. Two weaklings combined merely creates a stronger weakling. Your fusion is an affront to the natural order, Momoshiki added. The Otsutsuki are the only beings meant to transcend dimensional boundaries. Naruto's expression hardened. You're both wrong. This isn't about transcending boundaries, it's about protecting what matters in both worlds. With that, the battle resumed, but now on entirely different terms. Where Naruto and Goku had struggled individually, Naruto dominated. He moved with Goku's martial arts precision combined with Naruto's unpredictable fighting style. He could access both Six Paths Sage Mode and Super Saiyan Blue simultaneously, creating an aura of power that visibly pushed against the fabric of reality itself. When Isshiki attempted to shrink Naruto's attacks, Naruto simply switched to pure ki blasts, which Ishiki's dojutsu couldn't affect. When Momoshiki tried to absorb Naruto's energy, Naruto shifted to taijutsu and physical attacks, demonstrating a mastery of both gentle fist and Saiyan combat techniques. He's incredible, Sakura murmured, having arrived with Kakashi to aid in the evacuation. He's dangerous, Kakashi corrected. That much power in one being. I'm not sure even Naruto can control it fully. As the battle raged, the dimensional rifts continued to expand. Despite Naruto's overwhelming power, he couldn't fight both Otsutsuki and address the rifts simultaneously. We need to give him an opening, Sasuke decided, turning to Vegeta and Piccolo. If we coordinate our attacks, we might be able to immobilize one of them long enough for him to deal with the rifts. Vegeta scoffed but nodded. Fine. But don't expect me to take orders from you. Wouldn't dream of it, Sasuke replied dryly. Just try to keep up. With that, they launched a coordinated assault on Isshiki, while Naruto focused on Momoshiki. Sasuke's Amaterasu combined with Vegeta's Gallic Gun created a devastating attack that even Isshiki couldn't fully counter. Piccolo followed up with a special beam cannon that pierced through Ishiki's shoulder, momentarily immobilizing him. "Now, Naruto!" Sasuke called out. Naruto nodded, delivering a powerful blow to Momoshiki that sent the Otsutsuki crashing into a distant mountain. Then, without hesitation, he flew to the center of the largest dimensional rift, his hands forming a seal that combined Naruto's ninjutsu signs with Goku's key focusing stance. Dimensional sealing technique, universal harmony. From Naruto's body erupted tendrils of combined chakra and ki, reaching out to each of the rifts in the sky. Where they touched, the tears began to close, reality knitting itself back together under his guidance. "No!" Momoshiki shouted, recovering and launching himself toward Naruto. "You'll ruin everything." But before he could reach the fused warrior, a purple energy ball struck him from the side, sending him tumbling through the air. "I think not," came a cold voice as Beerus himself stepped through one of the remaining rifts, his expression one of intense irritation. "I've had enough of you Otsutsuki disturbing the peace of my universe." Beside him appeared Whis, his staff glowing as he added his own power to Naruto's sealing technique. "Well done, Naruto. The fusion was even more successful than I anticipated." Isshiki, seeing Beerus, seemed to reassess the situation. "A true god of destruction," he murmured. "Perhaps this battle is more complicated than I thought." He attempted to retreat, only to find Sasuke's Rinnegan portal blocking his path. "You're not going anywhere," Sasuke informed him coldly. Trapped and outnumbered, both Otsutsuki were forced to fight defensively as Naruto continued sealing the rifts. One by one, the tears in reality closed, the boundaries between dimensions strengthening under his unique energy manipulation. Finally, only the central rift remained, the one through which Beerus and Whis had entered. Naruto approached it, his power beginning to wane as the strain of maintaining both the fusion and the sealing technique took its toll. "This one's different," he said, examining the rift with eyes that could now perceive the very fabric of dimensional space. "It's the primary connection point between our worlds. If I seal it completely, then we return to our separate dimensions, never to interact again," was finished for him. "Including you, Naruto. The fusion would likely dissolve once the dimensions are fully separated." Naruto nodded, his expression showing the internal conflict of two souls confronting a difficult truth. "Then that's what has to happen. Both worlds need their protectors back." "Wait," Sasuke interrupted, approaching the rift. "What about the Otsutsuki? If we separate now, each world will still have to deal with one of them." "Not necessarily," Beerus replied with a dangerous smile. "I can ensure the one called Momoshiki is eliminated before we depart. Can you do the same for Isshiki?" Sasuke glanced at the wounded Otsutsuki, then at Naruto. "Together, we can." Naruto nodded, turning away from the rift to face Isshiki. "One last battle, then." "You're a fool," Isshiki spat, gathering his remaining strength. "Even if you defeat me here, the Otsutsuki clan spans countless dimensions. We will find another way to reach your worlds. And we'll be waiting," Naruto replied simply. With that, he and Sasuke engaged Isshiki in one final, desperate battle. Naruto's power was fading, the fusion becoming unstable as the dimensional boundaries strengthened, but he fought with the combined determination of both Naruto and Goku. Sasuke, recognizing the limited time, went all out, using his Rinnegan abilities without restraint. Together, they pushed Isshiki back, step by step, until finally Naruto saw his opening. "Sasuke, now." Sasuke's Amenotejikara activated, instantly swapping places with Isshiki and leaving the Otsutsuki directly in the path of Naruto's final attack. True-tailed Beast Sage Kamehameha. The attack combined every aspect of both Naruto's and Goku's ultimate techniques, the raw power of the tailed beast bomb, the precision of the sage art, and the devastating energy of the Kamehameha. It struck Isshiki point-blank, overwhelming even his dimensional manipulation abilities. When the light faded, nothing remained of Isshiki but scattered ash, quickly disappearing on the wind. On the other side of the rift, a similar scene played out as Beerus, Vegeta, and Piccolo eliminated Momoshiki with brutal efficiency. "It's done," Naruto said, his voice now fluctuating between Naruto's and Goku's as the fusion began to destabilize. "The threats are eliminated, and the dimensions are healing." He turned to the rift, where Whis waited patiently. "Just one thing left to do." "Indeed," Whis agreed. "Though I must say, you've been a fascinating existence, Naruto. A shame it must end so soon." Naruto smiled, a genuine expression that somehow captured both Naruto's and Goku's essences perfectly. "Not an end. Just a return to what should be." He approached the rift, raising his hands to complete the sealing technique. But before he could begin, a voice called out from the other side. "Wait." It was Bulma, standing beside Hinata, both women having apparently sought each other out during the crisis. "Goku, you idiot." Bulma called through the rift. "Don't you dare seal us off without saying goodbye properly." "Naruto-kun," Hinata added more softly, but with equal determination. "We need to understand what's happening. Will we ever see each other again?" Naruto paused, the dual connections pulling at his merged heart. "I don't know," he admitted. "Once the dimensions are separated, they should remain that way. It's safer for everyone. But you've shown that our worlds can coexist, at least temporarily," Hinata pointed out. "Perhaps there could be a way to maintain a controlled connection." Whis tapped his staff thoughtfully. "It's not impossible. The damage done by the Otsutsuki forced an uncontrolled merger, but a carefully maintained portal, used sparingly and under supervision. You could visit." Bulma exclaimed. "Both of you, or, well, both sides of you." Naruto looked to Sasuke and Kakashi on one side, and Vegeta and Piccolo on the other. "What do you think?" "It's risky," Sasuke said immediately. "Extremely," Vegeta agreed. "But potentially valuable," Kakashi added. "The exchange of knowledge and techniques could benefit both worlds." Piccolo nodded reluctantly. "And if the Otsutsuki are truly a multidimensional threat, having allies across dimensions could prove crucial in the future." Beerus, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke. "I'll allow it, under strict conditions. The portal remains sealed except for specific, approved interactions. And if there's any sign of dimensional instability, it gets closed permanently." Naruto nodded, then turned to Whis. "Can you create such a portal?" "With your help, yes," Whis replied. "Your unique ability to manipulate both chakra and ki is the key. Even as the fusion ends and you return to being Naruto and Goku separately, I believe you'll both retain a small connection, an echo of what you experienced together." "Then let's do it," Naruto decided. "One last act as Naruto before we separate." Together with Whis, he began the complex process of transforming the chaotic rift into a stable, controllable portal. As they worked, the fusion continued to destabilize, Naruto's form becoming increasingly transparent as Naruto and Goku began to separate within him. "I can feel them both," Naruto said, his voice now alternating clearly between Naruto's and Goku's. "They're ready to return." "As they should," Whis said kindly. "But what they experienced as you will remain with them. The knowledge, the power, it will change them both." With a final surge of energy, the transformation was complete. The jagged rift became a perfect circle of stable, controlled energy, a doorway between dimensions that could be opened or closed as needed. And as it stabilized, Naruto finally separated, golden light splitting into two distinct forms that solidified into Naruto and Goku, standing on opposite sides of the portal. They stared at each other across the dimensional boundary, both looking slightly dazed but fundamentally changed by their experience. "That was..." Naruto began. "Amazing." Goku finished, his usual enthusiastic grin returning. Around them, their friends and allies gathered, examining the portal with varying degrees of curiosity and caution. "The portal is stable," Whis announced. "But I recommend keeping it closed most of the time, opening it only when necessary and for short periods." "Agreed," Kakashi said, speaking for Konoha in Naruto's still dazed state. "We'll establish protocols for communication and exchange." "As will we," Piccolo added, knowing Goku would be useless for such details. As the logistics were discussed around them, Naruto and Goku continued to stare at each other, a unique understanding passing between them. "I can still feel it," Naruto said quietly. "A piece of your ki, mixed with my chakra." Goku nodded. "Me too. It's like having a new kind of energy inside me. Not exactly chakra, but similar. We'll need to learn how to use it," Naruto said, his mind already racing with possibilities. "This could change everything." "It already has," Goku replied with unexpected wisdom. "But that's what makes it exciting, right?" Naruto couldn't help but laugh. "Right." As the portal began to close for the first time, signaling the temporary separation of their worlds, Naruto and Goku raised their hands in identical farewell gestures, a sign of the bond they now shared, one that transcended even dimensional boundaries. The last thing Naruto saw before the portal closed completely was Goku's grin and his words, "Next time, let's spar for real." Naruto smiled. "It's a promise." As the portal sealed shut, leaving only a faint circle of energy hanging in the air above Konoha, Naruto felt a strange mixture of loss and anticipation. He was himself again, yet forever changed by his time as Naruto. "So," Sasuke said, approaching him with a raised eyebrow, "what was it like being fused with that Goku?" Naruto considered the question, trying to find words to describe the indescribable. "It was like having every cell in my body suddenly understand a truth I'd always known but couldn't articulate. Our similarities were stronger than our differences, and together, we were something greater than either of us alone." Sasuke studied him closely. "You're different now." "Yeah," Naruto agreed, looking down at his hands where he could still feel the echo of Goku's ki mingling with his chakra. "I think I am." As they turned to head back to the village, Naruto glanced one last time at the dormant portal. He knew with absolute certainty that this was only the beginning of a new chapter, not just for him, but for both their worlds. And somewhere on the other side of that dimensional boundary, he knew Goku felt exactly the same. Chapter 2, Two Souls, One Destiny. 3 days had passed since the dimensional crisis. 3 days since Naruto and Goku had fused and separated again. 3 days of restless sleep filled with dreams that weren't entirely his own. Naruto sat cross-legged atop the Hokage monument, watching the sunrise paint Konoha in gold. The dormant portal hovered in the distance, a perfect circle of faint energy that hung in the sky above the village like a second moon. Most villagers had adjusted to its presence with remarkable speed, the ninja world had seen stranger things, after all. But Naruto hadn't adjusted to the changes within himself. "Still can't sleep?" Sasuke's voice came from behind him. Naruto didn't turn around. "I keep dreaming of other worlds. Planets I've never visited. Beings I've never met." He flexed his hand, watching the faint glow that sometimes appeared beneath his skin, "Not chakra, not quite. His memories are still inside me, Sasuke." Sasuke sat beside him, his mismatched eyes studying the portal. "The fusion may have ended, but it seems some connection remains. It's more than that." Naruto closed his eyes, focusing inward where Kurama resided. "I can feel something new alongside my chakra network." Goku called it ki. It's similar to chakra but more primal. Less structured. "Can you use it?" "Not really. Not yet." Naruto opened his eyes. "It's like having a new limb I don't know how to move." Sasuke was silent for a moment before asking, "Do you regret it?" Naruto shook his head immediately. "No. We saved both worlds. And besides..." He grinned, a flash of his old self breaking through the contemplative mood. Being Naruto was incredible. The power, the speed, all of it. Power always comes with a price, Sasuke reminded him, rising to his feet. The council's meeting today to discuss the portal. They're concerned about potential threats from the other dimension. Naruto snorted. If they'd met Goku, they'd know there's nothing to worry about from him. It's not Goku they're worried about. Sasuke's expression darkened. It's the gods of destruction. According to what Whis told us, they oversee universal balance. The merger of our dimensions violates natural law. They helped us against the Otsutsuki. Only because the Otsutsuki presented the greater immediate threat. Sasuke turned to leave. Don't be late for the meeting. Naruto watched him go, then returned his gaze to the portal. Despite Sasuke's warnings, he couldn't help but feel excited. New worlds, new powers, new possibilities. And somewhere, on the other side, Goku was likely feeling the exact same way. Son Goku stood in the middle of Capsule Corporation's largest training room, eyes closed in concentration. Around him, gravity generators created a crushing force 60 times Earth's normal gravity, but he barely noticed the pressure. His mind was elsewhere, searching for something new inside himself. You've been standing there for 20 minutes, came Vegeta's irritated voice from the doorway. Either train properly or get out of my training room. Goku opened his eyes and grinned. Sorry, Vegeta. I'm trying to reach that chakra energy I felt when I was fused with Naruto, but it's tricky. Vegeta crossed his arms, the perpetual scowl on his face deepening. This obsession is becoming annoying, Kakarot. So you experienced fusion with someone from another dimension. It's over. Move on. But don't you see how amazing this could be? Goku's eyes lit up with excitement. Chakra works differently from ki. If I could learn to use both, then what? You'd become even more absurdly powerful. Vegeta pushed off from the doorway and entered the room properly, the increased gravity having no visible effect on him. Have you considered the consequences? Beerus is already concerned about the dimensional breach. If you start manipulating energies from another universe. Beerus worries too much, Goku said, waving a dismissive hand. Besides, Whis said the portal is stable. Stable doesn't mean safe. Goku's expression turned unusually serious. When I was Naruto, I felt something, Vegeta. A connection beyond just power. Naruto and I were similar in ways I can't explain. And I think there's a reason our dimensions connected where they did. Vegeta studied him for a moment, then sighed. Fine. Show me what you've managed so far. Goku brightened. Well, not much yet, but I can feel something. He held out his hand, concentrating. After a moment, a faint spiral pattern appeared on his palm, not glowing like ki, but visible as a sort of distortion in the air. See? That's what Naruto called the beginning of a Rasengan. It's supposed to be this spinning ball of chakra, but I can barely hold the pattern. Vegeta leaned closer, genuinely curious despite himself. Interesting. It doesn't look like ki. It's not. It's like, shaped energy. More precise. Goku concentrated harder, and the spiral became more defined, though still transparent. Ki is raw power, but chakra is about control. Vegeta straightened up. And has this Naruto managed to use ki? I don't know. We haven't opened the portal since that day. Goku let the Proto-Rasengan dissipate. Whis says we need to wait until both sides establish proper protocols. Wise, for once, Vegeta muttered. Though I'm surprised you've actually listened. Goku laughed, rubbing the back of his head. Well, Bulma kind of insisted, and you know how she gets. Before Vegeta could respond, the room's intercom crackled to life with Bulma's voice. Goku, Vegeta, you need to come to the main lab. Whis is here, and he's brought news. They exchanged glances, then Goku touched 2 fingers to his forehead and placed his other hand on Vegeta's shoulder. In an instant, they disappeared from the training room, reappearing in Bulma's sprawling laboratory where Whis waited, staff in hand. "Ah, son Goku, just the person I was hoping to see," Whis said pleasantly. "What's up, Whis?" Goku asked, noting the angel's slightly more serious expression than usual. "I've been monitoring the dimensional boundaries since your fusion experience," Whis explained. "While the portal remains stable, there have been ripples. Energy fluctuations that suggest someone is attempting to manipulate the connection from the other side." "The Otsutsuki?" Vegeta questioned. "Possibly." Whis tapped his staff, and a holographic image appeared showing the portal from a different perspective, seen from the space between dimensions. Or it could be someone new. Regardless, Lord Beerus is concerned. "How concerned?" Bulma asked, crossing her arms. Whis's expression turned grave. "Concerned enough to have contacted the other gods of destruction. There will be a divine assembly to discuss the dimensional breach, and they've requested your presence, Goku." "Me?" Goku pointed to himself, surprised. "Why?" "Because you're one half of the fusion that created Naruto," Whis explained patiently. "The gods of destruction wish to assess the situation firsthand." Vegeta's eyes narrowed. "That sounds suspiciously like a trial." "Not officially," Whis said, though his tone wasn't entirely reassuring. "Consider it more of an inquiry." Goku shrugged, unconcerned. "Sure, I'll go." "When is it?" "Now," Whis replied. Before anyone could protest, Whis tapped his staff on the ground, and a column of light enveloped both him and Goku. When it faded, they were gone. Bulma turned to Vegeta, alarm clear on her face. "This is bad, isn't it?" Vegeta stared at the spot where Goku had stood. "Potentially. The gods of destruction don't convene for trivial matters. What should we do?" After a moment's consideration, Vegeta said, "Open the portal. We need to contact the other dimension. If Goku is being judged for the fusion, then Naruto should be present as well." Bulma raised an eyebrow. "I thought you were against any unnecessary use of the portal." "This qualifies as necessary," Vegeta replied grimly. "Besides, I want to meet this ninja who impressed Kakarot so much." Naruto suppressed a yawn as the Konoha Council continued their debate about the dimensional portal. Seated beside him, Shikamaru nudged him discreetly, keeping him from nodding off entirely. "The fact remains," one elder was saying, "that we know very little about this other dimension. Their powers, their intentions, their powers helped save our world," Naruto interrupted, tired of the circular discussion. "And their intentions seemed pretty clear when they fought alongside us against the Otsutsuki." Sasuke, standing against the wall rather than taking a seat at the table, spoke up. "One cooperative encounter doesn't guarantee future alliance. We should approach this with caution." "For once, I agree with Sasuke," Kakashi said from his position at the table. "While I don't believe this other dimension poses an immediate threat, establishing clear protocols for any interdimensional communication would be prudent." "That's what I've been saying," Naruto grumbled. "Limited contact, supervised exchanges," he stopped mid-sentence, his body suddenly rigid. A sensation washed over him, not quite chakra, not quite physical, that felt like someone calling his name from a great distance. His eyes darted to the window, through which the dormant portal was visible. "Naruto?" Shikamaru questioned, noting his sudden alertness. "The portal," Naruto said, already rising from his seat. "Something's happening." Without waiting for permission or dismissal, he formed a hand sign and disappeared in a swirl of leaves, reappearing moments later on a rooftop with a clear view of the portal. Sasuke appeared beside him almost immediately. "What did you sense?" Sasuke demanded. "I'm not sure." Naruto narrowed his eyes at the portal, which remained unchanged in appearance. "It was like when you hear someone whisper your name in a crowded room. Not with my ears, but..." He tapped his chest. Sasuke activated his Rinnegan, studying the portal more deeply. The energy pattern has changed slightly. It's more active. As they watched, the portal's glow intensified, the perfect circle beginning to widen. Energy crackled around its edges as it expanded, growing from the size of a small moon in the sky to a massive window between worlds. Through it, they could now see what appeared to be a laboratory on the other side, and standing there, a short man with flame-like hair wearing blue combat attire. "Is that?" Naruto began. "Vegeta," Sasuke confirmed, recognizing the Saiyan prince from their brief encounter during the crisis. Vegeta's eyes locked onto them immediately, his gaze intense even across the dimensional divide. Beside him stood a blue-haired woman in a lab coat who must be the Bulma Goku had mentioned. "The portal shouldn't be opening without approval from both sides," Sasuke said tensely, hand moving to his sword. "Wait," Naruto cautioned. "Let's hear them out." The portal stabilized, creating a window-like opening through which communication was possible. Bulma stepped forward, adjusting what appeared to be a microphone on her collar. "Hello. Can you hear me, Naruto Uzumaki?" Her voice carried clearly across the dimensional gap. Naruto stepped closer to the edge of the rooftop. "I can hear you. What's happening? Why have you opened the portal?" "We have a situation," Vegeta answered bluntly. "Kakarot, Goku, has been summoned before the gods of destruction. They're concerned about the fusion and the dimensional breach." Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances. "Is he in danger?" Naruto asked. "Potentially," Bulma admitted. "The gods of destruction have the power to eliminate threats to universal stability. If they decide the fusion was too dangerous." She didn't need to finish the sentence. Naruto understood immediately. "What can we do?" "We believe both halves of the fusion should be present for any judgment," Vegeta said. "You need to come through the portal." Sasuke stepped forward. "This could be a trap." Vegeta's scowl deepened. "If we wanted to trap you, we wouldn't warn you first." "He has a point," Naruto murmured to Sasuke before addressing the visitors again. "I'll come. But I need to inform my village first." "There's no time," Vegeta insisted. "The Divine Assembly has already begun." Naruto hesitated, torn between responsibility to his village and concern for Goku. He hadn't known the Saiyan long, but their fusion had created a bond beyond friendship. They had literally been one person, shared one mind and soul. He couldn't abandon him now. "I'll go with you," Sasuke said unexpectedly. Naruto turned to him in surprise. "You will?" "Someone needs to make sure you don't do anything stupid," Sasuke replied, but the slight curve of his lip betrayed his real feelings. "Besides, I want to learn more about these gods of destruction." Naruto grinned, then created a shadow clone with a quick hand sign. "Tell Shikamaru and Kakashi what's happened," he instructed the clone. "Let them know I'll return as soon as possible." The clone nodded and leapt away toward the council building. Naruto turned back to the portal. "We're coming through. How does this work?" "Just step through," Bulma instructed. "The portal will do the rest." Naruto and Sasuke approached the edge of the rooftop, which lined up perfectly with the bottom of the portal. With one last glance at each other, they leapt forward, passing through the glowing circle and emerging on the other side in Bulma's laboratory. The transition was jarring. One moment they were in the open air above Konoha, the next they stood on solid ground in a high-tech facility unlike anything in the ninja world. Screens, machines, and devices of unknown purpose surrounded them, and the air smelled of ozone and chemicals. "Welcome to Capsule Corporation," Bulma said, offering a quick smile despite the tense situation. "I'm Bulma Brief. We met briefly during the crisis, but there wasn't much time for introductions." "Naruto Uzumaki," Naruto replied with a small bow. "And this is Sasuke Uchiha." Vegeta didn't bother with pleasantries. "We need to move quickly. Whis has already taken Kakarot to Zeno's palace for the assembly." "Who's Zeno?" Sasuke asked. The Omni King, Bulma explained. He rules over all the universes in our dimension and commands even the gods of destruction. Naruto's eyes widened. And Goku's been taken before him? How do we get there? That's the problem, Vegeta said, crossing his arms. Instantaneous movement between realms is limited to angels like Whis or those with godly authority. We can't simply go there. Then why bring us here? Sasuke demanded. Bulma moved to a nearby console. Because I've been studying the energy signature that Goku and Whis left behind when they departed. If my calculations are correct, and they usually are, we might be able to create a targeted dimensional window similar to the portal between our worlds. You mean like spying on them? Naruto asked. More than that, Bulma corrected. If we can establish a connection, and if you and Goku still share the bond from your fusion, you might be able to communicate with him, maybe even influence the proceedings. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. That sounds dangerous. Of course it's dangerous, Vegeta snapped. Everything involving the gods is dangerous. But the alternative is letting Kakarot face judgment alone for something that involved both dimensions. I'll do it, Naruto said immediately. Just tell me what I need to do. Bulma nodded, satisfied, and began typing rapidly on her console. First, we need to amplify the residual connection between you and Goku. The fusion may have ended physically, but quantum entanglement suggests a metaphysical link likely remains. Quantum what now? Naruto asked, scratching his head. She means your souls are still connected, Vegeta translated impatiently. Stop wasting time with questions. Bulma rolled her eyes at her husband but continued working. Naruto, I need you to focus on that new energy you've been feeling since the fusion, the key aspect that came from Goku. How did you know about that? Because Goku's been experiencing the same thing with your chakra, she explained. He's been driving Vegeta crazy trying to form something called a Rasengan for days. Despite the tension, Naruto couldn't help but smile at that. It was so typically Goku to immediately start trying to master a new technique. Alright, he said, closing his eyes and focusing inward. I can feel it, like a warm current running alongside my chakra network. Good, Bulma encouraged. Now try to follow that current back to its source. Imagine it as a thread connecting you to Goku. Naruto concentrated, reaching for the unfamiliar energy within him. It was wild and untamed compared to chakra, flowing freely rather than through established pathways. As he focused on it, he felt a pull, distant but unmistakable, like someone tugging on the other end of a spiritual rope. I feel him, Naruto murmured, eyes still closed. He's confused. Concerned, but not afraid. Never afraid. He couldn't explain how he knew these things, but the impressions came clearly. The connection is forming, Bulma reported, watching readings spike on her monitors. Sasuke, Vegeta, I need you both to lend your energy to stabilize the link. Vegeta placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder without hesitation, channeling his ki into the connection. After a brief pause, Sasuke did the same from the other side, his chakra flowing into Naruto. With their power added to the mix, the connection strengthened dramatically. Naruto gasped as his perception suddenly expanded, rushing outward along the thread connecting him to Goku. Colors, sensations, and images flooded his mind, and then, abruptly, he was seeing through Goku's eyes. Goku stood in a vast, colorful hall that seemed to exist outside normal space. The air itself shimmered with power, and gathered around him in a semicircle were 12 distinctly different beings, the gods of destruction from all 12 universes. Some resembled animals, others humanoids, but all radiated an aura of destructive potential that made even Goku's skin prickle. Beerus stood slightly apart from the others, his expression uncharacteristically solemn. Beside him was Whis, his staff planted firmly on the ground as he observed the proceedings. At the far end of the hall, seated on a floating throne, was a childlike figure with blue skin and an innocent face that belied his absolute power. Beside him stood a taller version of himself, an attendant who resembled Whis. Son Goku, spoke one of the gods of destruction, a tall, clown-like being whom Goku recognized as Belmod from Universe 11. You stand before this assembly accused of violating the fundamental laws of dimensional separation. Your fusion with a being from outside our dimensional cluster has created instabilities that could threaten multiple universes. I didn't know it was against any laws, Goku replied honestly. We were just trying to stop the Otsutsuki from destroying both our worlds. Ignorance is no excuse, rumbled a massive, elephant-headed god named Rumesh. The dimensional boundaries exist for good reason. Each dimension has its own rules, its own balance of energies. By creating this Naruto being, you mixed incompatible forces. They didn't seem incompatible to me, Goku argued. Chakra and ki worked really well together, actually. That is precisely the problem, said a female god with fox-like features. If such combinations were to become commonplace, the carefully maintained balance between creation and destruction would collapse. Goku scratched his head. But the fusion ended. Naruto and I separated again. What's the big deal? Beerus stepped forward. The big deal, as you so eloquently put it, is that the separation wasn't complete. You still carry traces of chakra energy, and this Naruto likely carries traces of ki. The connection persists. Furthermore, added Whis, the portal between dimensions remains. As long as it exists, the risk of further contamination continues. Goku was about to respond when he felt a strange sensation, like someone looking over his shoulder, but from inside his own mind. A presence, familiar yet separate. Goku? Can you hear me? Goku's eyes widened slightly, but he managed not to react outwardly. Naruto? Is that you? How are you in my head? Bulma helped establish a connection. I can see and hear everything you're experiencing. That's amazing. But, I'm kind of in the middle of something here. I know. These gods of destruction want to punish you for our fusion. We need to convince them it was necessary and beneficial, not dangerous. Goku returned his attention to the assembly, who were watching him with suspicious eyes. Is something distracting you, son Goku? Asked the childlike Omni King, Zeno, speaking for the first time. His voice was innocent but carried an undertone that suggested unimaginable power. Actually, yes, Goku decided honesty was best. Naruto, the person I fused with, is communicating with me right now. He can see and hear everything that's happening here. This announcement caused an uproar among the gods of destruction. Impossible. Another violation. This proves the dangerous connection persists. Beerus pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation. Kakarot, you idiot. Whis, however, appeared more intrigued than alarmed. How fascinating. The fusion must have created a psychic bond between them. This is unacceptable, Belmod declared. The connection must be severed immediately, and the dimensional portal closed permanently. Wait, Goku protested. Before you decide anything, shouldn't you hear from Naruto too? He's half of what happened, after all. Zeno tilted his head curiously. Naruto? The other fusion person? Yes, I want to meet him. The gods of destruction exchanged concerned glances. When Zeno wanted something, refusal was not an option. Grand Minister, Zeno addressed one of the angel attendants, can you bring this Naruto here? The tall, blue-skinned being bowed. It would be unprecedented to bring a being from another dimension directly to your palace, Lord Zeno. However, since a connection already exists between him and Son Goku, perhaps we could use that as a conduit. They want to bring you here, Goku informed Naruto. Is that okay with you? If it helps our case, absolutely. But what about Sasuke and the others? Let me handle that. Naruto is willing to come, Goku announced. But he's currently with friends from both our dimensions, Sasuke Uchiha from his world, and Vegeta and Bulma from ours. They've been working together to understand the dimensional connection. Zeno clapped his hands. Bring them all. More friends is more fun. The Grand Minister bowed again. As you wish, Lord Zeno. He raised his staff, and a column of light appeared in the center of the hall. Within it materialized 4 figures, Naruto, Sasuke, Vegeta, and Bulma, all looking somewhat disoriented by the sudden transportation. Welcome to Lord Zeno's palace, the Grand Minister greeted them. You have been brought here to participate in the discussion regarding the dimensional breach and fusion incident. Naruto took in the assembly of gods with wide eyes before spotting Goku. A grin spread across his face. Goku. Good to see you in person again. Goku returned the grin. Yeah, though the circumstances could be better. Vegeta immediately bowed his head slightly toward Zeno, prompting Bulma to do the same. Sasuke remained vigilant, his mismatched eyes scanning each deity carefully. So you're Naruto, Zeno said, floating down from his throne to inspect the ninja more closely. You look strong. Naruto, unsure of the proper protocol for addressing an Omni-King, opted for his typical straightforward approach. Thank you. I'm the Seventh Hokage of Konoha, a protector of my world, just like Goku is for his. Hokage. Zeno repeated, testing the foreign word. I like that. It sounds important. Naruto relaxed slightly at the childlike god's apparent approval, but the gods of destruction remained tense. The issue at hand, Belmod reminded them sternly, is the dimensional breach and unauthorized fusion. Both must be addressed. Then let us address them properly, came Sasuke's cool voice. All eyes turned to the Uchiha, who met their gazes unflinchingly. We're here to provide context for what happened and why it was necessary. And who might you be? Asked the fox-like goddess. Sasuke Uchiha. I witnessed both the dimensional breach and the fusion firsthand. He stepped forward, his Rinnegan eye clearly visible. The breach was initially caused by the Otsutsuki clan, interdimensional beings who have threatened both our worlds for centuries. They forced the dimensions to merge in an attempt to harvest the combined energies. That aligns with our observations, Whis confirmed. The initial breach bore signs of deliberate manipulation. The fusion between Naruto and Goku, Vegeta added, was a desperate countermeasure to an immediate threat. Without it, both dimensions might have been destroyed already. A convenient claim, rumbled Ramesh. But the fact remains that the fusion created a being capable of manipulating both chakra and ki, a combination that should not exist. Why not? Naruto challenged. From what I experienced as Naruto, the energies are different but compatible. Chakra is refined, controlled energy that flows through established pathways. Ki is raw, primal power that exists in all living things. They complement each other. It's true, Goku agreed. When we were fused, using both felt natural, like they were meant to work together. The Grand Minister studied them thoughtfully. There is an old theory that all dimensional clusters once shared a common energy source before differentiating. Perhaps chakra and ki are simply different evolutionary paths of the same fundamental force. That's exactly what Bulma's been researching. Goku exclaimed, gesturing to the blue-haired scientist. Bulma stepped forward nervously. Yes. My preliminary analysis shows remarkable similarities in the quantum structure of both energies. They vibrate at different frequencies but follow similar patterns. This is all very interesting, Beerus interrupted, but it doesn't address the primary concern. The dimensional portal remains open, allowing continued cross-contamination. And these two, he pointed at Naruto and Goku, clearly maintain a connection that extends beyond physical proximity. Is that really so bad? Naruto asked. Our worlds faced a common enemy in the Otsutsuki. They're still out there, still a threat to both dimensions. Wouldn't it be better to maintain an alliance rather than isolate ourselves? The Hokage makes a valid point, Whis noted. The Otsutsuki threat spans multiple dimensions. A coordinated defense might prove more effective than isolated resistance. The gods of destruction murmured among themselves, clearly divided on the issue. Zeno, who had been watching the exchange with childlike interest, suddenly spoke up. "I want to see it." Everyone turned to him. "See what, Lord Zeno?" the Grand Minister inquired. "The fusion," Zeno said excitedly. "I want to see Naruto." A hush fell over the assembly. The gods of destruction looked alarmed, but none dared object to Zeno's request. Goku and Naruto exchanged glances. "Can we even do that here?" Naruto asked. "Last time, it took a lot of effort and specific circumstances. And the fusion was unstable once the dimensional rift started closing," Goku added. The Grand Minister stepped forward. "Here in Lord Zeno's palace, the normal limitations of reality are flexible. If you both are willing, I believe a temporary fusion would be possible, maintained by Lord Zeno's authority." Naruto looked to Sasuke, who gave him a slight nod. Goku glanced at Vegeta, who scowled but shrugged in resignation. "Well, if it helps clear things up," Goku said with his typical carefree attitude. "I'm game if you are," Naruto agreed with a grin. "Very well," the Grand Minister said. "Please stand in the center of the hall and perform whatever ritual or technique you used previously." Goku and Naruto moved to the indicated spot, facing each other. The assembly watched with a mixture of trepidation and curiosity. "Remember the dance?" Goku asked. "How could I forget?" Naruto replied. "It's kind of burned into my muscle memory now." They took their positions, and Goku counted down. Fu, Shaun, Ha. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, their fingertips meeting precisely as they completed the ritual. But unlike their previous fusion, which had been accompanied by chaotic energy and dimensional instability, this one occurred in a controlled environment under the watchful eye of the Omni King. A blinding light enveloped them, and when it faded, a single figure stood where two had been before. Naruto opened his eyes, taking in the assembly of gods with a calm, assessing gaze. His aura was different this time, more stable, more balanced, with golden chakra and blue ki swirling in perfect harmony around his form. "Wow!" Zeno exclaimed, clapping his hands delightedly. "So cool!" Naruto bowed respectfully to the Omni King. "Thank you for allowing this demonstration, Lord Zeno. I understand your concerns about dimensional stability." His voice was the same harmonious blend of Naruto's and Goku's as before, but his manner was more composed, reflecting a balanced integration of both personalities. "You're not what I expected," Belmont admitted, studying the fused being closely. "What did you expect?" Naruto asked. "Chaos. Instability. A being torn between two fundamentally different energies and identities." Naruto smiled, a smile that held Naruto's determination and Goku's optimism in equal measure. "I am a harmony, not a contradiction." Naruto and Goku share core values despite their different origins: protecting the innocent, facing challenges head-on, believing in the potential for good in others. He held up a hand, forming a perfect Rasengan in his palm, but unlike Naruto's technique, this one swirled with both chakra and ki, creating a sphere of power that hummed with unprecedented energy. "Their powers complement each other," Naruto continued, letting the Rasengan dissipate. "Chakra provides precision and versatility. Ki offers raw power and dimensional manipulation. Together, they create something greater than the sum of their parts." The Grand Minister approached, circling Naruto with evident fascination. "Remarkable. The energies aren't fighting for dominance, they're working in concert." "And your consciousness?" "I am both Naruto and Goku, and I am neither," Naruto explained. "I have their memories, their skills, their bonds. But I also have my own perspective, a fusion of viewpoints that gives me insights neither could achieve alone." Zeno floated closer, poking Naruto's arm curiously. "You feel strong. Stronger than either of them separately." Yes, Naruto acknowledged. But strength isn't my purpose. Protection is. Whis tapped his staff thoughtfully on the ground. I believe we may be witnessing something unprecedented, a dimensional convergence point personified. Rather than a violation of natural law, this fusion might actually be a natural evolutionary step. Beerus snorted. That's a convenient interpretation. But not an implausible one, the Grand Minister countered. The multiverse continually seeks balance. Perhaps this connection between dimensions is part of that process. The gods of destruction conferred quietly among themselves, occasionally glancing at Naruto, who stood patiently awaiting their judgment. Sasuke, Vegeta, and Bulma remained silent, understanding that any intervention now might do more harm than good. Finally, the gods seemed to reach a consensus. Belmod stepped forward as their spokesperson. We have concerns about the precedent this sets, he announced. If beings from different dimensions could freely fuse, the carefully maintained boundaries between realities could collapse. Naruto nodded in understanding. However, Belmod continued, we cannot deny that in this specific case, the fusion served a necessary purpose and appears stable. Therefore, we propose the following conditions. First, the dimensional portal may remain, but must be carefully regulated and used sparingly. Second, the fusion technique should be restricted to emergency situations only, with prior notification to the gods of destruction when possible. And third, Beerus added, both Naruto and Goku must take responsibility for maintaining the stability of the dimensional boundary on their respective sides. Those terms are acceptable, Naruto agreed. May I ask one additional concession? The gods exchanged glances before Belmod nodded cautiously. You may ask. Allow limited cultural and knowledge exchange between our dimensions. Both worlds have much to learn from each other, and such exchange could strengthen us against common threats like the Otsutsuki. After a brief consultation, the gods reluctantly agreed. Very well, the Grand Minister declared. With Lord Zeno's approval, these terms shall be formalized into a dimensional accord. Zeno clapped his hands excitedly. Approved. I like Naruto. He's interesting. With the judgment rendered, the tension in the hall dissipated. Naruto bowed deeply to the assembly. Thank you for your wisdom and understanding. The fusion can now be ended, the Grand Minister advised. Simply will yourselves to separate, and it shall be so. Naruto closed his eyes, focusing on the dual consciousness within. There was a moment of reluctance, a brief wish to remain whole, before accepting the necessity of separation. In a flash of light, Naruto and Goku stood once more as separate individuals. Whoa, Naruto breathed, slightly dizzy from the experience. That was different from last time. Clearer somehow. Yeah, Goku agreed. I could think more, what's the word? Coherently. The controlled environment allowed for a more perfect fusion, the Grand Minister explained. Without the stress of battle or dimensional instability, your merged consciousness achieved better integration. Fascinating, Bulma murmured, already mentally cataloging observations for later research. Now that this matter is settled, Beerus announced, stretching lazily, I believe we're done here. Indeed, the Grand Minister agreed. Lord Zeno, do you have any final words for our interdimensional guests before they depart? Zeno considered for a moment, then nodded. Be friends. Visit sometimes. And if you make Naruto again, come show me what he can do. Naruto and Goku both bowed respectfully. We will, they promised in unison. With a wave of his staff, the Grand Minister opened a portal back to Capsule Corporation. This will return you to your point of origin. From there, Naruto and Sasuke can use the dimensional portal to return to their own world. As they prepared to depart, Whis approached them privately. A word of caution, he said in a low voice. The Otsutsuki threat has not been eliminated, merely delayed. Our intelligence suggests they're regrouping, possibly with new strategies based on what they've observed of your fusion. Let them come, Goku said confidently. We'll be ready. Perhaps, Whis replied. But remember that your connection, while approved, remains a potential vulnerability. What can be forged can also be exploited. With that cryptic warning, he stepped back, allowing them to pass through the portal back to Earth. The laboratory at Capsule Corporation seemed mundane and cramped after the vastness of Zeno's palace. Naruto took a deep breath, feeling strangely both exhausted and energized by the experience. Well, that went better than expected, Bulma said, breaking the silence. I was half convinced they were going to erase you both from existence. Zeno liked us, Goku said with a shrug, as if that explained everything. And in a way, it did. Sasuke, ever focused on practical matters, turned to Whis. You mentioned the Otsutsuki regrouping. Do you have specific intelligence about their plans? Whis shook his head. Nothing concrete. But dimensional disturbances have been detected in regions far from your worlds, ripples that suggest significant energy manipulation. Isshiki, Naruto murmured. He survived somehow. It wouldn't be the first time an Otsutsuki cheated death, Sasuke agreed grimly. Or it could be others of their clan, Vegeta suggested. From what you've told us, they're numerous and widespread. Either way, Naruto said, we need to be prepared. The Accord allows for knowledge exchange, right? I think it's time we learn from each other. Goku's face lit up. You mean like you teach me more about chakra, and I teach you about ki? Exactly, Naruto confirmed with a grin. The fusion showed us it's possible to use both. It'll be harder separately, but not impossible. This seems unwise, Sasuke cautioned. Mixing energies from different dimensions could have unforeseen consequences. Or it could be our best defense against whatever the Otsutsuki are planning, Naruto countered. Besides, it's already happening anyway. I can feel ki inside me, and Goku can feel chakra in him. We might as well learn to use it properly. Vegeta crossed his arms. For once, I agree with the Hokage. Knowledge is power, and we need every advantage against these Otsutsuki. Then it's settled, Goku said cheerfully. Training exchange program. This is going to be awesome. Bulma sighed, recognizing the determined expressions on both Goku's and Naruto's faces. I'll start designing some monitoring equipment. If you're going to experiment with cross-dimensional energies, someone should be keeping scientific records. We should establish regular communication schedules as well, Sasuke added. Limited portal openings for information exchange, as the Accord stipulates. As they discussed logistics, Naruto found his mind wandering back to the experience of being Naruto again. It had felt different this time, more balanced, more in control. Like finding a missing piece of himself he hadn't known was gone. He wondered if Goku felt the same way. Hey, he said quietly to the Saiyan while the others debated technical details. What was it like for you this time? Being Naruto? Goku considered the question seriously. It was like, coming home to a place I'd never been before. Does that make sense? Surprisingly, it did. Yeah. Like meeting a part of yourself you didn't know existed. Exactly. Goku's face brightened. And the power was incredible, but it wasn't just about that. It was like seeing the world through new eyes. Understanding things in a way I couldn't before. I felt that too. Naruto stared out the window, where the dimensional portal could be seen hanging in the sky, smaller now, dormant again but still present. It makes me wonder what else is out there. How many other dimensions, other ways of seeing the world? Probably lots. Goku said with his typical enthusiasm. And maybe someday we'll explore them. But first, he punched his palm excitedly, training. I really want to learn that shadow clone jutsu of yours. Naruto laughed. And I want to learn how to fly without using chakra. Deal. They clasped hands, and as they did, a faint glow appeared where their palms met, not a fusion, but a recognition, an acknowledgement of the bond they now shared across dimensions. Deep in the void between dimensions, far from the watchful eyes of gods and ninjas and Saiyans, a figure floated in suspended animation. His body was broken, nearly destroyed, but a faint pulse of life remained. Isshiki Otsutsuki had survived by the narrowest of margins, casting his consciousness into the dimensional void at the last possible moment before his physical form was obliterated by Naruto's attack. Now he existed as little more than a consciousness with the barest fragment of physical form, a black pit of hatred and ambition. Around him, the void rippled as other presences approached, fellow Otsutsuki drawn by his faint but persistent signal. "You have failed," came a cold, feminine voice that seemed to echo from everywhere at once. "The Shinju of both earth dimensions remains unharvested." "I have not failed," Isshiki's consciousness replied. "I have discovered something far more valuable than mere chakra fruit." "Explain," demanded another voice, male and imperious. "A fusion," Isshiki's consciousness pulsed with excitement. "A being capable of manipulating both chakra and ki simultaneously. The power it exhibited exceeded anything our clan has encountered before." Silence greeted this revelation. "Then, you speak of the abomination called Naruto." "Not an abomination," Isshiki corrected. "An opportunity. If two mortals from different dimensions can achieve such power through fusion, imagine what we Otsutsuki could accomplish with the same technique." The void trembled as the other Otsutsuki considered his words. "The dimensional barriers have been reinforced," the female voice noted. "The gods of destruction now watch the connection point." "They watch the known connection," Isshiki countered. "But there are other ways between dimensions, ways only the Otsutsuki have discovered. And now I know exactly what we're looking for." "A vessel," the male voice realized. "You need a new vessel before you can proceed." "Yes," Isshiki admitted. "My consciousness cannot maintain cohesion in this state for long. I require a suitable host, one with a natural affinity for both chakra and ki." "Such a being would be exceedingly rare," the female voice mused. "Perhaps even unique to those two dimensions." "Then we will search those dimensions," Isshiki declared. "Quietly, carefully. The ninja world has suitable candidates with its karma technology. And this new dimension, with its Saiyans and Earthlings, they too show promise." "And once you have secured a vessel," the male voice inquired. Ishiki's consciousness pulsed with dark satisfaction. "Then we begin the true harvest. Not just of chakra, not just of ki, but of the power that comes from their fusion. A power that might elevate the Otsutsuki beyond even the gods of destruction." The void seemed to darken around them as the Otsutsuki reached consensus. The hunt would begin, silent and patient, as befitted immortal beings. And somewhere in the universe, the perfect vessel waited, unaware of the destiny being woven for it across the dimensional divide. Back in Konoha, Naruto stood atop the Hokage monument, gazing at the dimensional portal that now hung permanently in the sky above his village, a constant reminder of the expanded universe they now inhabited. Beside him stood Sasuke, arms crossed, expression contemplative. "The council wants restrictions," Sasuke informed him. "Protocols for who can participate in exchanges with the other dimension, security measures for the portal itself." "They'll get them," Naruto agreed. "But they won't stop this from changing everything, Sasuke. Our world just got a whole lot bigger. And more dangerous," Sasuke added. "It was already dangerous. At least now we have new allies." Naruto flexed his hand, focusing on the unfamiliar energy that still flowed alongside his chakra. With concentration, he managed to produce a small flicker of pure ki, not chakra, but the raw energy Goku manipulated so effortlessly. It dissipated almost immediately, but it was progress. Sasuke noticed the display with a raised eyebrow. "You're actually trying to learn their techniques." "Of course I am," Naruto replied. "And you should too. Imagine combining your Rinnegan abilities with ki manipulation." Sasuke didn't dismiss the idea outright, which from him was practically enthusiastic agreement. "Besides," Naruto continued with a grin, "Goku's going to be learning our jutsu. You really want a Saiyan with shadow clone technique showing you up? That sparked a competitive glint in Sasuke's eye. Fine. I'll participate in your exchange program. Someone needs to make sure you don't accidentally destroy the village while experimenting with alien energy forms. That's the spirit. Naruto clapped him on the shoulder. As they stood there, watching the sun set behind the portal, Naruto felt a strange sense of anticipation, like standing on the threshold of something momentous. Two souls, one destiny. That's what being Naruto had taught him. Despite their different origins, different powers, different lives, he and Goku shared a path now, protectors of their worlds against threats that span dimensions. And somewhere out there, those threats were gathering. Naruto could feel it in his bones, in the echo of Naruto's merged consciousness that still resonated within him. The Otsutsuki wouldn't give up easily. The battle had only just begun. But for the first time, they wouldn't be facing it alone. And that made all the difference. Chapter 3, The Divine Hunt. 3 months passed like water through cupped hands. 90 days of crossing dimensions, of learning, of growing. 90 days of pushing boundaries that were never meant to be crossed. Naruto sat cross-legged in the gravity chamber at Capsule Corporation, sweat beading on his forehead as he fought against the crushing pressure of 20 times Earth's normal gravity. Around him, red light bathed everything in an otherworldly glow, making the simple act of breathing feel like swimming through mud. Focus, Vegeta instructed, standing over him with arms crossed. Ki isn't like your chakra. You can't just direct it through pathways. You have to feel it in every cell of your body. Easy for you to say, Naruto grunted, straining to lift his arms. You've been doing this your whole life. A faint blue aura flickered around Naruto's body, not the golden chakra of the Nine Tails or his Six Paths power, but pure ki. It wavered, unstable, before dissipating entirely. Vegeta scoffed. Pathetic. Kakarot was right, you learn fast, but your control is abysmal. Despite the harsh words, Naruto caught the hint of respect in the Saiyan Prince's tone. Coming from Vegeta, this qualified as high praise. One more try, Naruto insisted, forcing himself to stand despite the gravity's pull. Vegeta stepped back, giving him space. Over the past months, they'd developed an understanding, not quite friendship, but mutual respect. Vegeta saw in Naruto echoes of his rival Goku, the same stubborn determination, the same refusal to accept limitations. The difference was that where Goku followed instinct, Naruto approached problems with surprising strategic insight. Naruto closed his eyes, reaching for that foreign energy that had lodged itself inside him since the fusion. Ki didn't flow like chakra, it radiated from a central point, expanding outward in all directions simultaneously. After months of practice, he could access it reliably, but controlling it remained challenging. He focused on the sensation, imagining it as a sun burning in his core. Slowly, carefully, he let the energy build, feeling it spread through his limbs. The blue aura returned, stronger this time, pushing against the increased gravity. Better, Vegeta acknowledged. Now try to move. Naruto took a step forward, then another. Each movement became progressively easier as the ki strengthened his body. Soon he was walking normally, the gravity no longer hindering him. Good, Vegeta said. Now attack me. Without warning, the Saiyan Prince launched a flurry of punches. Naruto dodged the first few, his ki-enhanced reflexes keeping pace, but a roundhouse kick caught him in the side, sending him flying across the chamber to crash into the wall. Still too slow, Vegeta criticized. Your mind hasn't caught up to your body's new capabilities. Naruto pushed himself up, wincing. I'm still thinking like a ninja. Anticipating, planning counterattacks. In a real battle, you won't have time to think. Vegeta deactivated the gravity chamber with a wave of his hand. Enough for today. You're making progress, but you're still nowhere near ready for a real fight with Ki. As they exited the chamber, Naruto couldn't help but compare Vegeta's teaching style with Jiraiya's. Both pushed him relentlessly, but where his old sensei had tempered harshness with humor and warmth, Vegeta was all cold efficiency. Still, results were results. "Any word from Goku?" he asked as they walked through Capsule Corp's corridors. Vegeta shook his head. "Kakarot is still in your dimension with that one-eyed friend of yours." "Sasuke," Naruto corrected automatically. "They're working on channeling chakra through a sword. Sasuke thinks if Goku can master that, it might help him with finer chakra control." "Humph, Kakarot with a sword is like giving a sledgehammer to a child. Dangerous and pointless." Naruto laughed. "You'd be surprised. Goku's picked up ninjutsu faster than anyone I've ever seen. His shadow clones are already solid enough to spar with." Before Vegeta could respond, Bulma's voice came over the intercom. "Naruto, Vegeta, we've got an incoming transmission from Konoha. You'll want to see this." They exchanged glances and quickened their pace toward the main lab. In the forest of death outside Konoha, Goku stood facing Sasuke Uchiha. Between them lay the shattered remains of what had once been a training sword, now reduced to metallic fragments scattered across the forest floor. "Sorry about that," Goku said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. "I guess I still don't know my own strength when it comes to chakra." Sasuke's expression remained neutral, though the slight twitch of his eye betrayed his annoyance. "That's the third sword today, son Goku. Perhaps we should try a different approach." "I'm really trying to hold back," Goku insisted. "It's just that chakra feels so different from ki. When I channel it, it's like trying to pour water through a straw when I'm used to opening a floodgate." Sasuke considered this. Over the past months, he'd observed Goku's progress with grudging admiration. The Saiyan absorbed techniques like a sponge, his body adapting to chakra manipulation with surprising ease. But his control remained erratic, immense power with little finesse, like a master swordsman trying to thread a needle while wearing gauntlets. "Perhaps we're approaching this wrong," Sasuke mused. "You excel at large-scale techniques. The Rasengan came naturally to you because it's about raw power contained in a simple form." Goku brightened. "Yeah. When Naruto showed me that move, it just clicked. It's a lot like focusing ki, but with a spin to it." "Exactly. So instead of trying to make you a precise chakra user, we should focus on techniques that complement your natural fighting style." Sasuke activated his Sharingan, studying the flow of chakra through Goku's body. "Your chakra network has developed impressively, but it's still structurally different from ours. You channel energy more like a river than a canal system. So what does that mean for training?" Sasuke reached into his pouch and withdrew a small scroll. "It means we adapt. This contains the instructions for a technique called Great Breakthrough, a wind-style jutsu that creates powerful gusts of air. Simple in concept but potentially devastating when applied with enough power." Goku took the scroll eagerly. "Awesome. Wind techniques are perfect since I can already manipulate air pressure with my ki attacks." As Goku studied the scroll, Sasuke sensed a familiar chakra signature approaching rapidly. Moments later, Shikamaru landed on a nearby branch, his normally bored expression replaced with urgency. "We have a situation," the shadow user announced. "Multiple dimensional rifts are opening around the 5 great nations. The Hokage has called an emergency meeting." Goku looked up from the scroll. "Rifts? Like when our dimensions first connected?" "Similar, but smaller and more numerous," Shikamaru confirmed. "And they're not connecting to your world, Goku. These are coming from somewhere else entirely." Sasuke's expression darkened. "Otsutsuki. That's the working theory," Shikamaru agreed. "We need to move. Now." Goku nodded, touching 2 fingers to his forehead. "I can get us there faster. Grab on." Sasuke and Shikamaru placed their hands on Goku's shoulders, and in an instant, they vanished from the forest, reappearing directly in the Hokage's office where Kakashi, Sakura, and several ANBU captains were already gathered around a holographic display. technology borrowed from Bulma's world. Ah, good timing, Kakashi said, looking up from the display. We were just about to contact Capsule Corporation. The hologram showed a map of the ninja world with dozens of glowing points scattered across it, each representing a dimensional disturbance. Most were concentrated around the hidden villages, but others appeared in seemingly random locations. What's the pattern? Sasuke asked, studying the map. That's just it, Sakura replied, pointing to several of the anomalies. There is no obvious pattern. Some are near population centers, others in completely uninhabited areas. Some are stable, others fluctuating wildly. It's a diversion, Shikamaru concluded, hands forming his familiar thinking pose. They're forcing us to spread our resources thin while they focus on their real target. Which is? Goku asked. All eyes turned to the largest anomaly on the map, directly above Konoha, where the permanent portal to Goku's dimension hung in the sky. They're targeting the main portal, Kakashi confirmed. Attempting to destabilize it, perhaps to force a larger dimensional merger. Goku's expression turned serious, a transformation that still surprised those who had only known him in his more carefree moments. We need to contact Bulma and Vegeta immediately. If they're targeting our portal, they're probably making moves in my world too. Kakashi nodded to an ANBU operative, who activated the communication device linked to Capsule Corporation. After a moment of static, Bulma's face appeared on the screen. We were just about to call you, she said without preamble. We've got dimensional disturbances popping up all over Earth. Please tell me it's the same on your side. Identical situation, Kakashi confirmed. We believe the Otsutsuki are making a coordinated move against both our dimensions. Naruto and Vegeta are here with me, Bulma said, angling the camera to include them in the frame. Whis just arrived with some troubling news as well. The blue-skinned angel stepped into view, his usual serene expression replaced with mild concern, which, for Whis, was equivalent to outright alarm. The Otsutsuki have been more active than we anticipated, Whis explained. They've been probing the dimensional boundaries systematically, looking for vulnerabilities. Lord Beerus is currently consulting with the other gods of destruction, but I fear their response may come too late. Too late for what? Naruto asked from the other side of the screen. For preventing what I believe is coming, Whis replied gravely. A full-scale Otsutsuki invasion across multiple dimensions simultaneously. A heavy silence fell over both rooms as the implications sank in. We need to close these rifts, Sasuke said finally. All of them. Agreed, Vegeta's voice came through the transmission. But how? There are dozens in each dimension, and we don't have enough fighters with the necessary power to address them all. Goku and Naruto exchanged looks, one in person, one through the screen. The same thought clearly passing between them. We could fuse again, Goku suggested. Naruto was able to seal the rifts last time. The circumstances are different, Whis cautioned. Last time, you were sealing rifts caused by outside manipulation. These rifts are being actively maintained by Otsutsuki power. Sealing them would require confronting the Otsutsuki directly. Then that's what we'll do, Naruto said with determination. Goku and I will fuse and take on the main threat. Everyone else can focus on the smaller rifts and whatever comes through them. Kakashi shook his head. It's not that simple, Naruto. We don't know how many Otsutsuki we're facing or what new abilities they might have developed. And the fusion has limits, time constraints, unknown side effects. We don't have a choice, Naruto insisted. You said it yourself, we don't have enough fighters to cover all the rifts. Naruto is our best option. Naruto's right, Goku agreed. Together, we stand a much better chance. And Naruto can move between dimensions more easily than either of us separately. The others exchanged concerned glances, but the logic was undeniable. If they were facing a coordinated Otsutsuki attack across dimensions, they needed a response that could match it. Very well, Kakashi conceded. But we need a coordinated strategy. Not just for the fusion, but for defending both worlds while you engage the main threat. I have a suggestion, Whis offered. If you're committed to this course of action, it would be wise to perform the fusion in a neutral location, one where the dimensional boundaries are already thin. This would give Naruto greater stability and access to both worlds simultaneously. The portal, Bulma realized. The permanent one between our dimensions. Exactly, Whis confirmed. If you perform the fusion there, Naruto would emerge at the nexus point between worlds, with equal access to both. Then that's our rendezvous point, Naruto declared. Goku, I'll meet you at the portal in 1 hour. That should give everyone time to mobilize and prepare defenses. I'll be there, Goku promised. As the transmission ended, Kakashi turned to address the assembled ninjas. You heard the plan. I need teams deployed to each of the rift locations within our reach. Priority is containment, prevent anything hostile from crossing over, but do not attempt to seal the rifts yourselves. That will be Naruto's responsibility once the fusion is complete. What about civilian protection? Sakura asked. Full evacuation protocols for all villages, Kakashi ordered. Move civilians to the designated shelters. We don't know what might come through these rifts, so we prepare for the worst. As the room emptied, only Kakashi, Sasuke, and Goku remained. The former Hokage fixed Goku with a penetrating stare. You understand what you and Naruto are proposing, don't you? He asked quietly. This isn't like before, when the fusion was a desperate, one-time measure. You're talking about creating Naruto as a deliberate strategy, possibly repeatedly if this conflict escalates. Goku nodded, unusually solemn. I know. And I know what you're really asking, what happens to Naruto and me each time we fuse? Do we change? Do we lose something of ourselves? He looked down at his hands. The truth is, I don't know. But I do know that every time we've fused, it's felt right. Like pieces clicking into place. That's what concerns me, Kakashi said. This fusion isn't just combining powers, it's combining souls, minds, personalities. The more you do it, the more Naruto becomes his own entity. And the more you and Naruto might blur around the edges. I've considered that, Goku admitted. So has Naruto. We've talked about it during training sessions. But we both agree, protecting our worlds comes first. If that means risking changes to ourselves, it's a price we're willing to pay. Sasuke, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. Just be aware that those changes affect more than just you two. They ripple outward, touching everyone connected to you. Families. Friends. Students. Goku's expression softened as he thought of Chi-Chi, Gohan, Goten, and all the others who relied on him being him. I understand. But sometimes the hardest choices are the right ones. With that, he placed 2 fingers to his forehead and vanished, teleporting away to prepare for what was to come. Sasuke turned to Kakashi once they were alone. He doesn't fully understand. Neither does Naruto. No, Kakashi agreed. They don't. But they're about to learn. Hinata Hyuga stood at the edge of the evacuation zone, watching as civilians filed into the mountain shelters carved beneath the Hokage monument. Beside her, her younger sister Hanabi directed the flow of people with calm efficiency. That should be the last group from the eastern district, Hanabi reported. The western neighborhoods are still being cleared. Hinata nodded, her Byakugan active as she surveyed the village. The academy students are all accounted for. Irika-sensei has them in the central shelter. She tried to keep her voice steady, professional, but Hanabi knew her too well. You're worried about him, the younger Hyuga observed. There was no need to specify who him was. Yes, Hinata admitted. This fusion, it changes him in ways I can't fully understand. You mean Naruto? Hanabi asked. Hinata nodded. When Naruto returns after being fused, he's still himself, but different. His chakra flow has altered. There are patterns I don't recognize, energies that don't belong in our world. The key energy from Goku's dimension, Hanabi suggested. It's more than that. Hinata deactivated her Byakugan, turning to face her sister directly. It's as if each time they fuse, a piece of Naruto remains behind in both of them. Like an imprint that doesn't fully fade. Before Hanabi could respond, a commotion drew their attention. Through the crowd came Bulma Brief, accompanied by a petite dark-haired woman Hinata had never seen before. Despite the chaos, the woman carried herself with dignity, her sharp eyes taking in everything around her. Hinata! Bulma called out, waving as she approached. I was hoping to find you before everything kicks off. Bulma-san, Hinata greeted with a polite bow. I didn't know you had crossed through the portal. Just arrived, Bulma confirmed. Special clearance from both sides, given the circumstances. I brought someone I thought you should meet. She gestured to her companion. This is Chi-Chi, Goku's wife. Hinata's eyes widened slightly. She had heard of Chi-Chi, of course. Naruto had mentioned her in his accounts of Goku's world, but they had never had the opportunity to meet. It's an honor, Hinata said with another bow. Naruto has spoken highly of your family. Chi-Chi returned the gesture, though her expression remained guarded. Likewise. Though I must say, this whole business with different dimensions and fusion techniques has been disruptive, to say the least. There was an edge to her voice that Hinata recognized immediately, the tension of a woman worried about her husband but too proud to show it openly. It mirrored her own feelings so perfectly that Hinata couldn't help but smile. Perhaps we could speak privately, she suggested. I believe we may have much in common. Chi-Chi seemed surprised by the request but nodded. I'd like that. Hinata turned to Hanabi. Can you manage here without me for a while? Of course, her sister assured her. Go. This is important. Bulma looked between the two wives with understanding. I'll leave you to it. I need to set up some monitoring equipment anyway. The scientific readings from the rifts could be crucial for understanding what we're dealing with. As Bulma departed, Hinata led Chi-Chi to a quiet corner of the evacuation zone, a small garden that had been set up to help keep children calm during the emergency. It was empty now, the children already safely inside. They're about to fuse again, Hinata said without preamble once they were alone. Chi-Chi nodded, her composure finally cracking slightly. I know. That's part of why I insisted on coming through the portal. If Goku is going to transform into someone else, I wanted to be here. To see it firsthand. I understand completely, Hinata said softly. The first time Naruto returned after becoming Naruto, I almost didn't recognize his chakra signature. It was still him, but with echoes of someone else. Goku's been different too, Chi-Chi admitted, sitting on a stone bench beside a small pond. More thoughtful, less impulsive. He actually considers consequences now, if you can believe it. She laughed, but there was worry behind it. In some ways, it's a welcome change, but you wonder how much more he'll change if they keep fusing, Hinata finished for her. If eventually, the man who returns to you won't be the one you married. Chi-Chi looked at her sharply. Yes. Exactly that. She studied Hinata with new appreciation. You understand. I do. Hinata sat beside her. Naruto has always been driven. Determined to protect everyone. But since meeting Goku, since becoming Naruto, there's a new dimension to that determination. He talks about responsibilities beyond our world, beyond our dimension. About cosmic balance and universal threats. Goku's always had a savior complex, Chi-Chi said with a sigh. He's never been able to turn away from a fight, especially if innocent people are in danger. But this is different. Bigger. They're carrying the weight of multiple worlds now, Hinata agreed. And I worry about what that burden will do to them over time. For a moment, they sat in understanding silence, two women from different dimensions united by the same concern. Have you told him? Chi-Chi asked finally. About your fears? Hinata shook her head. I've tried, but Naruto is focused on the mission. On the threat. He assures me he's still himself, that the fusion doesn't change who he is fundamentally. Men, Chi-Chi scoffed. So oblivious sometimes. Of course it changes them. How could it not? What about you? Hinata asked. Have you spoken to Goku about it? I've tried, but you know how Goku is with serious conversations. Chi-Chi rolled her eyes. Or maybe you don't. He listens for about 10 seconds, promises everything will be fine, then changes the subject to food or training. Despite everything, Hinata laughed. They're more alike than they realize, I think. That determination, that unshakable optimism. It's what draws people to them. What makes them natural leaders. And what makes them incredibly frustrating husbands, Chi-Chi added with a wry smile. That too, Hinata agreed, her own smile warming. A comfortable silence fell between them, broken only by the distant sounds of the evacuation continuing around them. In the sky above, the permanent portal glowed brightly against the darkening evening. Their husbands would be meeting there soon, becoming something more than either of them alone. I have an idea, Hinata said suddenly. If we can't make them understand our concerns individually, perhaps Naruto would listen to both of us together. Chi-Chi's eyebrows rose. You mean, confront the fusion directly? Tell Naruto our worries instead of trying to explain them to Goku and Naruto separately. Exactly. Naruto has both their memories, both their connections to us. But he also has a perspective that's unique, able to see things from outside either of their individual viewpoints. That, actually makes sense, Chi-Chi said, considering the idea. After all, if Naruto is becoming his own person with each fusion, maybe we need to establish a relationship with him directly. It's worth trying, Hinata said, her resolve strengthening. Once this current crisis is managed, we'll request a meeting with Naruto. Together. Chi-Chi nodded firmly, extending her hand. Agreed. For our husbands' sakes, and our own peace of mind. Hinata took the offered hand, feeling a surprising connection with this woman from another dimension. Different worlds, different lives, but united by love for men who carried the weight of universes on their shoulders. High above Konoha, the permanent dimensional portal pulsed with energy, responding to the disturbances spreading across both connected worlds. Naruto hovered before it, maintained aloft by carefully controlled chakra, waiting for Goku to appear. Around him, ANBU operatives maintained a perimeter, while Sasuke stood on a nearby rooftop, monitoring the situation with his Rinnegan. Anything? Naruto called down to his friend. Sasuke shook his head. The rifts continue to multiply. I'm counting over 60 distinct breaches now, spread across our world. No sign of who's creating them yet. They're drawing us out, Naruto muttered. Forcing us to show our hand. He glanced at the horizon, where the sun was beginning to set. The dimensional tiers were more visible in the twilight, shimmering distortions in reality that reflected light in ways that shouldn't be possible. Most were small, barely large enough for a person to pass through, but their very existence represented a dangerous weakening of the barriers between worlds. A familiar energy signature caught his attention moments before Goku materialized beside him, hovering in the air through pure ki manipulation. Sorry I'm late, the Saiyan said. Had to make sure Gohan and the others were positioned strategically. They're covering the rifts in our dimension as best they can. Same on our side, Naruto confirmed. Kakashi has deployed teams to all the major rifts. But it's like trying to plug holes in a dam with our fingers, there are too many, and they keep appearing. Goku nodded grimly. Vegeta thinks it's a distraction. The real attack will come once we're stretched thin. He's probably right, Naruto agreed. Which is why we need to end this quickly. Find the source and shut it down. Fusion. Fusion. They moved to position themselves directly before the permanent portal, where the dimensional boundaries were thinnest. As they prepared for the fusion dance, a new presence appeared, Whis, materializing without warning beside Sasuke on the rooftop below. "A moment, if you please," the angel called up to them. "Before you proceed, there's something you should know." Naruto and Goku exchanged glances before descending to the rooftop. "What is it, Whis?" Goku asked. "We're kind of in a hurry here." "Understandable," Whis acknowledged. "But haste without proper information could be disastrous. The Otsutsuki have evolved their strategy since your last encounter." "What do you mean?" Naruto questioned. "My investigations suggest they've been studying your fusion, analyzing the energy patterns of Naruto from afar. They're specifically targeting the unique signature created when chakra and ki merge." "Why would they do that?" Goku asked. "What do they gain?" Whis's expression turned grave. "Power, of course. The Otsutsuki have always sought to harvest the energy of other beings and worlds. But the power generated by your fusion represents something new, a type of energy they've never encountered before. Energy they wish to claim for themselves. So the rifts aren't just an invasion strategy," Sasuke concluded. "They're bait. They want to draw out Naruto specifically." "Precisely," Whis confirmed. "Which means the fusion you're about to perform is exactly what they're hoping for." Naruto's jaw set stubbornly. "So what? Even if it's playing into their hands, we still need Naruto's power to deal with these rifts. Unless you have a better solution." "Not a solution," Whis clarified, "merely a warning. If you proceed with the fusion, be prepared for a direct confrontation with Otsutsuki who have specifically prepared to face Naruto." "Let them come," Goku said with the confident grin that had faced down gods and demons alike. "Naruto handled them before." "Overconfidence is a weakness they will exploit," Whis cautioned. "Remember that while you've been training to master each other's abilities separately, they have been developing techniques specifically designed to counter your combined form." The warning sobered both warriors. They exchanged a look of mutual understanding. The stakes had just risen significantly. "We'll be careful," Naruto promised. "But we still need to do this." Whis nodded, accepting their decision. "Very well. I will continue monitoring the dimensional disturbances and provide what assistance I can. Lord Beerus has authorized me to intervene if the situation threatens universal stability." "Thanks, Whis," Goku said sincerely. As the angel stepped back, Naruto and Goku returned to their position before the portal. The fusion dance, once unfamiliar to Naruto, now felt almost natural, muscle memory reinforced by their previous mergings. "Ready?" Goku asked, taking his starting position. "Ready," Naruto confirmed, mirroring him. Fu, Shaun, Ha. Their movements synchronized perfectly, fingertips meeting at the exact moment their bodies aligned. Light erupted from the point of contact, blinding in its intensity, as reality itself seemed to bend around them. The permanent portal pulsed in response, its energy intertwining with the fusion process, strengthening and stabilizing it. When the light faded, a single figure hovered before the portal, neither Naruto nor Goku, but Naruto. His appearance had evolved since their first fusion, the once jarring combination of features now harmoniously blended. His hair stood in golden spikes with distinctive orange highlights, while his clothing represented a perfect merger of Naruto's Hokage cloak and Goku's gi. The whisker marks on his cheeks were more pronounced, and his eyes shifted between blue and teal as they surveyed the world around him. But the most striking change was his aura, no longer simply chakra and ki existing alongside each other, but a new energy that combined aspects of both. Golden with blue undertones, it flowed around him like liquid light, responding to his will with perfect precision. "Naruto," Sasuke acknowledged, studying the fused being with his Rinnegan. "Your energy signature has changed since last time. More integrated." Naruto nodded, his voice the now familiar blend of Naruto's and Goku's. "I am more complete than before. Each fusion brings greater stability, greater harmony between my dual natures. He turned his attention to the dimensional rifts visible throughout the sky, his enhanced perception allowing him to see far more than either Naruto or Goku could individually. I can sense the Otsutsuki influence behind these tiers. They're being maintained from a central point, a nexus of dimensional manipulation. Can you locate it? Whis asked. Naruto closed his eyes, extending his senses beyond normal perception, following the threads of energy that connected the rifts. Yes. It's not in either of our dimensions directly. It exists in the space between, the dimensional void that separates realities. The void, Whis mused. A clever choice. Few beings can navigate that non-space safely. I can, Naruto stated with quiet confidence. The fusion exists at the intersection of dimensions. The void is navigable to me. Be cautious, Whis warned. The void contains dangers beyond the Otsutsuki. Entities and forces that exist outside conventional reality. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. I'll seal as many rifts as I can before entering the void. That should buy time for both worlds and reduce the immediate threat. Without further discussion, he ascended higher into the sky, positioning himself at the center of the visible rifts above Konoha. His hands formed a complex seal that combined Naruto's jutsu techniques with Goku's ki manipulation, creating a hybrid form that channeled his unique energy. Dimensional sealing art, harmonic convergence. From Naruto's body erupted waves of golden blue energy, expanding outward in concentric circles. Where they touched a dimensional rift, the tier began to close, reality knitting itself back together under his guidance. One by one, the rifts sealed, their unnatural energy neutralized by Naruto's power. Below, Sasuke watched with analytical precision. His control is much greater than before. More refined. Yes, Whis agreed. The fusion has evolved. Each time they merge, Naruto becomes more stable, more cohesive. Less a combination of two beings and more an entity in his own right. Is that a concern? Sasuke asked, voicing what many had privately wondered. Whis's expression remained carefully neutral. That depends entirely on what Naruto chooses to become. Above them, Naruto completed his sealing of the local rifts and turned his attention to the more distant ones. With a burst of speed that defied normal physics, he vanished, reappearing moments later at another cluster of rifts hundreds of miles away. For the next hour, he moved across the ninja world with preternatural efficiency, sealing rift after rift, occasionally crossing through the permanent portal to address those in Goku's dimension as well. His power seemed to grow with each sealing, as if the process of restoring dimensional balance was itself strengthening his unique energy. Finally, only a handful of the most persistent rifts remained, those directly connected to the void nexus Naruto had sensed earlier. He returned to the permanent portal, where Sasuke, Whis, and now Kakashi awaited him. Most of the rifts are sealed, he reported. But the primary source remains active. I need to enter the dimensional void to address it directly. What will you find there? Kakashi asked. Otsutsuki, certainly, Naruto replied. But which ones or how many, I can't say. The void distorts my perceptions. You shouldn't go alone, Sasuke stated. I can use my Rinnegan to, no, Naruto interrupted firmly. The void is too dangerous for anyone not specifically adapted to its nature. Even your Rinnegan couldn't protect you from its effects for long. He's right, Whis confirmed. The dimensional void exists outside normal spacetime. It erodes conventional matter and energy. Only beings with certain adaptations can survive there. Like the Otsutsuki, Kakashi concluded. And now Naruto. Naruto nodded. I'll return as soon as I've neutralized the threat. In the meantime, maintain vigilance. Some of the rifts may reactivate if the Otsutsuki realize what I'm doing. With that, he turned toward the largest remaining rift, a jagged tear in reality that pulsed with malevolent energy. Unlike the others, this one didn't lead to another dimension but to the void between them. Naruto approached it cautiously, his aura intensifying as a protective measure. "Be careful," Sasuke called after him, the simple phrase carrying the weight of concern from someone not given to emotional displays. Naruto looked back one last time, a smile that was pure Naruto crossing his face. "Always am." Then he plunged into the rift, vanishing into the dimensional void beyond. The void was nothing like Naruto had imagined. Not empty space, not darkness, but a churning maelstrom of raw, unformed reality, potential given half-existence. Colors that had no names in any language swirled around him, while shapes that defied Euclidean geometry formed and dissolved in moments. There was no up or down, no forward or backward, only existence and non-existence, separated by the thinnest of barriers. His dual nature served him well here. Naruto's chakra provided structure and intent, while Goku's ki created a protective field around him, preventing the void's erosive effects from touching his physical form. Together, they allowed Naruto to navigate what should have been unnavigable. He followed the threads of Otsutsuki energy deeper into the void, moving toward what felt like a central nexus. The further he traveled from normal space-time, the more alien his surroundings became. Occasionally, he glimpsed things at the periphery of his vision, entities that existed in the void naturally, observing his passage with incomprehensible awareness. Finally, he reached what could only be described as a place, though the term barely applied in this non-space. Here, the swirling chaos of the void was more ordered, shaped by conscious will into a semblance of stability. At its center floated a crystalline structure, not physical in any conventional sense, but a manifestation of pure dimensional energy, pulsing in rhythm with the rifts Naruto had been sealing. And surrounding this crystal were 5 figures that Naruto recognized immediately as Otsutsuki, though only one was familiar, Isshiki, somehow restored to a semblance of life despite having been seemingly destroyed in their previous encounter. At last, Isshiki's voice carried through the void without sound waves, a direct impression upon Naruto's consciousness. The fusion appears, just as predicted. The other Otsutsuki turned their attention to Naruto, their pale eyes studying him with cold calculation. Each wore the distinctive white garments of their clan, but with variations that suggested different ranks or lineages. "Interesting," said one, a female with a third eye in the center of her forehead. "Its energy signature is more cohesive than our models predicted. The integration between chakra and ki is nearly complete." "Does that alter the extraction process, Kagaya?" asked another, tall and severe, with horns that curved forward like a bull's. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the name. "Kagaya? But you were sealed." The female Otsutsuki smiled thinly. "I am not the Kagaya you know, fusion being. I am from what you might call a parallel branch of the Otsutsuki clan. In your limited terminology, a cousin of the Kagaya who visited your world." "The multiverse is vast," Isshiki added, seeming to enjoy Naruto's confusion. "And the Otsutsuki clan spans far more of it than you comprehend. For every dimension, every timeline, there are variants of us, harvesting energy in our eternal cycle." "Then you're not the Isshiki I defeated," Naruto concluded. "Oh, but I am," Isshiki corrected. "When you destroyed my physical form, my essence retreated here, to the void. It's a contingency all higher-ranking Otsutsuki prepare for. My kinsman found me, restored me, and together we developed a new strategy, one centered entirely around you, Naruto." "Me? Why?" The bull-horned Otsutsuki stepped forward. "Because you represent something unprecedented, a successful fusion of energies from segregated dimensions. Energy that, when combined, creates power greater than the sum of its parts. Power we intend to harvest." Naruto's eyes darted to the crystal structure behind them. "That's what this is about. The rifts, the coordinated attacks, it was all to draw me out, to bring me here." "Precisely," Kagaya confirmed. "The crystal nexus behind us is a dimensional siphon, designed to extract and store the unique energy your fusion creates. Once calibrated with a sample of your power, it can drain you from across dimensions, wherever you might be. And you think I'll just let you take a sample?" Naruto's aura intensified, the golden blue energy forming a protective shell around him. We anticipated resistance, Isshiki said calmly. In fact, we counted on it. Without warning, the 5 Otsutsuki moved in perfect coordination, forming a pentagonal formation around Naruto. From each extended tendrils of pure white energy that connected to form a cage-like structure. Dimensional binding art, intoned the bull-horned Otsutsuki. A technique developed specifically for containing beings that exist across multiple reality states. The cage contracted rapidly, pressing against Naruto's aura. Where they touched, his energy sizzled and destabilized, as if the very principles that allowed his fusion to exist were being disrupted. Naruto grimaced, feeling the pressure not just against his physical form but against the metaphysical bond that united Naruto and Goku within him. They were attacking the fusion itself, trying to unravel him at his most fundamental level. Your fusion is impressive, Isshiki commented as the cage continued to contract, but ultimately flawed. It relies on harmony between disparate energies, a harmony we can disrupt. Naruto refused to give in to panic. Instead, he drew on the strategic mind of Naruto and the battle instincts of Goku, analyzing the attack from both perspectives simultaneously. They're targeting the connection points between chakra and ki, he realized. The places where the energies blend. But that means, instead of fighting the disruption by trying to maintain the perfect harmony of his merged energy, Naruto did something unexpected. He deliberately separated the chakra and ki within himself, creating distinct layers of energy that the Otsutsuki's technique couldn't easily target. What is he doing? The female Kaguya demanded, noticing the change immediately. Adapting, Isshiki replied, his tone showing the first hint of concern. Quickly, increase the binding pressure. The pentagonal cage contracted further, but now it struggled to find purchase on Naruto's divided energies. Like trying to grip oil and water simultaneously, the binding slipped between the separated forces. Naruto seized the momentary advantage, gathering pure chakra in one hand and pure ki in the other. Instead of merging them as he normally would, he kept them distinct but coordinated. Rasengan, he called with Naruto's voice, thrusting forward with his right hand. Kamehameha. He simultaneously shouted with Goku's voice, extending his left. The two attacks launched independently, the spiraling chakra sphere and the beam of concentrated ki striking different points of the binding cage. Where they hit, the Otsutsuki construct fractured, its carefully calibrated disruption field unable to counter two completely different energy types simultaneously. Impossible, the bull-horned Otsutsuki exclaimed as the cage shattered around them. He's using the energies separately. He shouldn't be able to do that, Kaguya insisted. The fusion should require integration to maintain stability. Naruto smiled grimly, bringing his hands together and allowing the chakra and ki to recombine into his unique merged energy. You're right, Naruto exists at the integration point between Naruto and Goku. But that doesn't mean I can't access their individual abilities when needed. Ishiki's eyes narrowed. The fusion has evolved beyond our calculations. Proceed to contingency strategy. At his command, the crystal nexus behind them pulsed brightly, sending waves of energy throughout the void. Suddenly, dozens of new rifts began opening around them, not leading back to the ninja world or Goku's dimension, but to other realities entirely. Through these tiers came glimpses of worlds Naruto had never seen, landscapes of crystal and flame, oceans that flowed upward instead of down, cities built on the backs of creatures the size of mountains. What are you doing? Naruto demanded, sensing the dimensional fabric stretching dangerously thin. If we cannot extract your power cleanly, Isshiki replied, then we will take it by force, even if it means destabilizing multiple dimensional clusters in the process. You're insane, Naruto realized. You'd risk countless dimensions just to harvest my energy. The Otsutsuki have harvested entire universes throughout our history, Kaguya stated coldly. What are a few dimensions compared to the power we seek? Naruto felt rage building within him, Naruto's righteous indignation at such callous disregard for life, combined with Goku's fierce protectiveness. But beneath the anger was something else, understanding. He could perceive the dimensional structure around him in ways neither Naruto nor Goku could individually, seeing how the rifts interconnected, how they strained the fabric of reality. "You've miscalculated," he told the Otsutsuki, his voice deadly calm. "You assumed that because I can manipulate dimensional energy, I'm limited to the same techniques and approaches you use. But I'm not just a dimensional traveler, I'm a fusion of two world protectors, each with their own way of facing threats." As he spoke, Naruto's aura began to change, expanding and intensifying. The golden-blue energy shifted, taking on aspects of both the Ninetales chakra mode and Super Saiyan Blue simultaneously. "From Naruto, I have the power to share energy, to connect with others, to heal what's broken." Tendrils of golden chakra extended from him, reaching toward the rifts, not to seal them but to stabilize them, preventing them from growing or causing further damage. "From Goku, I have the power to transform, to transcend limitations, to reach new levels of existence." The blue key aspect of his aura pulsed brighter, his hair lifting as if caught in an unseen wind, crackling with energy that transcended normal physics. "Together, they give me something neither of you could ever understand, the power of connection. Of bonds that transcend dimensions." As his transformation completed, Naruto stood before them radiating power unlike anything the Otsutsuki had encountered, not just immense in quantity, but fundamentally different in quality. This wasn't the raw force of chakra or ki, but something new that existed at the intersection of all dimensional energies. Dimensional harmony, complete fusion. The void itself seemed to respond to his call, the swirling chaos around them momentarily stilling as if in recognition of a kindred force. Naruto raised his hands, and from him extended not just energy but understanding, a fundamental comprehension of how dimensions connected, how they supported each other, how they existed in cosmic balance. With that understanding came control. Not the brutal, exploitative control the Otsutsuki sought, but harmonizing influence that worked with the natural flow of dimensional energies rather than against them. One by one, the rifts the Otsutsuki had opened began to close, not sealed by force, but gently guided back to their natural state of separation. The crystal nexus at the center of their formation pulsed erratically, its carefully calibrated disruption field now working against it as Naruto reversed its polarity. "No!" Isshiki shouted, lunging toward the crystal. "Stop him!" The Otsutsuki attacked as one, each launching their most devastating techniques. But Naruto moved through their assaults with impossible grace, his body shifting between solid and energy states as needed, sometimes using Naruto's substitution jutsu, other times Goku's instant transmission, and occasionally something entirely new that allowed him to exist partially in multiple states simultaneously. He reached the crystal nexus before they could stop him, placing both hands upon its multidimensional surface. Rather than destroying it outright, he reconfigured it, turning the Otsutsuki's weapon into a tool for restoration. Dimensional restoration art, cosmic rebalance. The crystal flared with light as its purpose was fundamentally rewritten. Instead of siphoning energy, it now projected stability, sending waves of harmonizing force throughout the dimensional void. The rifts accelerated their closure, reality firming up around them as the natural barriers between dimensions reasserted themselves. "What have you done?" Kaguya demanded, her third eye widening in alarm. "I've turned your own creation against you," Naruto explained calmly. "This crystal will now actively prevent dimensional tampering within its influence range, which, thanks to its position in the void, extends to all connected dimensions." "You've created a dimensional stabilizer," the bull-horned Otsutsuki realized with horror. "Our harvesting techniques won't work anymore," Naruto confirmed. "At least not in the dimensions connected to this nexus point. You'll have to find your harvests elsewhere." Ishiki's face contorted with rage. "This changes nothing in the grand scheme, fusion being. The Otsutsuki clan spans the multiverse. We will find other dimensions, other energy sources." "Perhaps," Naruto acknowledged. "But not these dimensions. Not these people. They're under my protection now." As he spoke, the last of the rifts sealed themselves, leaving only the tear through which Naruto had originally entered. The void around them began to stabilize, the chaotic swirling settling into more predictable patterns under the influence of the repurposed crystal. "This isn't over," Isshiki warned, already beginning to fade as the dimensional pressures forced the Otsutsuki to retreat. "We will find other means, other approaches. The harvest is eternal, Naruto. Remember that." One by one, the Otsutsuki disappeared into the depths of the void, leaving Naruto alone with the humming crystal nexus. He studied it for a moment, ensuring his modifications would hold, before turning toward the remaining rift that would take him back to the ninja world. As he approached it, however, he hesitated. Something felt different. The fusion had always been temporary before, maintained by circumstance and necessity. But this time, after channeling such profound dimensional energies and achieving a deeper integration than ever before, Naruto felt more solid, more permanent. Within his unified consciousness, he could still distinguish the individual presences of Naruto and Goku, their memories, personalities, bonds. But the boundaries between them had blurred further, creating something that was increasingly becoming its own distinct entity. Should I return as Naruto? He wondered. Or separate back into Naruto and Goku as before? The question brought with it implications neither of his component selves had fully considered. If the fusion became permanent, what would that mean for everyone connected to Naruto and Goku? Their friends, families, responsibilities, all would be fundamentally altered. Yet the power he now wielded as Naruto was undeniably necessary. The Otsutsuki threat remained, and other dimensional dangers might emerge. As a unified being, he could protect both worlds far more effectively than Naruto and Goku could separately. But at what cost? The thought resonated through his dual consciousness. Naruto closed his eyes, looking inward at the merged souls that comprised his existence. He could feel Naruto's bonds, to Hinata, Boruto, Himawari, the entire village he had sworn to protect as Hokage. He could equally feel Goku's connections, to Chi-Chi, Gohan, Goten, and the earth he had defended countless times. Those bonds were not just attachments, they were foundational to who Naruto and Goku were as individuals. To sever them by remaining permanently fused would be to betray the very values that had made the fusion possible in the first place. Not yet, Naruto decided aloud, his voice echoing strangely in the void. The time may come when a permanent fusion is necessary, but that decision must be made with full understanding of its consequences, and with the consent of all affected, not just Naruto and Goku. With that resolution, he passed through the rift, returning to the ninja world where Sasuke, Kakashi, and Whis awaited his return. "The void rifts have all closed," Sasuke reported as Naruto emerged from the final tear, which sealed itself behind him. "Whatever you did in there worked." "For now," Naruto replied, descending to the rooftop where they stood. "I repurposed their dimensional siphon into a stabilizer. It should prevent further Otsutsuki incursions through the void, at least temporarily." Whis studied him with interest. "Your energy signature has changed again. More cohesive, more permanent." Naruto nodded. "The fusion has deepened. Each time Naruto and Goku merge, I become more stable, more integrated." "Is that a concern?" Kakashi asked directly. "It could be," Naruto admitted. "If the trend continues, there may come a point where separation becomes difficult or even impossible." A heavy silence followed this statement. The implications were enormous, not just for Naruto and Goku individually, but for both their worlds. "Did you encounter Otsutsuki in the void?" Sasuke asked, changing the subject. "5 of them, including Isshiki, or a version of him that survived our last encounter. They've been studying the fusion, developing techniques specifically to counter or exploit it." "As we feared," Whis murmured. "The Otsutsuki are nothing if not adaptable. They retreated when their plan failed," Naruto continued, "but they'll return with new strategies. They see the fusion as a source of power to harvest, unprecedented energy created by the merging of chakra and ki." "Can they actually do that?" Kakashi asked. Harvest your energy specifically? They were trying to, Naruto confirmed. They built a crystal nexus to siphon the unique signature created by the fusion. I repurposed it, but the knowledge of how to target me remains. Which means you, Naruto and Goku, will remain their primary targets, Sasuke concluded. Yes. But now we know what they're after and how they operate. We can prepare. As they discussed next steps, a commotion from below drew their attention. Hinata and Chi-Chi had arrived, accompanied by Bulma and several ANBU escorts. The two wives looked up at Naruto with expressions that mixed relief, concern, and determination. They've been waiting for your return, Kakashi explained. Apparently they have something important to discuss with you, specifically with Naruto, not Naruto and Goku separately. Naruto looked down at the women who were married to his component selves, feeling a complex mix of emotions. He recognized them, of course, had both Naruto's and Goku's memories of them, both sets of feelings. But his perspective as Naruto was different, seeing them through a unified lens that neither Naruto nor Goku possessed individually. I should speak with them, he decided. Before separating. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. You're planning to separate, then? Despite the increased stability? Yes, Naruto confirmed. The time isn't right for a permanent fusion. Both worlds still need their individual protectors, and Naruto and Goku have responsibilities that can't be fulfilled by me alone. He descended to where Hinata and Chi-Chi waited, landing softly before them. Up close, the changes in him were more apparent, not just the physical blending of features, but a presence that radiated calm authority unlike either Naruto's warm charisma or Goku's carefree confidence. Hinata. Chi-Chi, he greeted them with a slight bow. I understand you wish to speak with me specifically. The two women exchanged glances before Hinata stepped forward, her quiet strength evident in her steady gaze. We need to talk about what happens to Naruto and Goku each time you're created, she said directly. About how they're changing. Chi-Chi nodded firmly beside her. And about what those changes mean for everyone connected to them. Naruto studied them thoughtfully. You're concerned that the more often the fusion occurs, the more Naruto and Goku become like me even when separated. Yes, Hinata confirmed. Each time Naruto returns, his chakra is different. His thought patterns are altered. He's still himself, but, with echoes of Goku. Of you. And Goku's the same, Chi-Chi added. More thoughtful, more strategic. Less Goku in some ways. You fear they're losing themselves, Naruto concluded. Becoming something neither of you recognize. The directness of his assessment caught them momentarily off guard. Neither Naruto nor Goku would have cut so quickly to the heart of their concerns. Yes, Hinata admitted. We're afraid that eventually, the men who return to us won't be the ones we married, but some hybrid of each other, or worse, pale shadows of you. Naruto considered this seriously. Your concerns are valid. The fusion is changing them, just as experiences change anyone. But perhaps not in the way you fear. He gestured for them to follow him to a more private location, a small garden area away from the watching eyes of the ANBU and officials. Once they were seated, he continued. Naruto and Goku are not losing themselves to me, he explained. Rather, through me, they're gaining access to aspects of themselves they couldn't reach before. Naruto is becoming more intuitive, more connected to the raw spiritual energy Goku manipulates. Goku is becoming more reflective, more aware of how his actions affect others, something Naruto has learned through years of leadership. But these changes are accelerating, Chi-Chi pointed out. What happens when they've changed so much they're no longer the men we know? Change is inevitable, Naruto replied gently. Even without the fusion, both would continue to grow and evolve. What makes this different is the direction and speed of that evolution. And the fact that it's being influenced by someone else, Hinata added. Naruto shook his head. Not someone else. That's the misconception. I am not a third party influencing them from outside. I am them, a unified expression of who they are at their core, without the limitations of their individual histories and circumstances. He paused, considering how to explain something so fundamental yet so abstract. Think of it this way, Naruto and Goku are like two musical instruments playing separate melodies. When they fuse, I am both instruments playing in harmony, creating music neither could produce alone. When they separate again, they retain the memory of that harmony, and it influences their individual playing. But eventually, won't their individual melodies be lost entirely to the harmony? Hinata asked, understanding the metaphor but still concerned. Only if they choose to let go of their individual identities entirely, Naruto assured her. And that is a choice neither would make lightly, because their individual connections, to you, to their children, to their worlds, are precious to them. To us. Chi-Chi studied him with narrowed eyes. You speak as if you care about us too. Of course I do, Naruto replied simply. I have all their memories, all their bonds. I love who they love, care for who they care for. The difference is that I see those connections through a unified perspective. And what does that unified perspective tell you about this situation? Hinata asked. About the future of the fusion. Naruto was silent for a moment, genuinely considering the question. It tells me that balance is necessary. That while the fusion serves a vital purpose in protecting our worlds, it cannot come at the cost of the connections that make those worlds worth protecting. He looked at each woman in turn, his gaze conveying sincerity. I promise you this, when I separate, I will ensure that Naruto and Goku retain their core selves. The changes they experience will be integrative, not replacive, adding to who they are, not overriding them. Can you actually control that? Chi-Chi asked skeptically. To a degree, yes, Naruto confirmed. The separation process is not automatic. There is intention behind it, focus. I can guide how the shared experiences are distributed between them. Relief showed on both women's faces, though tempered with lingering concern. Hinata reached out, hesitantly placing a hand on Naruto's arm, the first time she had touched the fusion directly. Thank you for listening, she said softly. For understanding our fears. And for not dismissing them, Chi-Chi added. Neither of those knuckleheads would have grasped the situation so quickly. Naruto smiled, an expression that somehow captured both Naruto's warmth and Goku's openness. That's part of why the fusion exists. Together, we, see more clearly than either can alone. He stood, indicating that their conversation was concluding. It's time for me to separate. The crisis is over for now, and both worlds need their individual protectors back. Before you go, Hinata said quickly, may I ask one more thing? Naruto nodded encouragingly. Do you want to exist permanently? She asked, the question clearly difficult for her. If you had the choice, would you choose to remain Naruto rather than returning to being Naruto and Goku? The question struck at something fundamental, something Naruto himself had been contemplating in the dimensional void. He considered his answer carefully. I experience existence differently than either Naruto or Goku, he finally replied. For me, separation is not death or non-existence, but transformation back into my component selves. I remain, in a sense, within both of them. He paused, then continued more personally. But do I enjoy existing as a unified being? Yes. There is a completeness to this state that is profound. Yet I also value what Naruto and Goku bring to the world individually, their unique perspectives, their distinct relationships. Including their relationships with both of you. Chi-Chi folded her arms, unsatisfied. That's not really answering the question. Naruto smiled at her directness, so like Goku's in some ways. The honest answer is that I don't yet know what my ultimate purpose should be. For now, I exist to protect both worlds from threats neither Naruto nor Goku could face alone. Whether that requires permanent existence someday, that will be a decision for all affected, not just for me. With that, he stepped back, his aura intensifying as he prepared for separation. Thank you both for your concern, for Naruto, for Goku, and even for me. It means more than you know. Before either could respond, Naruto closed his eyes, focusing inward on the dual consciousnesses that comprised his existence. As promised, he guided the separation carefully, ensuring that while both Naruto and Goku would retain the growth they had experienced, their core identities would remain distinct and intact. Light enveloped him, bright enough to make Hinata and Chi-Chi shield their eyes. When it faded, two separate figures stood where one had been, Naruto and Goku, themselves again, but carrying within them the echoes of something greater. They looked at each other first, a moment of silent understanding passing between them, before turning to their wives. "Hi honey, I'm home," Goku offered with his characteristic grin, one hand rubbing the back of his head. Chi-Chi rolled her eyes but couldn't suppress a relieved smile. "You idiot," she said fondly, the familiar exasperation in her voice tinged with obvious love. Naruto turned to Hinata, his blue eyes searching hers. "Are you okay?" he asked softly. She studied him carefully, noting the subtle differences in his chakra flow, the slight changes in how he carried himself. But his eyes, the windows to his soul, were still unmistakably, uniquely Naruto. "I am now," she replied, stepping forward to embrace him. As the reunited couples shared their moment, Sasuke and Kakashi watched from a distance, joined by Whis who had observed the entire exchange with thoughtful interest. "It seems the fusion is becoming more than just a tactical asset," Kakashi noted quietly. "Indeed," Whis agreed. "Naruto is evolving with each manifestation, becoming more distinct, more complete. A true dimensional nexus point in sentient form. Is that dangerous?" Sasuke asked bluntly. Whis considered the question. "That depends entirely on what he chooses to become. Like any being of great power, the potential for both creation and destruction exists within him. And the Otsutsuki will continue to target him," Sasuke added. "Without doubt," Whis confirmed. Today's victory was significant but temporary. The Otsutsuki are patient and resourceful. They will develop new strategies, new approaches. Kakashi sighed. "So this is just the beginning." "Of something, certainly," Whis replied enigmatically. "Whether it's the beginning of a new age of interdimensional cooperation or the prelude to something more troubling, only time will tell." Below them, Naruto and Goku stood with their wives, unified in purpose despite once again being separate in form. The bond between them transcended dimensions now, a connection forged through shared existence that neither time nor space could easily break. And somewhere in the dimensional void, the crystal nexus pulsed with stabilizing energy, maintaining the boundaries between worlds. For now, at least, both dimensions were safe from Otsutsuki interference. But as Isshiki had warned, the harvest was eternal. This was merely a respite, not an end. The divine hunt had only just begun. Chapter 4, Ascension. 6 months after the Void incursion, what had begun as an emergency fusion technique had evolved into something far more complex. The worlds of Ninja and Saiyan were irrevocably linked now, connected not just by the permanent portal that hung in the sky above Konoha, but by the shared experience of interdimensional crisis and the unique bond between their greatest protectors. Naruto sat alone in his office, watching dawn paint the village in gold and shadow. The paperwork that typically crowded his desk lay untouched. Instead, his hands moved through a series of unfamiliar gestures, not ninja hand signs, but the precise movements Goku had taught him to channel ki more effectively. A faint blue aura flickered around his fingers, not the golden chakra of the Nine Tails, but pure life energy drawn from a source that shouldn't exist in his world. "You're getting better at that." Naruto didn't turn at Sasuke's voice. He'd sensed his friend's approach long before the Uchiha materialized on his office balcony, another new ability, this heightened awareness that extended beyond normal sensory perception. "Still not enough," Naruto replied, letting the ki dissipate. "I can channel it, but controlling it precisely is another matter entirely." Sasuke stepped into the office, his lone visible eye studying Naruto with analytical intensity. Shikamaru tells me you've been canceling meetings. The council is concerned. The council is always concerned, Naruto countered, finally turning to face his friend. They've been in near constant panic since the dimensional portal first appeared. They have reason to be. The Otsutsuki incursions are increasing in frequency. Naruto sighed, rubbing his temples. I know. I've felt every one of them. Like ripples in water I didn't know I was standing in. Sasuke's gaze sharpened. Another side effect of the fusion. Side effect, enhancement, it's all a matter of perspective. Naruto stood, moving to the window where the dimensional portal was clearly visible, a perfect circle of energy hanging in the morning sky. Goku feels them too. We've been comparing notes. Telepathically, Sasuke stated rather than asked. Naruto nodded. It started after the third fusion. Brief flashes at first, impressions, emotions. Now we can communicate clearly across dimensions, no jutsu required. Does the council know? What do you think? Naruto's lips curved in a humorless smile. They're already questioning my judgment, claiming I'm too influenced by external forces. If they knew Goku and I were in constant communication, they'd see it as confirmation of their fears, Sasuke concluded. That you're becoming something other than the Hokage they elected. The accusation hung in the air, unspoken but palpable. Naruto turned back to his friend, blue eyes meeting mismatched ones. Am I? He asked simply. Sasuke didn't hesitate. Yes. But then, you've always been becoming something new, Naruto. The question isn't whether you're changing, it's whether those changes compromise who you fundamentally are. And your assessment? You're still the same stubborn, idealistic fool I've known since childhood, Sasuke replied, a hint of warmth creeping into his normally cold tone. Just with expanded perspectives. Naruto laughed, a genuine sound that momentarily banished the weight of responsibility from his shoulders. That might be the nicest thing you've ever said to me, Sasuke. Don't get used to it. The Uchiha's expression sobered. But the council's concerns aren't entirely without merit. The political situation is becoming complicated. Not just here, but in Goku's world as well. You've been spending time there, Naruto observed. Someone needs to understand both sides of this equation, Sasuke replied. Their world functions differently from ours, no hidden villages, no shinobi system. Their power structures are more diffuse. Except for the gods of destruction, Naruto noted. They're about as centralized as power gets. That's part of the problem. Beerus has been holding divine assemblies regarding the dimensional breach. The other gods of destruction are growing increasingly concerned about the fusion, about Naruto. Naruto turned back to the window, his expression thoughtful. They see him as a threat to cosmic order. A being who exists outside their carefully maintained system of checks and balances. Are they wrong? The blunt question hung in the air. Naruto considered it seriously before answering. No, he admitted finally. Naruto exists in a category they don't have rules for. He's not mortal, not divine, he's something in between. A bridge between worlds. And bridges can be crossed from both directions, Sasuke pointed out. Which makes them nervous. Before Naruto could respond, a sharp pain lanced through his head, bringing him to one knee. Images flashed through his mind, not memories, but real-time sensations. A barren landscape. Energy blasts cutting through the air. Blood. Naruto. Sasuke was at his side instantly, supporting him as the episode passed. It's Goku, Naruto gasped, clutching his head. He's under attack. Otsutsuki. At least 3 of them. Coordinated strike. He staggered to his feet, already moving toward the door. Assemble a response team. I need to get to the portal immediately. Sasuke caught his arm. Naruto, wait. This could be exactly what they want, to draw you out, force another fusion. I know, Naruto replied grimly. But Goku needs help, and right now I'm the only one who can reach him quickly enough. After a moment's hesitation, Sasuke nodded. I'll alert Kakashi and the others. Just, be careful. Remember what happened in the void. Naruto's expression hardened with determination. Trust me, Sasuke. That's one lesson I won't forget. In a remote wasteland far from civilization, Son Goku battled for his life. The terrain around him lay shattered, mountains reduced to rubble, canyons carved by energy blasts, the very air shimmering with residual power. His GI was torn, blood streaming from a cut above his eye, but his stance remained unwavering as he faced his attackers. 3 Otsutsuki circled him like predators, each distinctive in appearance but sharing the same pale skin, white clothing, and cold, calculating eyes. Their coordinated attacks had driven Goku to his limits, forcing him to transform into Super Saiyan Blue just to survive. Your resistance is impressive, Saiyan, said the leader, a tall, horned male with a third eye in the center of his forehead. But ultimately futile. Goku wiped blood from his face, his expression serious but not defeated. You know, you guys really need some new material. That whole, resistance is futile, line gets pretty old after a while. The female Otsutsuki to his left laughed, a sound devoid of warmth. He still has spirit, Momoshiki. Perhaps we should demonstrate what true power looks like. Patience, Kinshiki, Momoshiki replied. We want him weakened but conscious. The fusion cannot occur if he's incapacitated. Goku's eyes narrowed at the mention of fusion. So that's what this is about. You're trying to force Naruto and me to fuse again. Perceptive, said the third Otsutsuki, a slender, androgynous figure with 6-fingered hands. But only partially correct. We don't merely want you to fuse, we want you to fuse under specific conditions, with our energies already integrated into the process. Not gonna happen, Goku replied, gathering his ki for another attack. But if it's a fight you want, I'm happy to oblige. He lunged forward, his speed creating afterimages as he aimed a powerful punch at Momoshiki. The Otsutsuki dodged with casual grace, but Goku had anticipated this, pivoting mid-movement to deliver a roundhouse kick to Kinshiki instead. The female Otsutsuki blocked, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. His combat instincts are remarkable, the 6-fingered Otsutsuki observed. But he lacks the dimensional awareness to truly challenge us. Then let's expand his perspective, Isshiki, Momoshiki suggested with a cold smile. The 3 Otsutsuki moved in perfect synchronization, forming a triangular formation around Goku. From each extended tendrils of pale energy that connected, creating a 3-dimensional geometric pattern with Goku at its center. Dimensional refraction technique, they intoned simultaneously. The air around Goku shimmered, reality itself seeming to bend and warp. Suddenly, he found himself fighting not just the 3 Otsutsuki before him, but reflections of them from other dimensions, partial manifestations that attacked from impossible angles, passing through solid matter as if it didn't exist. Goku gritted his teeth, blocking and dodging with increasing desperation. These weren't shadow clones or afterimages, they were the same beings attacking from multiple dimensional planes simultaneously, making conventional defense nearly impossible. A refracted strike from Kinshiki caught him in the ribs, sending him crashing through a rock formation. Before he could recover, Ishiki's 6-fingered hand emerged from what appeared to be empty air, grabbing Goku by the throat and lifting him. You see the difference now? Ishiki asked. You exist in 3 dimensions. We exist in many more. Goku struggled against the grip, his ki flaring brighter as he pushed deeper into his Super Saiyan Blue form. You're not the first, multidimensional beings. I've fought, he managed between gasps. With a surge of power, he broke free, instantly teleporting to a position 20 feet away. Blood trickled from new wounds, but his eyes remained clear, focused. "You're right about one thing," he told the Otsutsuki as they regrouped. "I don't have your dimensional powers. Not on my own." He wiped blood from his mouth, a determined smile forming. "But I don't need to fight alone." As if on cue, the air behind him shimmered, a tear in reality forming without warning. Through it stepped Naruto Uzumaki, already cloaked in his six-path sage mode, golden chakra radiating from him in waves. "You're late," Goku said without looking back, recognizing his friend's energy signature immediately. "Traffic was terrible," Naruto replied, stepping up beside him. His eyes, now cross-shaped pupils surrounded by golden irises, surveyed the battlefield and the three Otsutsuki. "I see you've made some new friends." "They're not very friendly," Goku quipped, his spirits lifting despite the dire situation. Momoshiki studied the newcomer with cold interest. "The Hokage arrives, right on schedule. Your dimensional sensitivity is developing nicely." "Not sensitivity," Naruto corrected. "Connection. Goku and I can sense when the other is in danger, no matter how far apart we are." "A side effect of the fusion," Isshiki noted. "The boundaries between your souls are thinning with each merger. Soon, you'll exist in a state of partial integration even when physically separated." Naruto and Goku exchanged quick glances, neither willing to admit that the Otsutsuki's assessment matched their own private concerns. "Enough talk," Kinshiki declared, her patience clearly exhausted. "The parameters are aligned. Initiate the containment field." The three Otsutsuki raised their hands simultaneously, and from the ground around Naruto and Goku erupted pillars of energy, not the pale white typical of Otsutsuki techniques, but a sickly purple-black that pulsed with corrupted power. "What is this?" Naruto demanded, his chakra cloak flaring brighter as he sensed the danger. "Divine energy," Goku realized, recognizing the distinctive signature. "But twisted somehow. Corrupted." Momoshiki smiled coldly. "Very good, Saiyan. What you're experiencing is indeed God Ki, harvested from a god of destruction and, modified for our purposes." "Impossible," Goku said, genuine shock in his voice. "No god of destruction would willingly give their power to the Otsutsuki." "Willingly?" "No," Isshiki agreed. "But necessity creates unusual alliances. Some among the pantheon believe your fusion represents a greater threat to cosmic order than we do." The pillars of corrupted God Ki connected at the top, forming a dome that completely enclosed Naruto and Goku. Within this space, they could feel their powers being suppressed, not blocked entirely, but dampened, restrained. "A divine cage," Naruto observed, his tactical mind already analyzing the technique. "Designed specifically to contain beings with both chakra and ki." "Not just contain," Kinshiki corrected. "Guide. You will fuse, as you've done before. But this time, the process will occur within our controlled environment, allowing us to siphon and harvest the unique energy your merger creates." Goku's expression hardened. "And if we refuse to fuse? Then this containment field will continue to contract until it crushes you both," Momoshiki replied matter-of-factly. "Your deaths would be inconvenient for our plans, but not prohibitive. We can always locate other candidates with compatible energies." Naruto and Goku stood back to back, assessing their options. The containment field was already beginning to contract, the space within the dome gradually shrinking. "Ideas?" Naruto asked quietly. "A few," Goku replied. "But none of them end with both of us walking away separately." Naruto nodded, understanding the implication. "Fusion." "Fusion," Goku confirmed. "But on our terms, not theirs." "How?" "This field is specifically designed to control the fusion process." Goku's lips curved in a confident smile. "They're using God Ki, right? But it's corrupted, imperfect. And I've spent years training with Beerus and Whis. I know how genuine divine energy feels, how it moves." "You think you can disrupt the field?" Naruto asked, hope kindling. Not alone, Goku admitted. But together, combining your 6 paths powers with my God Ki training, we might be able to purify this corrupted energy enough to create an opening. Naruto considered this for a moment before nodding decisively. Worth a shot. What do you need from me? Your truth-seeking orbs, Goku said, eyeing the black spheres hovering behind Naruto. They can negate most ninjutsu. Let's see how they interact with corrupted God Ki. Without hesitation, Naruto directed the black spheres toward the dome's perimeter. Upon contact, the truth-seeking orbs began to absorb the corrupted energy, but slowly, as if the divine power was resistant to negation. It's working, but too slowly, Naruto observed. The dome's still contracting. Then we accelerate the process, Goku decided. He closed his eyes, concentrating deeply. The blue aura of Super Saiyan Blue intensified around him, but then shifted, becoming more refined, more controlled, taking on aspects of the genuine divine energy he had experienced during his training with Whis. He placed his hands against Naruto's back, channeling this purified God Ki directly into his friend. Focus your chakra through the truth-seeking orbs. Use my energy as a template of sorts. Your 6 paths power should be able to recognize the difference between corrupted and pure divine energy. Naruto did as instructed, feeling Goku's refined ki flow into him. It wasn't an invasive sensation, more like a memory of something his body already knew from their time as Naruto. His chakra responded, the golden glow taking on hints of divine blue as it coursed through the truth-seeking orbs. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The black spheres began to glow with golden blue light, purifying the corrupted God Ki wherever they touched it. Cracks appeared in the dome, rays of pure light streaming through. Outside the containment field, the Otsutsuki noticed the disruption with alarm. Impossible! Kinshiki exclaimed. They're purifying the divine corruption. Stabilize the field. Momoshiki ordered. Channel more power into the anchors. But it was too late. The purification spread like wildfire, racing along the energy patterns of the dome. Within seconds, the entire structure shattered, releasing a shockwave that sent the Otsutsuki staggering backward. In the center of the crater where the dome had stood, Naruto and Goku remained standing, both surrounded by a unified aura that combined golden chakra and blue God Ki in perfect harmony. Now that, Goku said with a fierce grin, was teamwork. Naruto nodded, equally pleased by their success. But there was no time to celebrate. The Otsutsuki were already regrouping, their expressions shifting from surprise to cold calculation. Impressive, Momoshiki acknowledged. You've both progressed further than our models predicted. The integration between your energies is occurring even without formal fusion. A secondary connection pathway, Isshiki theorized. The repeated fusions have created an energy bridge that persists even when they're physically separate. Enough analysis, Kinshiki snapped. Implement the contingency. The 3 Otsutsuki each produced a small crystalline object from within their robes. When brought together, the crystals formed a triangular configuration that began to pulse with the same corrupted divine energy that had powered the containment dome. I don't like the look of that, Naruto muttered. Me neither, Goku agreed. Time for Plan B. Naruto met his gaze, both understanding what Plan B entailed. You're sure? After what they just tried, I know, Goku acknowledged. It's risky. But separately, we might not have enough power to counter whatever they're about to unleash. The crystalline formation was now hovering in the air, rotating slowly as it gathered energy from the surrounding environment. Reality itself seemed to warp around it, dimensions bending inward toward a central point. Dimensional collapse initiator, Momoshiki announced, a note of triumph in his voice. If we cannot harvest your fusion energy cleanly, we will take it by force, by collapsing the dimensional boundaries around you, forcing an uncontrolled merger of not just your bodies, but the very fabric of space-time surrounding you. Naruto's eyes widened in alarm. They're trying to create a localized dimensional implosion. If that happens, everything within a 100-mile radius gets pulled into the void, Goku finished grimly. Including the nearest population centers. They shared one final look, a moment of perfect understanding passing between them. Despite the risks, despite the Otsutsuki's obvious attempt to manipulate them, they had no choice. The fusion was their only hope of stopping the impending catastrophe. Fu. They began the familiar dance, their movements perfectly synchronized after months of practice. The Otsutsuki watched with cold satisfaction, believing their trap had succeeded. Shaun. Energy swirled around them, chakra and ki intermingling in increasingly complex patterns. But something was different this time, a deliberate modification to the technique, subtle but significant. Ha! Their fingertips met at the precise moment, but instead of simply touching, they intertwined their fingers, altering the energy flow at the critical juncture of merger. Light exploded outward, temporarily blinding even the dimensionally enhanced vision of the Otsutsuki. When it faded, Naruto stood before them, but not the Naruto they had expected or planned for. This Naruto radiated power beyond anything previously manifested. His hair stood in golden spikes with streaks of silver running through it, while his eyes shifted between sapphire blue and divine purple. His clothing had evolved as well, the orange and black gi now incorporating elements that resembled sage mode markings, with the kanji for harmony emblazoned on the back. But most striking was his aura, a perfect blend of six-path sage chakra and god ki, swirling around him in layers of gold, blue, and silver that bent light itself. "What is this?" Kinshiki demanded, genuine alarm in her voice. "This isn't the fusion signature we calculated." Naruto smiled, a confident expression that combined Naruto's determination with Goku's battle readiness. "You sought to control the fusion process, to harvest its energy for yourselves. But you overlooked something fundamental. Fusion isn't just about combining powers. It's about evolution." His voice had changed too, still recognizable as a blend of Naruto's and Goku's, but with harmonic undertones that seemed to resonate on multiple frequencies simultaneously. "Each time Naruto and Goku fuse, I become more than I was before. More integrated, more balanced, more complete." He raised a hand, examining the energy that flowed around it with calm interest. "What you're witnessing now is the next stage of that evolution. You could call it," ascended Naruto. Without warning, he vanished, moving with speed that exceeded even instant transmission. He reappeared directly between the Otsutsuki and their dimensional collapse device, one hand extended toward the crystalline formation. Dimensional harmonization. A pulse of energy, not destructive, but recalibrating, emanated from his palm. The corrupted crystals responded, their sickly purple-black energy gradually shifting, purifying into a clear, resonant blue. "No." Momoshiki lunged forward, attempting to reclaim the crystals. "Those are attuned specifically to our dimensional frequency." Naruto made no move to stop him, allowing the Otsutsuki to grasp the transformed crystals. But when Momoshiki attempted to channel his power through them, the purified energy rebounded, sending him staggering backward. "I haven't destroyed your device," Naruto explained calmly. "I've simply realigned it with its true purpose. These crystals were never meant for dimensional collapse, they're stabilizers, meant to reinforce reality at stress points between worlds." Urashiki's eyes narrowed. "How could you possibly know that?" "Because I exist at the intersection of dimensions," Naruto replied simply. "I can see the true nature of dimensional tools and techniques in ways neither Naruto nor Goku could individually. These crystals were created by beings far older than the Otsutsuki, guardians of dimensional integrity whom your clan overthrew eons ago." This revelation visibly shook the Otsutsuki, their confident facades cracking. "Impossible," Kinshiki whispered. "Those records were expunged from all accessible dimensions." "Accessible to you, perhaps," Naruto corrected. "But the dimensional void preserves knowledge that exists nowhere else. During my time there, I glimpse truths your clan has tried to bury for millennia. He turned to Momoshiki, who was still clutching the transformed crystals. Including the truth about your supposed alliance with the gods of destruction. You didn't harvest that divine energy willingly given, you stole it, corrupted it, from a battlefield where Beerus fought against invaders from another universe. The accusation hung in the air, damning in its precision. The Otsutsuki exchanged glances, their carefully constructed deception unraveling before them. This changes nothing, Momoshiki finally declared, regaining his composure. You may have thwarted our dimensional collapse, but you remain outnumbered and in hostile territory. Naruto's expression remained serene, untroubled by the threat. Numbers mean little when dimensions themselves can be allies. He raised his hand, and the air around them rippled as reality responded to his will. You've hunted across worlds for power, harvesting and consuming without regard for balance or harmony. That ends today. The ripples in reality solidified into portals, not chaotic tears, but perfectly formed doorways to other dimensions. Through them stepped figures that made the Otsutsuki pale even further, Whis, accompanied by Beerus, Kampa, and 3 other gods of destruction. Lord Beerus, Momoshiki managed, his voice strained. This is unexpected. Is it? The feline deity replied coldly. Did you really believe we wouldn't notice your theft of divine energy? Or your attempts to manipulate dimensional boundaries under our authority? Kampa, Beerus's twin brother and god of destruction for Universe 6, stepped forward. The Omni King himself has taken notice of your activities, Otsutsuki. Consider yourselves fortunate that he sent us rather than coming personally. The other gods of destruction, a tall, blue-skinned woman with flowing hair, a corpulent green being with 4 arms, and a skeletal figure wrapped in bandages, spread out, encircling the Otsutsuki. This was your plan all along, Urashiki realized, looking at Naruto with newfound understanding. You weren't just defending against our attack, you were using it to expose our operations to the divine pantheon. The fusion sees further than either of its components alone, Whis observed, studying Naruto with obvious interest. Fascinating. Your dimensional awareness has evolved beyond even our projections. Naruto inclined his head in acknowledgement. The Otsutsuki have been playing both sides, posing as dimensional regulators to the gods while secretly undermining cosmic stability for their own harvesting operations. They needed to be exposed before their manipulations reached a critical point. And you chose us as your witnesses, Beerus concluded, a dangerous smile spreading across his feline features. Clever. Very clever. The Otsutsuki, recognizing their perilous position, moved into a defensive formation. This isn't over, Kinshiki declared. The clan spans countless dimensions. Even the gods of destruction cannot monitor all of existence. Perhaps not, agreed the blue-skinned goddess. But we can certainly remove the 3 of you from the equation. What followed could hardly be called a battle. The gods of destruction moved with terrifying efficiency, their divine powers overwhelming even the dimensional manipulations of the Otsutsuki. Within moments, Kinshiki and Urashiki had been reduced to fading particles of light, their very existence erased from reality. Only Momoshiki remained, protected by a desperate dimensional shifting technique that kept him partially out of phase with current reality. This victory is temporary, he spat at Naruto. The balance you seek to protect is itself an illusion, fusion being. All dimensions eventually collapse, all energies eventually disperse. We Otsutsuki merely accelerate the inevitable. Naruto approached him calmly, unperturbed by the dimensional shifting that made Momoshiki appear to flicker in and out of solid existence. If all things must end, then let your clan's dimensional harvesting end here, today. Return to your home dimension. Exist without consuming others. Momoshiki laughed, a hollow, bitter sound. Naive, despite your power. Our home dimension was consumed eons ago. We exist now only as dimensional nomads, harvesting what we need to survive. Then find another way to survive, Naruto replied simply. Adaptation, not consumption. Creation, not destruction. It's a choice all beings with awareness must make. For a moment, something like uncertainty flickered across Momoshiki's features, a glimpse of possibilities never considered. Then his expression hardened once more. Too late for philosophy, fusion being. We are what time and necessity have made us. With that, he activated a final technique, his body dissolving into streams of light that vanished into the dimensional fabric around them. Not destruction, but escape, a tactical retreat to fight another day. As the last traces of Otsutsuki presence faded, the gods of destruction turned their attention to Naruto. Impressive work, Beerus acknowledged grudgingly. Though I'm not entirely comfortable with how easily you manipulated us into position. Not manipulation, Naruto corrected respectfully. Alliance. The Otsutsuki threat concerns all dimensions, all levels of existence. Even the divine pantheon isn't immune to their long-term plans. Perhaps, Kampa said skeptically. But this ascended form of yours raises new questions. You're channeling divine energy now, poorly and inefficiently, but divine nonetheless. An unexpected development, Naruto admitted. The result of purifying the corrupted god ki the Otsutsuki were using. Whis studied him thoughtfully. It's more than that, I suspect. Each fusion has brought Naruto and Goku closer to dimensional transcendence. This latest evolution suggests you're approaching a threshold, a point beyond which separation may become difficult, if not impossible. The statement landed heavily, confirming fears that had been growing in both Naruto and Goku's minds. Naruto's expression remained calm, but a flicker of concern passed through his eyes. Is that your assessment as well? He asked the angel. It's a possibility we must consider, Whis replied diplomatically. The energies within you are integrating more completely with each fusion. Eventually, they may reach a state where disentanglement is no longer feasible without significant damage to both component identities. The blue-skinned goddess of destruction stepped forward. Which raises another concern. If this fusion becomes permanent, what exactly would you be? Not human, not Saiyan, not God, but something outside our established cosmic hierarchy. A wild card, the bandaged god added, his voice a rasping whisper. Unpredictable and unaccountable. I would be what I have always been, Naruto replied steadily. A protector of worlds, a maintainer of balance. My existence transcends categories, yes, but my purpose remains clear. Beerus and Kampa exchanged glances, clearly unconvinced. Noble sentiments, Beerus acknowledged. But power changes perspective over time. What you intend now may not be what you become centuries or millennia from now. A valid concern, Naruto conceded. But one that applies to all beings with power, including the gods of destruction themselves. We all face the challenge of remaining true to our highest values despite the corrupting influence of power. The response seemed to surprise the assembled deities, earning a thoughtful nod from the blue-skinned goddess and even a small smile from Whis. Well said, the angel commented. But practical matters remain. The dimensional stability in this region has been severely compromised by the Otsutsuki's activities. It requires immediate attention. Naruto nodded, turning to survey the battlefield. The wasteland around them showed signs of dimensional fracturing, places where reality had thinned to transparency, revealing glimpses of other worlds beyond. I can stabilize it, he stated with quiet confidence. The purified crystals will serve as anchoring points. With your permission, I'll establish a permanent stabilization network that should prevent further Otsutsuki manipulation in this dimensional sector. The gods of destruction conferred briefly before Beerus spoke for the group. Proceed. But understand that this authorization is provisional. The Divine Assembly will want to review this situation in detail, particularly your evolution. Understood, Naruto agreed. I welcome any oversight that serves dimensional harmony. With that settled, the god stepped back, allowing Naruto space to work. He moved to the center of the dimensional disturbances, the purified crystals floating into position around him in response to his will. As he began the stabilization process, channeling his unique blend of energies into the fracture points, Whis approached him privately. "A moment of your time," the angel requested, his voice pitched low enough that even the gods of destruction couldn't overhear. Naruto nodded, maintaining his concentration on the stabilization technique. "The permanent fusion is closer than you've admitted to them," Whis observed, not a question but a statement of fact. "I can see the integration patterns within your energy signature. They're approaching a critical threshold." Naruto's hands continued their precise movements, guiding dimensional energies into alignment, but his eyes met Whis's directly. "Yes. I estimate 3 more fusions at most before separation becomes problematic." "Have you informed those who would be most affected by this development? The families, friends, and colleagues of Naruto and Goku?" A shadow passed across Naruto's features, a rare display of emotional uncertainty. "Not fully, no. There have been discussions about the possibility, but not the imminence." Whis nodded, unsurprised. Such news is difficult to deliver, particularly when it involves the potential permanent loss of loved ones. "Not loss," Naruto corrected, though without conviction. "Transformation. I would still retain all their memories, all their bonds. But you would not be them," Whis pointed out gently. "No matter how perfectly you integrate their memories and personalities, you would be a new entity with your own distinct perspective and priorities." Naruto was silent for a long moment, focusing on the stabilization process. When he finally spoke, his voice was thoughtful, reflective. "There's an ancient meditation technique from Naruto's world that speaks of the ship of Theseus. If every plank is gradually replaced, is it still the same ship? Naruto and Goku are already changing, becoming more like each other even when separated. The boundary between transformation and replacement is philosophically complex." "Indeed," Whis agreed. "But philosophical complexity provides little comfort to those facing the potential loss of husbands, fathers, friends, and leaders." "What would you have me do?" Naruto asked, genuine uncertainty in his tone. "Honesty," Whis replied simply. "Those who love Naruto and Goku deserve to understand what's happening, to prepare for possibilities, to have their voices heard in a decision that affects them profoundly." Naruto absorbed this advice, recognizing its wisdom. "You're right, of course. After this stabilization is complete, it's time for difficult conversations." Whis nodded, satisfied with this commitment. For what it's worth, the divine pantheon has faced similar situations before, beings who transcend their original categories, evolving into something new. It's disruptive, yes, but not unprecedented. And how did those situations resolve? The angel's expression turned enigmatic. Each case found its own balance, in time. The cosmos has a remarkable capacity for adaptation, provided the transformative entity remains aligned with foundational harmony. With that cryptic reassurance, Whis rejoined the gods of destruction, leaving Naruto to complete his work. The dimensional stabilization proceeded with remarkable efficiency, reality knitting itself back together under his guidance. The purified crystals anchored the repairs, creating a network of reinforced points that would prevent future manipulation. As the last fractures sealed, Naruto floated gently back to the ground, the tremendous expenditure of power finally showing in slight fatigue around his eyes. The wasteland around them had been transformed, not restored to its original barren state, but reshaped into something new. Where dimensional energies had been most concentrated, unusual formations now stood, crystalline structures that caught the light in impossible ways, pools of water that reflected not the sky above but vistas from other worlds, plant life unlike any native to Earth sprouting in concentric circles. A dimensional nexus, the blue-skinned goddess observed, studying the transformed landscape with professional interest. "You've not merely repaired the damage but established a controlled connection point between realities." "Yes," Naruto confirmed. "A safety valve of sorts. Minor dimensional pressures can equalize here naturally, preventing the buildup of tensions that might lead to catastrophic breaches elsewhere." "Clever," Beerus admitted grudgingly. "Though maintaining it will require ongoing attention." I'm aware, Naruto replied. This nexus will be my responsibility. The implication of long-term, personal oversight was not lost on the assembled deities. It presumed Naruto's continued existence, not as a temporary fusion but as a persistent entity. The Divine Assembly will wish to establish formal protocols for this arrangement, Kampa noted, his tone making it clear this was non-negotiable. Naruto bowed respectfully. I welcome their guidance. Dimensional harmony requires cooperation at all levels of existence. With matters apparently settled, the gods of destruction prepared to depart. Portals opened around them, not the chaotic rifts the Otsutsuki created, but perfect circles of divine energy leading back to their respective realms. We'll be watching you, fusion being, Beerus said as a parting remark. Don't make us regret this accommodation. I understand, Naruto replied solemnly. And I appreciate the trust you've extended, provisional though it may be. As the gods disappeared through their portals, only Whis remained, his thoughtful gaze still fixed on Naruto. You face a difficult path, the angel observed. Walking the boundary between worlds, between identities, between cosmic categories. Few beings could maintain balance under such conditions. I have excellent teachers, Naruto replied with a slight smile. Both within and without. Whis returned the smile. Indeed. Naruto's resilience and Goku's adaptability serve you well. But remember that even the most integrated fusion has fault lines, stress points where disparate elements meet. In times of crisis, those points may become vulnerabilities. I'll remain vigilant, Naruto promised. With a nod of acknowledgement, Whis stepped through the last remaining portal, which closed behind him with a soft pulse of divine light. Left alone in the transformed landscape, Naruto finally allowed himself a moment of quiet reflection. The fusion felt different this time, more stable, more complete, but also more permanent. The boundaries between Naruto and Goku within his unified consciousness had blurred further, their distinct energies and memories integrating in ways that would make clean separation increasingly difficult. Whis was right. It was time for honest conversations with those who would be most affected. But first, he needed to understand exactly what was happening to him, to them, to the fusion itself. Naruto settled into a meditative pose, floating slightly above the ground as he turned his awareness inward. Within his mindscape, he sought out the distinct essences of his component selves, the bright, determined spirit of Naruto and the powerful, carefree soul of Goku. Once, these had existed as clearly separate entities within the fusion, like two distinct colors swirled together but not fully mixed. Now, the boundaries between them had softened, areas of complete integration where it was impossible to determine where one ended and the other began. Naruto. Goku. Can you hear me? The response came not as separate voices but as harmonic resonances within his own consciousness. We're here, they answered, a synchronized thought that nonetheless carried the distinctive essences of both men. But differently than before. The integration is accelerating, Naruto acknowledged. This fusion feels more permanent. We know, they responded. We can feel it. The distinction between being fused and being separate is fading. Are you afraid? Naruto asked, the question directed equally to both aspects of himself. A complex wave of emotions flowed through the unified consciousness, concern, certainly, but also curiosity, acceptance, even anticipation. Fear was present but not dominant. Not afraid, came Naruto's distinct resonance. But concerned for those we would leave behind. For the promises we might not keep, added Goku's essence. The responsibilities we've carried separately. Naruto absorbed these concerns, feeling them as his own, which, in a very real sense, they were. Then we face this together. We speak with one voice to those who need to understand what's happening. No more half-truths, no more minimizing the possibility of permanent fusion. Agreement flowed through the shared consciousness, a unified resolution forming. The time for pretending this was a temporary measure had passed. Reality needed to be confronted, difficult though it might be. With this decision made, Naruto rose from his meditation. The dimensional nexus around him had stabilized further during his introspection, settling into a new ecological balance. Life adapted quickly to changed circumstances when given the chance, a lesson he hoped would apply to the human hearts that would soon face their own adaptation challenge. He raised his hand, opening a portal not to the void or to another dimension, but to Konoha, to home. Through it, he could see the Hokage's office where Sasuke, Kakashi, Shikamaru, and others waited anxiously for news of Naruto. Before stepping through, Naruto took one last look at the transformed landscape, a physical manifestation of what he himself was becoming, neither one thing nor another, but something new forged at the intersection of different realities. Beautiful in its hybridity, powerful in its integration, but fundamentally different from what had existed before. With a deep breath, he stepped through the portal, ready to begin the most difficult conversations of his unified existence. In the Hokage's office, tension hung thick in the air. Hours had passed since Naruto had rushed to Goku's aid, and the silence that followed had been ominous. Sasuke stood by the window, his mismatched eyes fixed on the dimensional portal hanging in the sky, while Kakashi and Shikamaru pored over reports of dimensional disturbances detected throughout the ninja world. "Something's changed," Sasuke said suddenly, his Rinnegan activating as he sensed a shift in the energy patterns. The portal's resonating at a different frequency. Before anyone could respond, reality rippled in the center of the room, a perfect circular opening forming without warning. Through it stepped Naruto, but a version of the fusion unlike any they had seen before. The silver-streaked hair, the shifting purple-blue eyes, the aura of integrated divine energy, all marked a significant evolution from previous manifestations. "Naruto," Kakashi acknowledged, instantly noting the changes. "I take it the situation with the Otsutsuki has been resolved." "For now," Naruto confirmed, the portal closing behind him. "But there are complications we need to discuss." Shikamaru studied him with sharp analytical eyes. "You're different. The fusion has evolved again." "Yes," Naruto admitted, meeting their gazes directly. "This manifestation represents another step in the integration process. One that brings us closer to a possibility we can no longer ignore." "Permanent fusion," Sasuke stated bluntly. "It's happening faster than you predicted." Naruto nodded, appreciating the Uchiha's directness. The confrontation with the Otsutsuki forced an adaptation, an accelerated integration of energies that neither Naruto nor Goku could have achieved separately. "How long?" Kakashi asked quietly. 3 more fusions at most before separation becomes prohibitively difficult," Naruto replied. "Possibly fewer, depending on circumstances and necessity." The news landed heavily in the room. Shikamaru rubbed his temples, the strategic implications already racing through his mind. The political fallout will be significant. Both worlds have built systems around their individual protectors. Naruto is not just the Hokage, he's a symbol, a foundation stone for the entire ninja alliance. And Goku, while not a political figure, plays a similar role in his world, Kakashi added. The defender of last resort against cosmic threats. Naruto moved to the window, looking out over Konoha, the village Naruto had sworn to protect, had given his life to many times over. "I understand the implications better than anyone. I carry both their memories, both their commitments." "But you wouldn't be either of them," Sasuke pointed out, the harshness of his tone masking deeper concern. "You'd be Naruto, a new entity with your own perspective, your own priorities." "Yes and no," Naruto replied thoughtfully. "I am both and neither. A continuation rather than a replacement, but changed by the integration. The philosophical question is whether that change represents the loss of what came before, or its evolution into something new." "Philosophy won't comfort their families," Shikamaru noted pragmatically. "Or reassure anxious political leaders." Naruto turned back to face them, his expression resolute. "Which is why I need to speak with them directly. All of them, family, friends, colleagues, leaders. In both dimensions. No more partial truths or minimized possibilities. When? Kakashi asked. Now, Naruto decided. Beginning with those closest to them. Hinata and the children. Chi-Chi and her family. They deserve to hear this first, directly from me. Sasuke stepped forward. I'll arrange it. A neutral meeting place, perhaps at the dimensional nexus point where the stable portal connects our worlds. Thank you, Naruto said sincerely. That would be appropriate. As Sasuke left to make arrangements, Kakashi approached Naruto with a more personal question. How do they feel about this? Naruto and Goku, I mean. Within the fusion. Naruto's expression softened slightly. Concerned but not afraid. Protective of those they love, worried about promises unfulfilled. But also, accepting of the possibility. They understand that sometimes protection requires sacrifice. Typical of both of them, Kakashi observed with a sad smile. Always ready to give themselves for others. It's not just sacrifice, Naruto clarified. There's also, discovery. Being Naruto isn't an ending for either of them, but a transformation into something that incorporates all they've been while transcending previous limitations. Shikamaru shook his head. Still sounds like the end of Naruto and Goku as distinct individuals to me. Perhaps, Naruto acknowledged. But consider this, are either of them truly the same people they were before the dimensional contact? Haven't they already begun transforming into something new, even when separated? The question gave Shikamaru pause, forcing him to consider how much Naruto had already changed, the new abilities, the altered perspective, the increasingly frequent moments when glimpses of Goku's personality seemed to shine through his friend's familiar demeanor. They're already blurring around the edges, the shadow user admitted reluctantly. I've seen it in Naruto. Moments when he seems different. Not unrecognizable, but changed in subtle ways. Exactly, Naruto confirmed. The integration has already begun, with or without permanent physical fusion. Their experiences as Naruto have left increasingly permanent imprints on both of them. The implications of this hung in the air, the possibility that even if they maintained separate physical existences, Naruto and Goku might continue to converge mentally and spiritually until they were no longer fully distinct individuals. Kakashi sighed, accepting the inevitable. Then we prepare for transition. Not just the possibility of permanent fusion, but the reality that our friend is already becoming something different, something new. Naruto placed a hand on his former sensei's shoulder, a gesture that was pure Naruto despite coming from the fused being. Change doesn't erase what came before. It builds upon it. A comforting thought, Kakashi replied. Let's hope the others find it equally so when they hear the news. The meeting place chosen could not have been more symbolic. The permanent dimensional portal that connected the ninja world with Goku's Earth, expanded temporarily to create a neutral space between realities. Here, at the exact boundary between worlds, representatives from both dimensions gathered to hear Naruto's announcement. From the ninja world came Hinata with Boruto and Himawari, supported by Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, and key leaders from each of the 5 great nations. From Goku's dimension came Chi-Chi, Gohan, Goten, accompanied by Bulma, Vegeta, Piccolo, and even Krillin and Android 18. The space itself reflected its interdimensional nature, neither fully one world nor the other, with elements of both blending seamlessly. Chairs and tables from Capsule Corporation stood on tatami flooring from Konoha. Ninja scrolls shared space with advanced technology. Even the lighting seemed caught between dimensions, combining the warm natural light of the ninja world with the crisp artificial illumination of Goku's technologically advanced Earth. At the center of this hybrid space stood Naruto, his evolved form drawing curious and concerned looks from both contingents. The silver streaks in his golden hair, the shifting colors of his eyes, the divine energy that now subtly infused his aura, all marked him as something beyond previous manifestations. Thank you all for coming, he began, his harmonized voice carrying easily through the space. I've asked you here because you deserve the truth about what's happening, about what the fusion has become, and what it means for the future of both Naruto and Goku. Hinata and Chi-Chi sat in the front row, their expressions composed but their eyes betraying deep concern. Beside them, their children watched with varying reactions, Boruto suspicious, Himawari curious, Gohan analytical, Goten excited despite the gravity of the situation. As many of you have suspected, the fusion is becoming more stable, more integrated with each manifestation, Naruto continued. What began as a temporary joining of powers has evolved into something more fundamental, emerging not just of bodies and abilities, but of minds, souls, and essential natures. He paused, letting this sink in before delivering the news they had gathered to hear. Based on the latest evolutionary step, we believe that complete separation may no longer be possible after 3 more fusions at most. Possibly fewer, depending on circumstances. Though many had suspected this possibility, hearing it stated so directly sent a ripple of reaction through the gathering. Chi-Chi's hand flew to her mouth, while Hinata's grip tightened on Himawari's shoulder. Vegeta scowled deeply, and Sasuke's expression turned even more stoic than usual. What exactly does that mean? Gohan asked, his scientific mind seeking precision. Would they cease to exist as individuals entirely, or retain separate consciousnesses within a single form? Neither description is fully accurate, Naruto explained. It's more like a complete integration. Imagine 2 rivers merging into one larger river. The waters of both continue to exist, but they become inseparable, forming something new that carries aspects of both original sources. But they'd be gone, Boruto interjected, anger edging his voice. My dad, he wouldn't be my dad anymore. He'd be, you. Naruto met the young ninja's challenging gaze directly. I understand your fear, Boruto. But consider this, is Naruto now exactly the same person he was before meeting Goku? Before experiencing fusion for the first time? The question gave Boruto pause, forcing him to consider the subtle changes he'd already noticed in his father, the new techniques, the altered chakra signature, the occasional mannerisms or expressions that seemed borrowed from someone else. No, he admitted reluctantly. He's different already. Sometimes I catch him doing things or saying things that don't seem like him. The same is true for Goku, Gohan added thoughtfully. He's more strategic now, more mindful of consequences. Still recognizably himself, but changed. Exactly, Naruto confirmed. The integration has already begun, even when they're physically separate. Each fusion leaves them more connected, more influenced by each other's essence. So what you're saying, Shikamaru clarified, is that even if they maintain separate physical forms, they might eventually become so mentally and spiritually integrated that they're effectively the same being in 2 bodies. That's one possibility, Naruto acknowledged. Though complete physical fusion would accelerate and finalize the process. Chi-Chi stood abruptly, emotion overcoming her usual restraint. But why? Why does this have to happen at all? Can't you just stop fusing? Let them remain themselves. Naruto's expression softened with genuine compassion. We could try. But the Otsutsuki threat remains, and other dimensional dangers may emerge. Separately, Naruto and Goku might not have the power needed to protect both worlds. And even without further fusions, the integration that's already occurred continues to progress naturally. There must be another way, Hinata said quietly, her voice steady despite the emotion in her eyes. A technique or method to stabilize them as they are, to prevent further merging. We've been exploring possibilities, Naruto assured her. Consulting with dimensional experts, researching ancient techniques from both worlds. But so far, no solution has proven viable without risking significant damage to both Naruto and Goku. Reikage Darui, representing Kumogakure, spoke up with typical directness. Let's address the political implications. Naruto Uzumaki is the 7th Hokage, a key figure in maintaining peace between the 5 great nations. His transformation would have significant consequences for the ninja world order. I am well aware, Naruto replied. As I carry all of Naruto's memories and commitments. The political transitions would need careful management in both dimensions. And what would you be? Sasuke asked the fundamental question. If the fusion becomes permanent, what exactly would Naruto represent in the cosmic hierarchy? Not human, not Saiyan, not God, but something outside established categories. A dimensional nexus point in sentient form, Naruto answered honestly. A being capable of existing across multiple planes of reality simultaneously, harmonizing energies that were never meant to combine. My purpose would remain protection and balance, but my perspective would necessarily be broader than either Naruto's or Goku's individually. That's a significant power concentration in a single entity, Piccolo observed, his strategic mind assessing implications. The gods of destruction must have concerns. They do, Naruto confirmed. Which is why protocols and oversight mechanisms would need to be established, accountability systems that span dimensions. The discussion continued for hours, each group raising questions, concerns, and occasionally hope about what this transformation might mean. Throughout it all, Naruto answered with patience and honesty, neither minimizing the gravity of the situation nor eliminating the possibility of alternatives yet unfound. As the meeting began to wind down, Himawari, who had remained quietly observant throughout, approached Naruto directly, looking up at him with eyes that held her father's determination. "Can I talk to my dad?" she asked simply. "Is he still in there somewhere?" The request brought a momentary hush to the gathering. Naruto knelt to her level, his expression gentle. "He is. Not as a separate entity exactly, but his essence, his heart, everything that makes Naruto your father, exists within me." "Can he hear me?" the young girl persisted. "Yes," Naruto assured her. "Everything I experience, both Naruto and Goku experience as well, through me." Himawari considered this, then nodded decisively. "Then I want both of them to know something." She took a deep breath, gathering her courage. "I want them to know that we'll be okay. That if they have to become you to protect everyone, we understand." Her simple, profound acceptance brought tears to several eyes, including Hinata's, who watched her daughter with a mixture of pride and heartbreak. Naruto was visibly moved, the resonances of both fathers within him responding strongly to the child's bravery. "They hear you, Himawari. And they are so proud of your strength." Goten approached next, standing beside Himawari with the same determined expression. "Yeah, what she said. Dad's always had to do crazy stuff to save everyone. This is just more crazy stuff." The simple, childish phrasing somehow cut through the complexity, drawing smiles despite the gravity of the moment. Chi-Chi rose from her seat, coming to stand behind her son with a hand on his shoulder. "Is that truly how they feel?" she asked Naruto directly. "Naruto and Goku, are they at peace with this possibility?" Naruto rose to his full height, meeting her gaze honestly. "They are concerned for all of you, for how this change would affect your lives. But they also understand that sometimes protection requires transformation. And yes, there is a certain peace in knowing that neither would truly be lost, but rather continued in a new form." Chi-Chi studied him intently, looking beyond the merged features to something deeper. After a long moment, she nodded slowly. "I can see them both in you. Not just your appearance or your voice, but something essential. The way you hold yourself. The look in your eyes." "Because I am them," Naruto replied simply. "Not copies or echoes, but the genuine continuation of both." Hinata joined them, her quiet strength evident in her composed features despite the emotion in her eyes. "How long do we have before a decision must be made?" "That depends on circumstances," Naruto explained. "If no further dimensional threats emerge requiring fusion, we might have months to explore alternatives. But if Naruto and Goku must fuse again to address immediate dangers, then each time brings you closer to permanence," Sasuke concluded. "Yes." Bulma, who had been quietly analyzing everything from a scientific perspective, finally spoke up. I might have a partial solution, not to prevent the integration entirely, but perhaps to slow it down, give us more time to find alternatives. All eyes turned to her with renewed hope. I've been studying the energy patterns of the fusion since it first occurred, she explained. There are specific harmonic frequencies at which chakra and ki integrate most rapidly. If we could develop a damping field that disrupts those specific frequencies during fusion, it might reduce the rate of integration without preventing the fusion itself, Naruto finished, immediately grasping the concept. Allowing Naruto and Goku to combine powers while slowing the merging of their essential natures. Exactly, Bulma confirmed. I'd need to run simulations, develop prototypes, test the concept thoroughly. But it might buy us time. Any delay would be valuable, Kakashi noted. Both for finding alternatives and for preparing transition plans if alternatives prove impossible. With this new possibility on the table, the mood of the gathering shifted subtly, not to blind optimism, but to determined resolve. Whether facing inevitable transformation or finding a path to preserve separate identities, they would face it together, as the extended family they had become across dimensional boundaries. As the meeting concluded and the various groups began to disperse back to their respective dimensions, Naruto found himself approached by Sasuke and Vegeta, the two who had perhaps the most complex relationships with Naruto and Goku respectively. A word, Sasuke requested, gesturing toward a quieter corner of the interdimensional space. Naruto followed, sensing the significance of this conversation. The Uchiha and the Saiyan prince stood side by side, an unlikely alliance of rivals turned allies. We've been discussing contingencies, Vegeta stated without preamble. Specifically, what happens if the fusion becomes permanent and something goes wrong? Goes wrong? Naruto questioned. Absolute power corrupts absolutely, Sasuke elaborated. History has demonstrated this repeatedly. If Naruto became permanent and that power led to corruption, someone would need to serve as a check. Naruto understood immediately. You're positioning yourselves as my potential opponents, should I ever stray from the path of protection. Someone has to, Vegeta confirmed bluntly. Kakarot would want it this way. So would Naruto. Rather than taking offense, Naruto nodded with approval. They would. They do. I carry their concerns about power corruption, their awareness of how even the noblest intentions can twist over time. He looked at them both with genuine respect. I accept your role as guardians against corruption. Should I ever become a threat rather than a protector, you would be right to oppose me with all your strength. The agreement, so readily given, seemed to surprise both Sasuke and Vegeta. They had clearly expected resistance or at least debate. You understand why this is necessary? Sasuke pressed, suspicious of the easy acquiescence. Completely, Naruto assured him. Both Naruto and Goku have witnessed power corruption firsthand. Both have fought against those who began with good intentions but lost their way. Their concern about this possibility exists within me as strongly as it does within you. Vegeta studied him closely, then gave a short, satisfied nod. Good. Because we're not the only ones preparing contingencies. The gods of destruction, Naruto guessed. And others, Sasuke confirmed. Your potential permanence has implications that extend far beyond our immediate circles. I'm aware, Naruto acknowledged. And I welcome the accountability. Power without checks leads to imbalance, and balance is the foundation of dimensional harmony. With that understanding reached, the three parted ways, Sasuke and Vegeta returning to their respective dimensions with new purpose, and Naruto remaining in the interdimensional space for a final moment of reflection. The meeting had gone as well as could be expected under the circumstances. No false promises, no minimized realities, but also seeds of hope planted, both for potential alternatives and for acceptance of transformation if alternatives proved impossible. As the last participants disappeared through the dimensional passages, Naruto turned his attention to the structure of the portal itself, the permanent connection between worlds that had started this journey months ago. With his evolved perceptions, he could now see the intricate energies that maintained it, the delicate balance of forces that kept reality stable despite the breach. It was beautiful in its complexity, a reminder that some violations of natural order could lead to new forms of harmony. Perhaps the same would prove true of his own existence, not a disruption to be feared, but an evolution to be embraced. With that thought, Naruto closed his eyes, focusing inward on the dual consciousnesses that comprised his unified being. The time had come for separation again, for Naruto and Goku to return to their respective worlds and responsibilities while the search for alternatives continued. But as he began the separation process, he noticed something concerning: resistance where there had been none before, tendrils of energy that seemed reluctant to disentangle. The integration had progressed further than anticipated, making separation more difficult with each passing moment. With careful concentration, he guided the energies apart, untangling the most closely merged aspects with precision born of dimensional awareness. It required more effort than previous separations, more conscious direction rather than natural dissolution. Light enveloped him as the separation finally took hold, the unified consciousness dividing back into its component selves. When it faded, Naruto and Goku stood in place of Naruto, both looking slightly disoriented by the experience. That was. Naruto began, shaking his head as if to clear it. Different, Goku finished, rolling his shoulders experimentally. Like pulling apart something sticky. They looked at each other, mutual understanding passing between them without words needed. The fusion was evolving beyond their original expectations, becoming something neither had fully anticipated. "We're running out of time," Naruto said quietly. Goku nodded, his usual carefree demeanor subdued by the gravity of their situation. "Yeah. But maybe Bulma's idea will work. Buy us some breathing room. And if it doesn't?" The question hung between them, the possibility that their separate existences might be reaching their conclusion, merging into something neither had ever planned to become. Goku considered this seriously before answering with surprising wisdom. "Then we make sure Naruto carries the best of both of us forward. Not just our powers, but our promises. Our hearts." Naruto smiled, a genuine expression that momentarily banished the weight of cosmic responsibility from his features. "When did you get so philosophical, son Goku?" "Probably around the same time you started being able to sense power levels from across dimensions, Naruto Uzumaki," Goku replied with a grin of his own. They clasped hands in a gesture that was part farewell, part acknowledgement of their increasingly shared destiny. As they turned toward their respective dimensional passages, each carrying the echo of the other within them, they knew that whatever the future held, separation or integration, individual paths or unified purpose, the journey had irrevocably transformed them both. And somewhere between dimensions, the essence of Naruto waited, not gone, merely dormant. A new form of existence born at the intersection of worlds, a potential future that grew more tangible with each passing day. Chapter 5, Beyond Divinity. 1 month after the Interdimensional Council, Naruto stood at the edge of the Hokage monument, watching the sunset paint Konoha in hues of gold and amber. The village below bustled with evening activity, citizens going about their lives unaware of the cosmic decision weighing on their leader's mind. Behind him, the dimensional portal hung in the sky like a second moon, pulsing with subtle energy. Its rhythm had changed in recent weeks, becoming more erratic, less stable. Only those with interdimensional sensitivity could perceive it, but to Naruto, the fluctuations were as obvious as thunder on a clear day. "The boundary is weakening," came Sasuke's voice as he materialized beside his friend. "Not just here, but across all connection points." Naruto nodded, unsurprised by the assessment. "I felt it. Like fabric stretching too thin." Bulma's device? Progress, but not a solution. Naruto held up his hand, examining the network of energy visible just beneath his skin, chakra pathways now interlaced with veins of pure ki that pulsed with an otherworldly glow. "The integration continues even without fusion. Slower, but inevitable." Sasuke studied his friend with analytical precision. In the month since the revelation about the fusion's progression, Naruto had changed visibly. His chakra signature fluctuated between familiar patterns and alien configurations. His speech occasionally adopted Goku's casual phrasings. Even his movement had subtly altered, incorporating the Saiyans' distinctive martial stances into his traditional shinobi posture. "The council is meeting tonight," Sasuke informed him. "They want updates on contingency plans should the Hokage change status." A wry smile crossed Naruto's face. Such a diplomatic way of asking what happens if I permanently become someone else. The smile faded as quickly as it had appeared. "I'll attend. They deserve answers, even if they're not the ones they want to hear." "And what answers will you give them?" Sasuke asked, his tone carefully neutral despite the weight of the question. Naruto turned from the vista to face his friend directly. "The truth. That with or without physical fusion, Naruto Uzumaki is transforming into something new. That the boundaries between my identity and Goku's are blurring more each day. That the Hokage they elected may soon exist only as part of a greater whole. They won't accept that easily. I know." Naruto sighed, running a hand through his hair, a gesture borrowed from Goku that he hadn't even realized he'd adopted. "But denial doesn't change reality. And right now, reality is flexible." Before Sasuke could respond, a sharp pain lanced through Naruto's mind, bringing him to one knee. Images flashed before his eyes, not memories, but real-time perceptions transmitted across dimensions. Blood. Fire. A pale hand reaching through darkness. "Goku," he gasped, clutching his head. "He's under attack. All of them are." Sasuke was at his side instantly. "Otsutsuki." "Yes. But different. Evolved somehow." Naruto staggered to his feet, his expression hardening with determination. "I need to go to him. Now." "This could be a trap," Sasuke warned, echoing concerns he'd voiced before. "They know how to manipulate the fusion process now. They'll be expecting you. Then they won't be disappointed." Naruto's eyes shifted, blue irises taking on a teal hue as ki energy surged alongside his chakra. "Alert the council. Tell them their contingency planning just became a lot more urgent." Without waiting for a response, Naruto leapt from the monument toward the dimensional portal, his body surrounded by a swirling mixture of golden chakra and blue ki. As he approached the interdimensional gateway, he focused on the connection that bound him to Goku, stronger now than ever before, a constant presence in the back of his consciousness. The portal responded to his approach, expanding to accommodate his passage. For a brief, disorienting moment, Naruto existed between dimensions, neither fully in one world nor the other. In this liminal space, he felt Naruto's presence more keenly, not as a separate entity but as a potential reality waiting just beyond the veil of individual identity. Then he was through, emerging into chaos. Capsule Corporation lay in ruins. What had once been Bulma's primary laboratory was now a smoking crater, equipment scattered across the compound like discarded toys. The air itself seemed charged with residual energy, ki blasts and techniques unleashed without restraint. And at the center of the destruction stood 5 figures locked in desperate battle. Goku, already transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, fought alongside Vegeta, Gohan, and Piccolo against an opponent unlike any Naruto had encountered before. The being resembled Momoshiki in its pale skin and white garments, but altered, evolved, its body now incorporating elements that were unmistakably mechanical, cybernetic enhancements grafted onto Otsutsuki flesh. "This is new," Naruto muttered as he assessed the situation. Without hesitation, he activated his 6-path Sage mode, golden chakra cloaking him as he launched himself into the fray. His arrival did not go unnoticed. The cybernetic Otsutsuki turned toward him, revealing a face that was half Momoshiki's aristocratic features, half gleaming metal and pulsing circuitry. "The Hokage arrives," it said in a voice that blended organic tones with mechanical modulation. "Right on schedule." Goku spotted him across the battlefield, relief visible even through the strain of combat. "Naruto. Watch out," he's not just Momoshiki anymore. I can see that, Naruto replied, landing beside the Saiyan. What happened to him? Technological integration, Gohan answered, breathing heavily from exertion. He called it, transcending biological limitations. Appeared out of nowhere and targeted Mom's laboratory specifically. Bulma's dampening device, Naruto realized immediately. He was after the technology that could slow down our fusion integration. The cybernetic Momoshiki smiled, a disturbing sight given that half his face remained immobile, mechanical. Perceptive as always, Hokage. Though integration barely describes what I've achieved. He gestured to his transformed body with evident pride. This is true evolution, Otsutsuki biology enhanced by the most advanced technology from 12 different dimensions. It's abomination, not evolution, Piccolo growled, green skin charred in places from battle. A perspective limited by your attachment to outdated forms, Momoshiki dismissed. The Otsutsuki have always harvested energy from other worlds. Now we harvest innovation as well, incorporating the best aspects of every dimension we encounter. Vegeta scoffed, blood trickling from a cut above his eye. Pretty speech for someone who's just turned himself into a walking junkyard. Momoshiki's expression hardened. Mock if you wish, Saiyan. But this junkyard has already defeated 4 gods of destruction and absorbed portions of their divine energy. This claim sent a chill through the assembled warriors. Naruto and Goku exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity of the threat in the other's eyes. Is that why you destroyed Bulma's lab? Naruto demanded. To eliminate any chance of preventing our permanent fusion? Partly, Momoshiki admitted. But more importantly, to ensure you have no choice but to fuse under duress, without preparation or control. His cybernetic eye glowed with malevolent purpose. The energy released during a desperate, uncontrolled fusion will provide exactly the power signature I need to complete my evolution. You want to absorb our fusion energy, Goku realized, his usual carefree demeanor replaced with rare strategic focus. Like you tried before, but with your new upgrades. Not just absorb, Momoshiki corrected. Integrate. Your Naruto represents a unique convergence of energies from separate dimensional clusters, chakra and ki harmonized in ways the cosmos never intended. Once I assimilate that convergence point, I'll be able to manipulate dimensional boundaries at will, harvesting from infinite worlds simultaneously. As he spoke, the mechanical components of his body began to reconfigure, weapon systems emerging from what had appeared to be decorative elements of his Otsutsuki garments. Energy gathered at multiple points around him, not just chakra or ki, but various power types from different dimensions, each with its own distinct signature. We need to hit him with everything at once, Naruto said to Goku, assessing the threat with tactical precision. Before he fully activates whatever those weapon systems are. Goku nodded, dropping into a familiar stance. Combined attack, then fusion if necessary. Agreed. Without further discussion, they launched their assault. Naruto's truth-seeking orbs shot forward like guided missiles while Goku began gathering energy for a Kamehameha. Simultaneously, Vegeta unleashed his final flash, Gohan a Masenko, and Piccolo his special beam cannon. The combined attack, a perfect blend of ninja techniques and ki-based energy blasts, converged on Momoshiki from multiple angles, leaving no apparent avenue for escape. Yet the cybernetic Otsutsuki merely smiled. As the attacks reached him, his body emitted a pulsing field of energy that caught each technique, not deflecting or absorbing them, but suspending them in mid-air, frozen in time and space mere inches from his body. Dimensional stasis field, Momoshiki explained casually, walking between the suspended energy attacks as if touring an art gallery. One of many innovations harvested from a universe where time manipulation is considered basic science. Useful, isn't it? With a gesture, he reversed the field's polarity. Instantly, the suspended attacks reactivated, but now redirected toward their originators with amplified power. Scatter! Naruto shouted, already moving to intercept the truth-seeking orbs before they could reach his allies. Goku teleported directly into the path of his own Kamehameha, attempting to regain control of the energy wave, while Vegeta, Gohan, and Piccolo were forced to dodge their own reflected techniques. The resulting chaos was exactly what Momoshiki had planned. As the warriors dealt with their redirected attacks, he activated another cybernetic system, this one creating multiple dimensional rifts around the battlefield, each leading to a different hostile environment. From one poured superheated plasma, from another absolute zero particles, from a third what appeared to be microscopic robotic entities that began assembling themselves in the air. He's trying to separate us, Goku realized, narrowly avoiding a stream of plasma that melted the ground where he had stood moments before. Divide and conquer. We need to regroup. Gohan called out, batting away the self-assembling nanobots that attempted to swarm him. Naruto's mind raced, analyzing the situation with both his tactical training as Hokage and the battle instincts he'd gained from Goku. The cybernetic Otsutsuki had them outmatched in versatility, able to deploy multiple dimensional weapons simultaneously while they remained limited to their native techniques. Goku, he shouted across the chaos. We need to fuse now. The Saiyan nodded grimly, already moving toward a relatively clear area of the battlefield. Naruto fought his way toward the same position, creating shadow clones to intercept the various dimensional hazards threatening their convergence point. Momoshiki observed their movement with evident satisfaction. Yes, rush toward fusion without preparation or control. The energy discharge will be all the greater for your desperation. As Naruto and Goku reached each other, taking position for the fusion dance, Vegeta suddenly appeared between them, his face contorted with effort as he held back a stream of absolute zero particles with his aura alone. Wait, he commanded. This is exactly what he wants. An uncontrolled fusion in these conditions could be catastrophic for both of you. We don't have a choice, Naruto insisted, watching as his shadow clones were systematically eliminated by the escalating dimensional attacks. At full power individually, we're still no match for what he's become. Then fuse properly, Vegeta countered. Not here in this chaos, but at the dimensional nexus point where you'll have greater stability. Goku's eyes widened with understanding. The permanent portal. Its energy could help stabilize the fusion process even without Bulma's device. But how do we reach it? Naruto questioned, deflecting a wave of nanobots with a chakra-enhanced palm strike. He's not going to let us simply leave. I'll create an opening, Piccolo announced, already gathering massive energy between his hands. Gohan, Vegeta, we need to hit him from 3 directions simultaneously. Not to damage him, but to overload his stasis field. Good plan, Gohan agreed, powering up to his maximum. On my mark. The 3 warriors positioned themselves in a triangle around Momoshiki, who watched their maneuvers with cybernetic calm, apparently unconcerned by their strategy. Now! Gohan shouted, unleashing his full power in a massive energy wave. Vegeta and Piccolo did the same, their combined attacks converging on Momoshiki from 3 directions. As predicted, the Otsutsuki activated his stasis field to capture the incoming energy. But the simultaneous nature of the attacks, perfectly synchronized and calibrated to overload rather than damage, caused the field to fluctuate, creating microsecond gaps in its coverage. Go! Piccolo shouted to Naruto and Goku. We can't maintain this for long. Without hesitation, Goku grabbed Naruto's shoulder and pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, activating instant transmission. In a flash, they vanished from the battlefield, teleporting directly to the permanent dimensional portal that connected their worlds. Momoshiki's mechanical eye tracked their departure, his expression shifting from satisfaction to calculation. A strategic retreat. Unexpected but not problematic. He turned to the 3 warriors still maintaining their energy assault. Your sacrifice is noted, but ultimately meaningless. With frightening speed, his cybernetic systems reconfigured once again, producing what appeared to be a dimensional anchor that he plunged into the fabric of reality itself. Space-time warped around the device, creating a ripple effect that expanded outward. What is he doing? Gohan demanded, maintaining his energy attack despite the disturbing distortion. Following them, Vegeta realized with alarm. He's creating a dimensional shortcut directly to the portal. Before they could react, Momoshiki stepped into the distortion and vanished, leaving the three warriors exhausted and facing the collapsing dimensional hazards he'd left behind. "We need to warn them," Piccolo said urgently. "No time," Vegeta countered, already gathering his remaining energy. "We need to follow. Now." At the dimensional portal, Naruto and Goku appeared in a flash of light, finding themselves in the neutral space between worlds that had hosted their council meeting a month earlier. The portal itself pulsed with unusual energy, responding to their presence as if it had been waiting for them. "Something's wrong," Naruto observed immediately, sensing fluctuations in the dimensional boundary. "The portal's unstable." Goku nodded, feeling the same disturbance. "It's been destabilizing gradually since our last separation. Like the boundaries between our worlds are getting thinner." "Just like the boundaries between us," Naruto added quietly. They shared a look of mutual understanding, an increasingly common occurrence as their mental and spiritual integration progressed even without physical fusion. More and more, they found themselves completing each other's thoughts, sharing instincts and perceptions across dimensional barriers. "He'll follow us here," Goku said with certainty. "That technological enhancement gives him abilities we've never faced before. Then we need to be ready." Naruto moved to the center of the interdimensional space, directly beneath the pulsing heart of the portal. "The fusion needs to be perfect this time. Completely controlled and balanced. Without Bulma's dampening device, this fusion could be the one that crosses the threshold," Goku reminded him, the gravity of the situation reflected in his unusually serious expression. "We might not be able to separate afterward." Naruto nodded, accepting this reality. "I know. But if that's the price of protecting both our worlds from what Momoshiki has become, then we pay it," Goku finished, determination hardening his features. Together. As they took their positions for the fusion dance, the air around them shimmered with dimensional energy, not the chaotic rifts Momoshiki had created, but a natural resonance between worlds that had grown accustomed to each other's presence. The portal above seemed to respond to their intent, its pulse synchronizing with their movements as they began the familiar ritual. Fu. Their movements were perfect, honed by multiple previous fusions and enhanced by their increasingly integrated awareness. Energy began to gather around them, chakra and ki swirling together in beautiful harmony. Shaun. The dimensional space between worlds trembled as their energies intensified, reality itself responding to the imminent merger of entities who had come to represent the connection between dimensions. Just as they were about to complete the final motion, reality tore open at the edge of the interdimensional space. Through the jagged wound stepped Momoshiki, his cybernetic components reconfiguring into what appeared to be an energy collection system, crystalline structures designed to capture and process the fusion power. "Perfect timing," the Otsutsuki observed coldly. "Proceed with your fusion, protectors. Feed my evolution with your desperate final act." Ha! Despite the interruption, Naruto and Goku completed the fusion with flawless precision, their fingertips meeting at exactly the right moment and position. Light exploded outward, temporarily blinding even Momoshiki's enhanced visual systems. The energy released was unlike any previous fusion, not just greater in quantity, but fundamentally different in quality. The boundaries between dimensions seemed to blur as chakra and ki merged not just physically but conceptually, creating a new form of energy that transcended both. When the light receded, Naruto stood in place of Naruto and Goku, but transformed beyond any previous manifestation. His hair had lengthened slightly, flowing upward in a style that combined Naruto's spikes with Goku's Super Saiyan form, now streaked with both silver and crimson highlights. His eyes shifted between colors, blue, teal, violet, gold, as if cycling through dimensional frequencies. Most striking was his aura, a perfect blend of chakra, ki, and something else entirely, something that seemed to interact directly with the fabric of reality around him. Where this aura touched the interdimensional space, reality appeared to clarify rather than distort, as if his very presence strengthened the natural order instead of disrupting it. Momoshiki's cybernetic systems worked frantically to analyze and capture this energy, crystalline structures extending from his body toward Naruto. Magnificent, he breathed, organic and mechanical aspects of his being equally enthralled by what stood before him. The perfect integration point. With this power, I'll transcend even the gods of destruction. Naruto regarded him calmly, his expression reflecting neither Naruto's determination nor Goku's battle eagerness, but something new, a tranquil awareness that encompassed both yet existed beyond either. You misunderstand what's happening here, Momoshiki, he said, his voice resonating on multiple frequencies simultaneously. This isn't just another fusion. It's a dimensional convergence point personified. As he spoke, the permanent portal above pulsed in perfect rhythm with his words, responding to his presence as if recognizing a kindred existence. What difference does that make? Momoshiki demanded, his collection systems struggling to process the unique energy signature before him. Power is power, regardless of its metaphysical classification. The difference, Naruto explained with patient clarity, is that I'm not just combining Naruto and Goku's abilities. I'm harmonizing the fundamental principles that govern their respective dimensions. To demonstrate, he raised his hand toward the cybernetic Otsutsuki. No visible attack launched, no energy blast or technique, yet Momoshiki suddenly found his technological enhancements malfunctioning, cybernetic components freezing as if they suddenly existed in a reality with different physical laws. What are you doing? He demanded, organic parts of his body still functioning while mechanical elements seized up. Adjusting dimensional constants within a localized field, Naruto explained. Your technological enhancements were harvested from various dimensions, each with slightly different natural laws. I'm simply harmonizing those laws to their original states, creating a reality where your mismatched components cannot function properly together. Momoshiki snarled, his organic features contorting with rage as he forced his cybernetic systems to recalibrate. You think dimensional manipulation is your exclusive domain? The Otsutsuki have navigated realities for millennia. With visible strain, he activated another system, this one appearing to tear holes in reality itself, creating dozens of rifts around the interdimensional space. Through each poured different forms of energy and matter, a desperate attempt to overwhelm Naruto with sheer dimensional chaos. Your mistake, Naruto observed as the interdimensional barrage approached him, is treating dimensions as separate, disconnected realities to be exploited. But they're not. They're expressions of a unified cosmic principle, variations on a singular theme. With fluid grace, he moved through the dimensional chaos, not fighting against the various attacks but harmonizing with them, guiding each foreign element back to its natural dimensional state. Where superheated plasma touched his aura, it cooled and stabilized. Where absolute zero particles approached, they warmed to ambient temperature. Reality restored itself in his wake, dimensional integrity strengthening rather than weakening. Impossible, Momoshiki whispered, genuine fear replacing calculation in his expression for the first time. No being can harmonize dimensional constants at will. Not even the gods of destruction possess such capability. Because they exist within the system, Naruto replied, continuing his methodical approach through the dimensional hazards. I exist at the intersection of systems, a unique vantage point that allows me to perceive the underlying patterns connecting all dimensions. As he spoke, the permanent portal above expanded slightly, its energy flowing downward to surround Naruto like a protective mantle. The interdimensional space itself seemed to recognize him, responding to his presence as if he were its natural expression given conscious form. Realizing the failure of his dimensional attack, Momoshiki switched tactics. The cybernetic components of his body reconfigured once more, this time channeling the corrupted divine energy he'd claimed from defeated gods of destruction. Purple-black power coalesced around him, crackling with destructive potential that transcended dimensional boundaries. Then let's test your harmonization against pure destructive force, he challenged, launching forward with speed that distorted space-time around him. Naruto met the charge directly, making no attempt to dodge or defend. As Momoshiki's divinely charged fist connected with his chest, something unexpected happened. Instead of damaging Naruto, the corrupted energy began to purify on contact, divine power returning to its natural state as it encountered the perfect dimensional balance embodied before it. Another misunderstanding, Naruto explained as Momoshiki recoiled in shock. You've been corrupting divine energy, forcing it to serve purposes contrary to its nature. But in my presence, energies naturally revert to their purest state, the state that maintains cosmic harmony. The cybernetic Otsutsuki staggered backward, watching in horror as his carefully harvested divine power purified and dissipated, no longer responsive to his control. No. I harvested that power across multiple dimensions. It can't simply revert. All energy seeks its natural state, Naruto replied. Just as dimensions seek balance, just as life seeks harmony. You've been fighting against the fundamental nature of existence, Momoshiki, not working with it. With desperate fury, the Otsutsuki activated his final technological system, a dimensional collapse initiator similar to what he'd attempted before, but now enhanced with components harvested from dozens of worlds. Reality began to fracture around them, the interdimensional space itself threatening to implode. If I cannot have your power, Momoshiki declared, then neither world will survive. This collapse will create a chain reaction through both dimensional clusters, destroying everything you sought to protect. Rather than panic, Naruto closed his eyes, sensing the dimensional disruption patterns with perfect clarity. When he opened them again, they glowed with inner light that reflected the very essence of dimensional harmony. Thank you, he said unexpectedly. For what? Momoshiki demanded, confusion momentarily overriding his rage. For providing the catalyst I needed, Naruto explained. This dimensional stress point is perfect for what must come next. Before Momoshiki could respond, Naruto raised both hands toward the permanent portal above. The connection between them intensified, energy flowing both ways, from the portal to Naruto and from Naruto to the portal. The entire interdimensional space began to resonate at a frequency that felt both ancient and entirely new. What are you doing? The Otsutsuki asked, his voice betraying the first hints of uncertainty. Becoming what I was always meant to be, Naruto answered simply. Not just a fusion of individuals, but a fusion of dimensions themselves. As he spoke, his form began to change, not dissolving or destabilizing, but evolving into something more fundamental. The distinction between his body and the interdimensional energy surrounding it blurred, boundaries becoming permeable, definable yet fluid. Simultaneously, the permanent portal expanded dramatically, no longer a simple connection between two worlds but a multifaceted crystalline structure that branched outward into countless smaller portals, each leading to different points in both connected dimensions. A dimensional nexus in sentient form, Momoshiki realized, cybernetic analysis systems working frantically to comprehend what was happening. You're not just maintaining the connection between worlds, you're becoming the connection. Yes, Naruto confirmed as his transformation continued. Naruto and Goku began as separate individuals from separate dimensions. Their fusion created something temporary yet profound. Now, that fusion transcends individual identity to become a permanent cosmic principle, the principle of dimensional harmony embodied. The interdimensional space around them stabilized, dimensional fractures healing as Naruto's influence spread. Even Momoshiki's collapse initiator stuttered and failed, its purpose fundamentally contrary to the harmonizing influence now permeating reality. This wasn't supposed to happen, the Otsutsuki protested, desperation creeping into his voice as his carefully constructed plans unraveled. The fusion was meant to produce harvestable energy, not this. Your calculations were based on exploitation, Naruto explained. You sought to extract power from the fusion, treating it as just another resource to consume. But true dimensional harmony can't be harvested or stolen, it can only be embraced and embodied. As he completed his transformation, Naruto's appearance stabilized into something both human and cosmic, recognizably derived from Naruto and Goku, yet transcending mere physical form. His body seemed composed of condensed dimensional energy, solid yet permeable to reality itself. The portal structure above was now clearly an extension of his being, a physical manifestation of his expanded consciousness. Momoshiki, recognizing the fundamental shift in power dynamics, attempted one final desperate attack, channeling every remaining resource in his cybernetic systems into a concentrated dimensional disruption beam aimed directly at Naruto's core. The attack passed harmlessly through Naruto's form, energy dispersing and reharmonizing as it encountered the perfect dimensional balance he now embodied. "It's over, Momoshiki," Naruto stated, not with triumph but with simple certainty. "Your path of consumption and exploitation has reached its end." "No," the Otsutsuki raged, organic and mechanical aspects of his being equally defiant. "The Otsutsuki cannot be stopped. We have harvested dimensions for eons. We will adapt, evolve, return stronger." "Perhaps," Naruto acknowledged. "But not here. Not in these connected dimensions." With a gesture that seemed to fold space itself, he created a portal unlike any before, not leading to either connected dimension, but to a space beyond both, a pocket reality segregated from all others. "This will be your new home," he explained. "A dimension created specifically to contain you, where the natural laws prevent technological integration or dimensional manipulation. You will exist, Momoshiki, but as a single, isolated entity, neither able to harvest other worlds nor threaten the dimensional balance." "You can't do this," Momoshiki protested, cybernetic components already beginning to fail as the pocket dimension's influence reached toward him. "You have no right to imprison an Otsutsuki." "I have every right," Naruto countered calmly. "Not as a judge or executioner, but as the embodiment of dimensional harmony itself. Your actions threaten the cosmic balance. This is not punishment, but restoration of that balance." Before Momoshiki could protest further, the dimensional pocket expanded, engulfing him completely. His final expression was one of disbelieving rage as he disappeared into a reality crafted specifically to neutralize his threat, isolated, contained, but alive. As the pocket dimension sealed itself and vanished from perception, Vegeta, Gohan, and Piccolo finally arrived through their own dimensional pathway, prepared for battle but finding only its aftermath. They stared in astonishment at Naruto's transformed state and the crystalline network of portals now extending throughout the interdimensional space. "What happened to you?" Gohan asked, scientific curiosity momentarily overriding tactical concerns. Naruto turned to them, his smile containing echoes of both Naruto's warmth and Goku's openness, yet somehow more universal, less individually specific. "I have completed the evolution that began with the first fusion," he explained. No longer merely Naruto the fused warrior, but Naruto the dimensional nexus, a conscious embodiment of the connection between worlds. "And Kakarot? Naruto?" Vegeta demanded, his gruff tone barely concealing genuine concern. "Are they gone?" "Not gone," Naruto assured him. "Transformed. Their individual consciousnesses have fully integrated into a new unified awareness. Their memories, values, connections, all continue within me, not as separate components but as foundational aspects of a new whole." Piccolo's eyes narrowed with analytical precision. "You're speaking about yourself differently. Before, you referred to Naruto and Goku as still distinct entities within the fusion. Now you speak of them as integrated aspects." "Because the final threshold has been crossed," Naruto confirmed. "What began as a temporary merging of separate individuals has evolved into a permanent new existence." The dimensional crisis initiated by Momoshiki provided both the necessity and the catalyst for this final transformation. The implications hung heavily in the air. What they were witnessing wasn't simply another version of the fusion, but its ultimate evolution, a transcendence beyond individual identity into something with cosmic significance. "Does this mean," Gohan began, struggling to articulate the painful question, "that my father is never coming back? That they're both gone permanently?" Naruto approached him, compassion evident in his multi-hued eyes. "Your father lives on in me, Gohan. Not as a trapped entity or a subsumed identity, but as a fundamental aspect of who and what I am. The same is true for Naruto. They have not ended, but transcended, becoming part of something that continues their shared purpose on a cosmic scale. That's not the same, Vegeta stated bluntly, giving voice to what they all felt. A continuation of purpose is not the same as the continuation of the individuals we knew. You're right, Naruto acknowledged, his expression reflecting genuine understanding. From your perspective, this represents a profound loss. The specific individuals you knew, with their quirks, habits, personal relationships, have transformed into something new. That grief is natural and valid. As they processed this reality, the interdimensional space around them continued to evolve, crystalline portal structures branching and connecting in increasingly complex patterns. Through these portals, glimpses of both connected dimensions became visible: Konoha and Capsule Corporation, the Lookout and the Hokage Monument, families and friends going about their lives unaware of the cosmic transformation occurring between worlds. What happens now? Piccolo asked pragmatically, always focused on next steps despite emotional upheaval. Now, Naruto replied, we face the most difficult part of this transition, helping both worlds understand and adapt to what has happened. There will be grief, confusion, resistance, all natural responses to profound change. And your role? Vegeta pressed. What exactly does a dimensional nexus do beyond floating around looking enigmatic? The question drew a laugh from Naruto, a sound that contained genuine warmth despite its cosmic resonance. A fair question, Vegeta. In simplest terms, I will maintain and protect the connection between dimensions, ensuring that both worlds can interact safely without risking dimensional collapse or exploitation by beings like the Otsutsuki. And more specifically, he continued, his expression growing more serious, I will fulfill the core commitments that drove both Naruto and Goku throughout their lives, the protection of their worlds, their families, their ideals. The form has changed, but the fundamental purpose remains. Before further discussion could develop, new arrivals began appearing through various portal branches: Sasuke and Kakashi from the ninja world, Bulma and Whis from Goku's dimension. Each reacted with varying degrees of shock at Naruto's transformed state and the evolved interdimensional architecture surrounding them. What's happened here? Kakashi demanded, his normally composed demeanor showing rare alarm. We detected a massive dimensional event centered on the portal. The fusion has evolved to its final form, Sasuke explained before Naruto could respond, his Rinnegan analyzing the transformed being before them. Naruto and Goku have fully integrated, becoming this. Whis approached with careful steps, his staff glowing as he examined the dimensional structure around them. Fascinating. Not merely a fusion of individuals, but a true dimensional nexus in sentient form. Such an existence has been theorized in cosmic texts but never before observed. Is it permanent? Bulma asked, the scientist in her momentarily overriding the friend concerned about Goku's fate. Yes, Naruto confirmed simply. The integration is complete, the threshold crossed. What you see before you is not a temporary state but a new cosmic constant, a conscious embodiment of the connection between dimensions. The news landed heavily, each person processing its implications differently. Sasuke's expression hardened with the stoic acceptance of someone who had witnessed too many impossible things to be truly surprised anymore. Kakashi closed his eyes briefly, grief visible despite his masked face. Bulma's scientific curiosity warred with personal loss across her expressive features. Only Whis seemed unsurprised, perhaps even expectant. The gods of destruction will want to establish formal protocols for this new cosmic arrangement, he noted pragmatically. Your existence represents a significant development in the dimensional order. I welcome their counsel, Naruto replied respectfully. This transformation brings responsibilities I take seriously. As the initial shock began to settle, more practical concerns emerged. What about leadership voids? Kakashi asked. Naruto was the seventh Hokage. His absence creates significant political instability in our world. And while Goku didn't hold any official position, Bulma added, he was Earth's primary defender against cosmic threats. His loss leaves us vulnerable. Naruto nodded, acknowledging these concerns. Both worlds will need to adapt, to develop new leadership and protection systems. I will remain connected to both dimensions, accessible through the portal network when truly needed, but neither world can rely solely on external protection. They must evolve their own defensive capabilities. That's going to be a hard sell, Sasuke noted dryly. People have grown accustomed to having legendary heroes solve their problems. Then perhaps this transition, difficult as it is, represents an opportunity for both dimensions to mature, Naruto suggested. To move beyond dependence on individual saviors toward more collective responsibility. Before anyone could respond to this philosophical point, the interdimensional space trembled slightly. Through the largest portal branches appeared two groups. From the ninja dimension came Hinata with Boruto and Himawari, accompanied by Sakura and Shikamaru. From Goku's world came Chi-Chi with Goten, joined by Krillin and Android 18. The families had come, sensing perhaps that something monumental had occurred. Their expressions as they beheld Naruto's transformed state told the story of instant recognition and devastating realization. It's happened, hasn't it? Hinata asked quietly, her composure remarkable despite the emotion evident in her eyes. The permanent integration. Yes, Naruto confirmed gently. Accelerated by necessity, by a threat that required complete harmonization to overcome. Chi-Chi stepped forward, her usual fiery temperament subdued by the weight of the moment. So they're gone. Truly gone this time. Not gone, Naruto corrected, the same explanation he'd given the others, yet delivered with deeper emotional resonance for these, the closest connections. Transformed. Integrated into a new whole that carries forward everything they were, everything they valued, everyone they loved. But not as themselves, Boruto stated flatly, anger barely concealing pain. Not as my dad. Not as Goten's dad. Just as, parts of you. Naruto approached the young ninja, kneeling to meet him at eye level despite the cosmic energy that now comprised his form. Your father lives on in me, Boruto. His love for you, his pride in you, his hopes for your future, all continue as fundamental aspects of who I am. It's not the same, Boruto insisted, echoing Vegeta's earlier sentiment. No, Naruto agreed, surprising the boy with his candor. It isn't the same. And you have every right to grieve that difference, to miss the specific individual who was your father. Himawari moved to stand beside her brother, her young face showing wisdom beyond her years. But you remember us? Everything about us? Everything Dad felt for us? Everything, Naruto confirmed. Not as distant memories or second-hand knowledge, but as core aspects of my being. Naruto's love for his family wasn't just an attribute, it was foundational to who he was. The same is true for Goku. Those connections continue, transformed but undiminished. The young girl studied him with solemn intensity, then asked the question that perhaps mattered most, will you still be part of our lives? Or will you just, exist out here between worlds? The question cut to the heart of their fears, not just that Naruto and Goku had transformed, but that this transformation would remove them entirely from the lives of those who loved them. I will remain connected to both worlds, to all of you, Naruto promised. Not in the same way, not with the same constant physical presence, but present nonetheless. The portal network allows me to manifest aspects of myself in either dimension when needed, for protection, for counsel, even for connection. But primarily, you'll exist here, between dimensions, Shikamaru deduced, his strategic mind quickly grasping the new reality. Maintaining the cosmic balance rather than participating in daily life. My primary existence will be interdimensional, Naruto confirmed. But that doesn't mean absence from your lives. Think of it as, a change in relationship, not an ending of relationship. As the families processed this information, Whis approached once more, his expression thoughtful. There is a precedent for this type of cosmic evolution, he noted. Beings who transcend their original forms to embody universal principles often establish aspects or avatars that can interact with specific dimensions while maintaining their primary cosmic function. Exactly, Naruto agreed. While my complete being must remain centered at the dimensional nexus point, I can project aspects of myself into either world, partial manifestations that allow for continued connection with those I care about. This concept seemed to offer some comfort, a middle path between complete loss and unchanged continuation. Not the same as before, but not absolute separation either. As discussion continued, the interdimensional space gradually stabilized into its new configuration, a magnificent crystalline structure centered around Naruto's presence, with portal branches extending outward like the roots and branches of a cosmic tree. Through these branches, the connected dimensions remained accessible, separate yet linked by conscious design. Hours passed as practical matters were addressed, questions answered, emotions processed. Throughout it all, Naruto remained patient and compassionate, understanding the difficulty of the transition for those who had known Naruto and Goku as distinct individuals. Finally, as the initial crisis phase began to settle into reluctant acceptance, Naruto addressed them all once more. This transformation represents both an ending and a beginning, he said, his resonant voice carrying to everyone present. The ending of Naruto and Goku as separate individuals, yes. But also the beginning of a new cosmic harmony, a protected connection between worlds that were never meant to be entirely separate. He gestured to the portal network surrounding them. Through this network, both dimensions will remain accessible to each other, for exchange, for learning, for cooperation against common threats. The isolation that once defined dimensional existence has evolved into conscious connection, maintained and protected by a being that understands and values both worlds equally. And what about the Otsutsuki? Sasuke asked practically. This transformation may have defeated Momoshiki, but his clan spans countless dimensions. They will find these connected dimensions inaccessible now, Naruto explained. My existence as the dimensional nexus creates a harmonizing field that prevents the type of exploitation the Otsutsuki rely upon. They may continue their harvesting elsewhere in the multiverse, but these worlds, your homes, are protected. This assurance brought visible relief to many present. Whatever else this transformation meant, at least the immediate threat that had necessitated the first fusion had been permanently addressed. It's time for you all to return to your respective dimensions, Naruto said finally. There will be transitions to manage, explanations to provide, new systems to establish. But know that I remain connected to you all, accessible through the portal network whenever truly needed. With reluctant nods and final questions, the gathered representatives began to disperse toward their respective dimensional branches. Families lingered longest, Hinata and her children, Chi-Chi and Goten, struggling with the reality of returning home without the husbands and fathers they had known. This isn't goodbye, Naruto assured them gently. Merely a transition to a new form of connection. I will manifest aspects in both worlds regularly, maintaining the relationships that defined both Naruto and Goku. With these assurances, even the families eventually departed, leaving Naruto alone in the interdimensional nexus that had become both his domain and an extension of his being. In this solitude, he allowed himself a moment of reflection, not as the cosmic entity he had become, but as the integrated consciousness of two individuals who had never sought godhood or cosmic function, but simply to protect those they loved. Was this always our destiny, he wondered aloud, the question directed inward to the fully integrated aspects that had once been Naruto and Goku. Or merely the path we created through choices and necessity? No separate voices answered from within, there were no longer distinct entities to respond. Yet understanding flowed through his unified consciousness nonetheless. This transformation had not been inevitable fate, but neither was it random chance. It represented the natural evolution of two beings who had always placed protection and connection above individual concerns. In that understanding came peace, acceptance of this new existence not as loss or sacrifice, but as transcendent continuation of everything Naruto and Goku had valued most. 1 year later, the integration of dimensions had progressed with remarkable smoothness despite initial disruption. In Konoha, Konohamaru Sarutobi had been appointed 8th Hokage, mentored closely by Kakashi and advised by a council that included Shikamaru and Sasuke. The village had adapted to the transformed relationship with their former leader, grieving what was lost while embracing the continued protection offered by the dimensional nexus. In Goku's world, Gohan had stepped forward as Earth's primary defender, supported by Vegeta, Piccolo, and the other Z fighters. The absence of Goku's carefree optimism was felt keenly, but his legacy continued in the strengthened bonds between those he had influenced throughout his life. Between these worlds, the portal network had developed into a stable interdimensional infrastructure, allowing controlled exchange of knowledge, technology, and assistance. Ninja medical techniques enhanced healing in Goku's technological world, while scientific advancements improved quality of life in the ninja dimension. What had begun as crisis had evolved into symbiosis. And at the center of it all remained Naruto, not as a distant cosmic entity, but as an active guardian of dimensional harmony. True to his promise, he manifested aspects of himself in both worlds regularly, maintaining connections with those who had been closest to Naruto and Goku. On significant days, birthdays, anniversaries, important achievements, families would find him present, sharing moments that mattered. Not the same as before, certainly, but a continuation nonetheless. Children grew up knowing not the fathers they had once had, but a transcendent guardian who carried their father's love and wisdom forward in a new form. In Konoha, Boruto graduated to Jonin rank in a ceremony attended by a manifestation of Naruto, whose pride in the young ninja's achievement radiated with the same warmth Naruto would have shown. Later that same day, across dimensions, Naruto's presence honored Goten's victory in his first world martial arts tournament, carrying forward Goku's passion for honorable combat. The political leaders of both worlds, from Kage to world presidents, maintained formal relationships with the dimensional nexus, consulting on matters of interdimensional significance while developing their own independent governance systems. The gods of destruction, after initial wariness, established protocols recognizing Naruto's unique cosmic position, neither challenging divine authority nor subject to it, but complementary to the existing cosmic order. And in quiet moments between official functions, between family connections, between cosmic responsibilities, Naruto would return to the heart of the interdimensional nexus, the place where Naruto and Goku had completed their final transformation. Here, in the space between worlds, he would sometimes reflect on the journey that had brought him to existence. Not with regret for what had been lost, nor with triumph for what had been gained, but with the balanced perspective of a being who embodied harmony itself. The individual journeys of Naruto Uzumaki and son Goku had concluded, yes. But their essential nature, their commitment to protection, to connection, to love transcending boundaries, continued in a form that now extended beyond individual identity to cosmic principle. It was, perhaps, the truest expression of what both had always represented, the transcendent power of bonds that connect hearts across all divisions, all boundaries, all limitations. Not an ending, but an evolution. Not a loss, but a transformation. Not beyond humanity, but beyond individuality. Beyond divinity itself. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.